to be honest to the text that is finally produced. In this case, there was a fourth person also who was involved, who's not with us here today. His name is Stefan. He was also involved in this. He worked on this book in the UK. And there were 4 people.
Tara Tobler,
Tara was the copy editor, and 5, 6 people talking all the time about this one book, what it's going to look like, how many pages is it going to be, what the title is going to be, when are we going to publish it, what is the plan for the book, what is the plan for the authors. This is a very long, nuanced conversation, different people with different thought processes coming on board. I think translations take a very long time, and you need to put in the time.
Thank you. And this question is for you, Kanishka. What convinced you this book could work internationally? And in connection, following up, like a very similar question, what makes a translated book sellable to the world?
You know, so that's a very difficult question because there is actually no method to the madness. I got to know about, Banu's writings when Deepa won the Pen Presents grant, and I reached out to her along with the other translators translating from other languages who won the prize. And I read the collection and I felt that thematically it was very interconnected, even though the stories were disparate, that there were no characters who were recurring. And I, being an Indian, having lived in India all my life, I found a lot of things in the collection very new and very fascinating and disturbing. So I thought this is something that might, have a market overseas. And but I have to say that editors in the UK and US, they respond to a text on a case-to-case basis. They are not going to take up all the books, translations of an author if they won a prize. I mean, I experienced the same thing after Daisy won the Booker. I went to Frankfurt like a few months after Tomb of Sand won the Booker, and I got a lot of rejections for some of her translations. Not all of Gitanjali's translations have been picked up by UK, US publishers. They have to believe in the book. It's not like in India, that you have to sign up an author or a well-known author's translated work because they are well-known. You have to take them on. So, and Stefan always believed in the book and other stories, and they were also involved before Penguin and I got involved, because one of the benefits or one of the of winning that award, that grant, was that the translations were submitted to publishers, and one of them was Another Stories. So they were already familiar with the text, and then we negotiated the deal a few months later. So I mean, it's still very difficult to sell translations, and it's not as if I've started selling like a lot of works abroad after the 2 Booker wins now. But I got a mail from Scribe Publishers in Australia. They have brought out Heart Lamp in Australia, New Zealand, and the book has been reprinted multiple times. So the editor, who's based out of Australia, but she commissions translations for UK, US, and Australia, she told me that they've seen an increase in the sales for No Presents Please, another very famous translation of Jayant Kaikini's stories. So and now they are interested in his new collection, translated by Tejaswini. So I mean, it does have an impact, but I still feel that UK, US editors are very opinionated, very whimsical, and they know how they want to market the book. So, and also they also work on like big lead times, So if they acquire a book now, whether it's a book in English or a translated text, they are going to start the PR outreach well before the book is printed. The AI advanced information sheets and also the advanced copy, they are sent months in advance.
And in connection with your question, do you think there is a pattern, or do you see a pattern in the kind of translated books that succeed globally?
I mean, of course, there is interest in representation, diversity, lesser known voices. I mean, I've been told by a lot of publishers, they are interested in voices from, Kashmir, from the Northeast. They are interested in LGBTQA, I mean, I met the editor from Granta in Bombay a few months ago. He's interested in a lot of Dalit writings, So there is, I mean, they do have specific, spheres of interest. But at the end of the day, I still feel that, despite these 2 Bookers, it's a very difficult task to sell anything abroad. I'm struggling a lot with ironically, I'm struggling a lot with Indian writing in English. I've had very little success, and that kind of worries me because I don't want to be labeled as, this agent who just focuses on or specializes on or excels in, translated fiction. But yeah, they're always open to meeting, and that happened before Daisy winning the Booker, because a lot of the credit for opening up, the markets to translated fiction should go to Vivek Shanbag, because Ghachar Ghochar was a big success, not just in India, but in the UK, US, it was translated into multiple languages, and it was also word of mouth success. So the readers were rooting for the book, and they were, recommending it to a lot of people. So there has been a lot of interest in that, and I've had big success with a very major, Tamil writer. I mean, he's here, Jaya Mohan, and I have sold some of his translations to FSG, which is like really difficult to do. And Transit is also publishing a novel of his translated by Suchitra, who's also here. So I'm very optimistic, and there's also a big support system now in terms of fellowships, grants. I don't know whether you know about Armory Prize, but the winner of the Armory Prize gets published in the US. So that's a big deal. So the last two prize winners have been represented by me, but it's a tough battle. Yeah.
Yeah, so this question
I just want to add that yes, it is very difficult to get. For the longest time, there were no prizes for translations. For the longest time, it was very hard to get reviews out of translated books. For the longest time, it was very hard to get translations included into literature festivals, for instance. So all of this was a struggle that happened over years, and so it people had to sustain at it and keep going at it. And then the Booker happened, and then it changed. But even so, it's not changing fast enough, as Kanishka is saying. Even today, there are struggles, because it is still difficult to have prizes or awards or fellowships for translations, translators. There are fewer mentoring programs for translators, for instance, to learn the art and science of translation.
My biggest worry is that we can't run an industry or a genre, on the basis of the Booker. I mean, that's like really, really hard to get. Even to enter a book for the, be eligible for the Booker, you have to be published in the UK. And every year, only 2 or 3 books from South Asia translated into English are published in the UK, maybe at the most 4, because they also include poetry, they also include anthologies, which are not eligible for the Booker. And then the publisher has to believe enough in the book to enter it for the Booker. So it is, and my worry is that none of the other prizes in the UK, US, and the prizes in India have any direct impact, or long-term, positive impact on the sales of the book. So, we need some alternatives to the Booker, I mean, because everything cannot be Booker.
But Booker has given a greater impact.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there is interest in short stories now, huge interest in short stories because of Heartland. I'm saying it's very difficult to get the Booker or even be longlisted, shortlisted for the Booker, and many of the books are not published in the UK.
And you were of the opinion that no short story has won till now Booker, and it is very hard.
This is the first one. This is the
first
first selection.
I was very pessimistic, and I was discouraging both Banu ma'am and Deepa from having any high hopes, so I'm guilty of that, yeah.
Banu, this is for you. What made you believe, even you, Deepa, what made you believe that Heartland would win? Because I've been told by them that you were strongly believing from the beginning. So I just want to understand what was going in your mind when you believed strongly that Heartland would win.
At first, when I handed over the book to Deepa to translate, then I never thought that it would go to Booker. I never had any high hopes about it. I just wanted that my book would cross the barriers and it would get wide range of readers. That was only my hope and expectation at the earliest. But Deepa has done well, and it went to right hands. And Kanishka was there. He put all his efforts, and there was, I think, Tara, who also put a lot of efforts towards Stefan and Tara, who are the publishers of and other stories from London, and without out of my reach, our reach, let me say, it was long listed at first, and I was not greatly surprised because I never had any, any celebration of short, long list, because I never knew anything about short list or long list or some such thing. But afterwards, only then people started enjoying, and when the media people started contacting
getting
me,
attention
I
then.
said it is something most important. Then I pursued it. Then it was shortlisted, and further we were invited at London to go and face that competition, to be there on that event. The tour to London was new to me, and while going, I lost my baggage in the transit, and I had some beautiful Mysore silk sarees purchased for the occasion. All of them were lost, and even my medicine was lost. 2 years earlier, I had undergone bypass surgery of my heart, and medicine is a must for me. I cannot skip medicine even for a single day, but my medicine was also lost. I never had clothes to change for the next day. We went there to Central London, and we never knew where we will get the Indian clothes, and we purchased all Western clothes for me, their pant, shirt, coats, everything, and I was most uncomfortable with that dress. And even without medicine, and even without proper clothing, and I was in full negativity, and there was my friend Kanishka, who used to harp every day morning, please, madam, don't have any hopes about it, because till now no short story collection has won this, contest, and only novels. There is a, thought process that novels are literally somewhat higher than the short story collection. And yours is a very good rating, I do approve, but then short story collection, if at all, it has to be one. The Booker people, the jury committee, they are to be very gutsy. I don't think they will be gutsy, and that was all his apprehension, and he transferred it to me day by day. Then I got enraged. I started quarreling with him. I said, if they don't consider my book for the contest, then why did they long-listed it? And why did they short-listed it? Why did they brought on the, there was huge publicity about it. I said, no, I don't want to agree. I don't want to approve. I don't want to fall in line with your thinking, I said. And one day I asked my people to go for sightseeing, and I was all alone at that premises. And then it was a great, tension for me. To diffuse that tension, I prayed, and then I manifested, and I imagined 100 times that our book was selected for Booker, and I went on to the dais, and I was congratulated, and I received the trophy, and I held high the trophy. All this thing was in my imagination only. I imagined hundreds of times, and then I sat, and my silence, I wrote the acceptance speech with that negativity, that I am accepting your award, I am accepting Booker. And I saw the previous accepting speeches of some of the authors, where they were normally, they were emotional, they thanked the Booker people, they thanked him or her, and there was a continuous process of thanksgiving. I thought, I will not do this. I am sure to get the award, I am sure to get the prize, and I am not going only to thank and complete it, because I have come from the background of social movements, and I have come from the soil of Karnataka, and I need to give some solid message when I go over stage. And I started drafting the acceptance speech, and I started writing how a short story is not negligible. I said, no short story is short. You might have seen my acceptance speech. It is 8-minute speech, and it was a big hit. Millions of people saw it. I don't know how all this process happened, how I was out of frustration and out of negativity, I wanted to jump into positivity, and I wrote that speech and imagined and reimagined hundreds of times that I am going to get the prize. At the same thing happened. I got the prize. I went there and received the trophy, and I started directing my acceptance speech. I don't know, it is all out of my frustration.
No, this is wonderful. You turned the pessimism of other people into your optimistic
Into
win.
the
Yeah.
most positive energy.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And Deepa, did you? I know you reached out to Kanishka first with the stories, if I'm not wrong.
He did.
Yes, Kanishka reached out
Yeah.
to you. And did you believe that this would travel across the borders?
Not really. Also, I don't know. I don't think it's, well, at least I can't speak for others, but when I write something or translate something, you don't think of it as a project that will win prizes. Or, of course it is, the International Booker is very welcome and all that, but you don't start off, typing your first translation out, thinking it's going to get published in another country or what. That's not the point at all, right? So that was, I can't write for prizes. That's what, I can't write for some awards, or if it wins an award, if it's shortlisted, longlisted, whatever, that's amazing. But so when I started working on these stories, it was never, there was never a thought that it would work as a book that would go to the bookers. But yeah, glad that it did.
Great. And this question is for the three of you. How can publishers and literary bodies in India treat translators as creative equals? Because we see a gap that the translators are not valued enough. But we need translators to take our stories to the rest of the world. What kind of platform that we can provide? What are the things that we can do to translation in India?
But translators in India, if you look at the contracts with mainstream publishers, everything is split equally. So I don't see where where there is any disparity in what the author is getting and what the translator is getting. Yes, in the UK, US, things work differently, and the publishers have to pay the translator a translation fee, which has been agreed, by the translators association, and that is, it may not be legally enforceable, but if they are getting paid anything less than that, it's unethical, which is why all these publishers are applying for grants all the time. And that's a very hefty fee, and it's a lot more than what publishers in India can afford to pay translators. And like I said, the problem is not lack of funding, lack of initiative, lack of fellowships. Look at what all Ashoka Translation Center is doing. They have so many young students, aspiring translators who are now getting book deals with publishers like Penguin Harper. The problem is that we need UK, US publishers to acquire these books, for the books to be written about in the UK, US markets, to be eligible for the prizes, and there is a lot of reluctance even now.
That is what she's asking, how to coordinate with UK
So
and US publishers.
I think my radical suggestion is that we should set up a publishing house in the UK, US, or maybe a publishing house in the UK, which is focusing
Kanishka,
on which is focused on South Asian literature. And there are agencies. One of the reasons why there is so much interest in and so much interest in writings from the Far East, Japan, Korea, because there are agencies in the UK who specialize in selling translation rights of Korean writers into English, selling rights of Japanese writers. So if you see the number of translations of Japanese and Korean writers and compare it to Indian languages, which have so many languages, there is no comparison. So because they are actively looking for translations, and they are pitching it to publishers. And we also have presses in the UK that focus on specific languages, like something like a Charco Press, you know, they've had a lot of success at the Bookers, you know, a lot of books longlisted, shortlisted for the Booker. They specialize in translations from Spanish into English. And I mean, efforts are being made, you know, so there's a small press called Comma Press, and they are now doing a lot of anthologies, you know, of the stories from Indian languages into English because they have a grant. And this is how Open Letters Press is being able to publish, you know, Fehmida Riaz's book, you know, historical fiction translated by Sana Chaudhary, or now Mehndi Khwaja's, you know, translation of Akhtar Moinuddin, because they have support and funding. So yeah, this support has to be institutional, and I think the government should be involved too, like the state body, the national body. Because in India, it is restricted. The readership is restricted. Publishers are publishing too many books across genres. Now the JCB prize has shut down. It was championing translations. Which are the other prizes that champion translations? And also, like I've also seen with prizes like JCB, despite their huge emphasis on translations and the lot of work they've done for translation, these prizes only help the book that wins the prize, huh? And maybe perhaps the next book by the same author, translator, doer, you know, like, so, you know, when Khalid Javed won the
Khalid
prize,
Javed, yeah.
I'm sure, you know, his next book and the third book will get picked up, you know, and they'll get good advances, him and the translator, even if the translator is different. Same applies to Benjamin, but Benjamin is already like really big because, you know, he's published so many commercially successful books in English too. And when Good Days was published, there was no JCB. But that doesn't like then spill over to other, you know, authors writing in those languages. It doesn't work like this.
So do you, Mautushi and Deepa, agree with Kanishka's pitch that yes, there is enough
I'll give you
infrastructure?
an example, and sorry if I'm throwing you under the bus, Motushi. So after Heartlamp won the Booker, I re-pitched a collection of short stories by a Kannada writer, translated by a very well-known name. I don't want to name names, and Motoshi really believes in the book. But, you know, she could not get it past sales because this is how it works, you know. I mean, it will have an impact. People will be open to reading, but every book will be judged by its own merit, what the market potential is, what the commercial viability is. If publishers are struggling to sell books in the sci-fi space or in the LGBTQA space or any genre, they are going to be reluctant unless the author has a huge following, you know. So this is how it works. At the end of the day, it is a business for the publishers.
So yeah,
See, one of the things that I want to add, I mean, of course, it is very different, as Kanishka says, in the UK and the US when it comes to translations. It is very different in general in the US and the UK, all across, right from the point of submission. It's very difficult for an individual author to even submit a book to a UK editor, right? Because it has to go through an agent. That's a whole different mountain to climb. But when it comes to translations in India, one of the things that is essential from the point of view of a publisher who publishes into translations is to give the translator equal space, right from the point of view of the agreement that you sign. It's a legal agreement that binds both me to the author, but it also binds me to the translator. I am committed to the author to publish her book at a certain time, with a certain kind of attention. I am equally committed to the translator to publish that book and commit to that translator. So the legal agreement has to give space to the translator, equal space. That's the first thing that needs to be done. It is happening. That is happening now. I'm happy to say that that's happening now. The other thing is give the translator space on the book cover. You know, that's also important. Give them that, let them know that we see them. Let the reader know, let the reader see them also. There are international publications happening still where the translators are not carried on the cover. We read a lot of international fiction without knowing that it's at all translated. And the third thing that has to be done is, as publishers, we need to ensure that we are diverse in the kind of narratives that we are putting out there. So as to tell the UK and the US that we have diverse narratives and we have diverse stories, which we do across our languages. If you look at Malayalam, Kannada, Bengali, Kashmiri, Assamese, Gujarati, look at the kind of writing that we have. The stories are already there, you know. So if we provide and give enough emphasis and bring out more translations from other different languages from India, then it tells international publishers that we have that kind of literary heritage. Yeah.
So, you know, one thing that the global recognition for Heart Lamp and Tomb of Sand has done is that now authors, you know, they reach out to me, or their family members reach out to me, or their publishers who have published their books in, you know, Tamil, Kannada, or whichever Indian language, they reach out to me. They are very open to the concept of working with agents. For the longest time, it was the translator who was acting as a scout, who was acting as an advocate, because, you know, I mean, I'm constrained by my linguistic limitations. I don't understand a word of Kannada and so many other languages from which, you know, I'm representing books. And even now, translators do that. They are the first, you know, the biggest advocate and champions. But now authors are very open to working with translators, because like 5-6 years ago, I was forced to do deals where I was only the translator's agent, and then the author was signing a contract directly with the publisher, you know. And that kind of does not incentivize me enough to take on so many projects where the author or the estate is also not bored. Now, authors are very willing to work with agents. They understand their importance. And I give the credit to translators first, translators like Deepa, and then also to the international recognition that, you know, these books have gotten. It's created that awareness amongst translators, authors, that it's important to work with professional agents.
Right, yeah. Thank you. We only have 5 minutes left, so.
And one important thing is what I observed with your discussion, Kanishka, is there will be an eminent author and there will be a very versatile and good translator, and it will be translated into English. Even then, if these two people doesn't have a person like you as an agent, it will not click, right?
Yes, of course.
No, I mean, I'm not like advocating
Yeah,
for myself.
because you will find out a foreign publisher, English publisher, that I and Deepa may not do, will not be able to do it. And this is a teamwork, right? This is a teamwork of an author and a translator, editors, and agent like you.
Yeah, it's a collaborative effort.
Yeah, collaboration. That is what I wanted to say. If you didn't search for some good publisher, yeah, the Heart Lamp would not have clicked. That is also that the importance of an agent also I'm bringing it. That is also very important.
Yes, definitely. I don't think without your strategy and representation, we could go so far. And agency is definitely very important.
Yes.
I agree. And as we have just few minutes left, I'll try to end up with one question, which is a bit controversial, could be if you choose to answer, which is, which Indian language you think has the great scope for going international next? Each of you can choose, just pick one Indian language. Which Indian language has the scope to be sellable globally? I don't mean in commercial terms, but reaching out to global audience.
I don't think that's a very fair question, because
that's why I said it's a bit controversial.
Because every single language has extraordinary stories. It just takes a good advocate, a good translator for it to come out in English or whatever. So I don't think it's fair to pit one language against the other and say this is better or that is not as better. So I'm not sure that's it.
You're taking the trophy home for the answer. You guys have any idea of which language you think would, your favorite?
No, actually, you see, in the Kerala, there are a lot of translation work is going on there. Each and every book will be translated there. And the translation work is going along with the original work there. They work hard. There will be translation of each and every work from Malayalam to English and English to Malayalam. This work is being done rigorously in Malayalam. But you can see Malayalam never, though there are so many literates and a lot of literature is there, it has not reached to global level.
That's because of the publishers, no?
Yes,
They will.
yes,
We are at the whim and mercy. I'm really surprised that a book like Mustache has not been published in the UK.
It's not a fault of the language, it's
Not
the
at
publishers.
all. So, yeah, it's the publisher.
Yeah,
Even,
so we
even
can't blame the
Goat Days is
language on-
also not published. So I think I mean, I can answer. I think
And what is the criteria that a foreign publisher would accept the Indian translation?
sometimes it's only the financials, you know. If a book is very long, then the publisher will have to pay even more money because the translation fee is calculated per word. So sometimes it's just a matter of costing. Sometimes, you know, sometimes the publisher has not had good experience, you know, or has not had success with a work they've published from South Asian language. So this happens in like publishing across the board in India, that if you take on too many, you know, works of science fiction or crime writing, and then something spectacular comes your way, you end up not taking it on. So it's a pity that so many extraordinary, brilliant books, you know, published in many languages of India don't have a publisher in the UK.
Yeah.
Thank you for the wonderful insights, all of you, and thank you everyone for being wonderful audience. We'll move on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco, and GNET Group. So let's move on to the next session. It's presenting by MSIL, Mysore Sales International Limited, on the session Beyond Borders, Multilingual Sensibility in South Indian Literature.
By Jayanth Kaikini, Carlos Tamilavan, K.R. Meera, C. Mrinalini, and B. J. Mohan. And this session will be moderated by Suchitra Ramachandran.
I'm requesting the speakers on stage. Let me give a glance of the events happening in the other venues as well. So, exact agi 11. So, 11 o'clock again. So, nimge Akshara. So, ಆ ಸ್ಟೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಐಯ ಅನಾವರಣ ಸಾಧನ ಮಾಯಾವಿ ಸರ್ವಾಧಿಕಾರಿ. So, this is the topic. So, speakers are like Hemant Rao, Shri Javian, Palak Sharma, Pratibha Nandakumar. ಸೊ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾರಾಟವೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ, ನೇರವಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಥರ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆ ಟೈಮ್ ಸ್ಲಾಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 11 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 11:15 ಸೊ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ವಿವೇಕ್ ಶಾನ್ಭೋಗ್ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ನಂತರ 11:15 ಇಂದ 12 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ರವಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ ತಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಇನ್ನು 12ರಿಂದ 12:30ವರೆಗೂ ಕೂಡ ದೀಪಾ ಬಸ್ತಿಯವರು ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 12:15 ಇಂದ 1 ಗಂಟೆ ಜಯಂತ್ ಕಾಕಿನಿ ಅವರು. ನಂತರ 1ರಿಂದ 1:30ವರೆಗೆ ರೂಪಾ ಪೈ ಅವರು. ಸೊ 1:30ರಿಂದ 2 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿಭಾ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 2 ಗಂಟೆಯಿಂದ 2:30ವರೆಗೆ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಓಲ್ಗಾ ಅವರು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 2:30ರಿಂದ 3 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ MS ಆಶಾದೇವಿ ಅವರು. ಹಾಗೆ 3ರಿಂದ 3:30ವರೆಗೆ ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು. 3:30ರಿಂದ 4 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಸುಜಾತಾ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ ರಾಜು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 4ರಿಂದ 4:30ವರೆಗೆ ಬಿ ಜಯಮೋಹನ್ ಅವರು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ 4:30ರಿಂದ 5 ಇದು ಕೊನೆಯ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಮೀನ್ ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನ ತಾವು ಭೇಟಿಯಾಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸೊ yes, once again, let's call our speakers for the session on Beyond Borders, Multilingual Sensibility in South Indian Literature.
By Jayanth Kaikini, Carlos Tamilavan, K.R. Meera, C. Mrinalini, B. J. Mohan. And this session will be moderated by Suchitra Ramachandran.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome all our speakers on stage. Please be seated. And ma'am, over to you.
No, ma'am, you please sit. Can you please check if your mics work? You want your mics? Check. Good morning. We are here for a session on multilingual sensibilities in Indian literature, South Indian literature. Joining us today is a very eminent and a very diverse panel. We have with us Shri Jayant Kaikni, creative writer, Shri Carlos Tamilavan, who is a creative writer scholar, Shri Jaymohan, writer critic, Shri K.R. Meera, writer, and C. Mrinalini was also a writer critic. So a very diverse panel and a very broad topic is what we have today, multilingual sensibilities in South Indian literature. We were talking about this topic a little bit in a WhatsApp group that was helpfully created for us by the Book Brahma team. And in that conversation, Jayant Kaikni sir said something which I think will be a good foothold to start this conversation with. He said, literature is a window created by writers to connect and understand the human world. So literature is a window through which writers are able to somehow connect with the world. And I think my first question would be, in this window, what is the role of language? It's particularly interesting because in today's panel, we have writers whose mother tongue is not the language that they write in. Jayant Kaikni sir's mother tongue, I think, is Konkani, and he writes in Kannada. Jaymohan's mother tongue is Malayalam, and he writes in Tamil. Might be the case for some of the other panelists, I'm not sure. But what role does the language one writes in play in the literature that they create? What is the relationship between literature and language? I'd be very happy if the creator writers can weigh in on this first. Thank you. So please.
Hello. Namaskara. Good morning. I think by suggesting a very nice question, I have asked for trouble myself. Yeah, that's very, the language, it's a typical Indian problem where what we speak at home is not the language we write in, even otherwise. Konkani, like there are many languages we speak at home, like Konkani, Havyaka, Tulu, Kodava. There are so many, there are so many languages. These are the broader examples I have given. There are hundreds of languages we speak at home. Finer, even in Konkani, there are Goan Konkani, there is Ratnagiri Konkani, there is North Kannada Konkani, there is South Kannada Konkani. Even weddings don't happen because they speak this Konkani and that Konkani. Because then you can't fight in same Konkani. The fluency of fight goes away. See, the point is, it's not, so that's the beauty of it. But the tonality is different, the tonality, the tone. So then when you write, like the Yashwant Chittal, he is a Konkani writer who speaks Konkani at home. So many writers are there. I speak Konkani at home. Vivek Shanbag is a Konkani writer. He speaks Konkani at home. But in our writing, if a Konkani reader reads, he can sense a Konkani tone. He can easily say, Gopal Krishna Pai, he is a Konkani writer. He can sense. And again, there are two different Konkanis. My Konkani is different than Gopal Krishna Pai, Yashwant Chittal's, and Shanbag's Konkani. But so that even difference can also be made out. See, this way, there's a different kind of a role, language role playing happens. But that is the beauty of it. And this is a challenge, I think, for a writer. And I remember when we were very small kids, before we could go to school and learn in Kannada school, our parents will talk in Kannada to hide something from us. Avanige idu kodudu beda and all. Because they thought we will not understand it. But we understood already because we were playing with the kids who talked in Kannada. So like this, Kannada was a language of secret. See, this kind of a thing, that is the beauty of a language. So that's how I think the language is a very language becomes a element of communication. That's why I'm telling language comes into the. If I'm alone, there is no language, there is no story. Moment the language comes, there is another person. Many times people think the communication means he is communicating with the world. What is that world? There is another person. When he is writing, the reader is unseen, reader is anonymous, but he is another person. People don't imagine there is another person. So the language means there is a society, it's a human world again. So I think I'm talking too much about it, but others should also add to it.
Language as a window to the human world is a great thought. Can anyone add to this, please?
Who? Yeah. Pardon?
To human thought. Why do
language and literature. I am reading a book now. Language Instinct. The title of the book is Language Instinct by a professor from Harvard University. Very interesting book. He says language is a part of our body. Just like your eyes, ears. Language also functions like that. And he is a cognitive psychologist. He teaches linguistics and psychology together. The interesting part is he does a lot of tests on the brain by putting cathode and such things, and he is making people speak and record the reaction on the brain. When we speak a language or when we recite a poem, the left hemisphere brightens. And your right hand and left brain are linked. Such, very interesting things are written there. And he is going on writing a lot of books. If you put your finger on the computer and press for the YouTube channel, is Pinker, Stephen V-E-N, Stephen Pinker. Very quite interesting scholar. And he bases everything on Chomsky. Some of you might have a lot of YouTubes by Chomsky calling America as a terrorist state. He is an American and world famous linguist. We all studied linguistics during our post-graduation or above that. And I think, you can, with 2-3 sentences, you can, come around and go to everyone. So instead of asking somebody to speak elaborately, what I want to say is, linguistics, this language and brain are linked together. As we think, language is not something very, trivial. It is a very important part of humanity. And he says, basing on Chomsky's linguistics, there is one root from that all world languages come. So many things, I don't want to take others' time.
The human element to language, I think that's a very well-made point, because there is so much that speaks to the commonality between languages.
Between languages.
I'll return to the question about writing in a language other than one's mother tongue. So Jemon sir, your mother tongue is, so even Carlos sir, you are from Kumari district, which is also a border region.
I that experience is quite interesting. I studied.
So maybe I'll come back to that in a little bit.
Yeah, one point. Okay. I studied from Trivandrum, now called Thiruvananthapuram. Tamil MA in Thiruvananthapuram. So you can understand the link between Malayalam and Tamil. And I was born in a village, he knows, Padmanabhapuram. It was the capital of the erstwhile Triangur state, which was ruled by the Malayalam kings, just like Mysore king. So India was very different. Then I went to Tirunelveli. There DMK was talking about some kind of identity. Then I migrated to Bangalore to understand Kannada. Now I just taught in a department for 25 years about Tamil literature through Kannada. So I have link with all the languages. So
Truly
you can go on to the other persons.
But how does writing in a language that's not your mother tongue work? Can you please reflect on that, sir?
My mother tongue is Malayalam, and I am writing in Tamil. People used to ask me, what is the language of my mind? I cannot say that, because sometimes it is Malayalam and sometimes it is Tamil. Sometimes I am imagining in Malayalam and writing in Tamil, and sometimes I am imagining in Tamil, and surprisingly I am writing in Tamil. So it's going on, it's a very complicated thing. But I claim myself as a writer from Nanjal Nadu, not from Tamil Nadu or from Kerala. So we have a very unique culture. I want to say an incident. A few years back, a person from my Nanjal Nadu, he is a very important Tamil writer. His name is Kumaraselva. He is a very native person. He talked in a literary seminar about some literary issues in his own language, in his own dialect. Immediately somebody asked me to translate it into Tamil. Actually, he was talking in Tamil. So what is the difference? It has a unique style which is very close to Malayalam. So writing in Tamil and imagining in Malayalam creates a very different, very strange effect, which can be called a strange style. We can easily create humor with the element of another language. We can easily create new dictions and new way of expressions if you have another language in your mind. And the third thing is, we have a set of writers in Nanjal Nadu, me, Nanjal Nadan, and even young writers also. We rarely use the common cliches of Tamil mainland. The mainland often fall into cliches because we have another language in our mind. We can easily observe the cliches they use without knowledge in their language. So we can easily avoid these cliches. So a multilingual writer is a blessing. We have our own cultural area to narrate. We have our own imagination to narrate something. And we can use our language in a different way.
That's a very important thing. That's a very curious thing in Indian literature. Once I visit Sikkim, the hotel person said there is nearly 60 languages there in Sikkim. It's a very tiny state, you know. Then I was surprised and I asked him, so then which language you are using to connect with these 60 languages? And he said he is using Nepali language to connect these 60 languages. Because the Nepalis are doing business with these 60 languages. So it's a very, very, very cute Indian thing that we think in another language, we write in another language, and that you translate it into another language. So if I want to understand my work properly, I have to read it in English. Thank you.
There is, I think, another dimension. One is where your mother tongue is not, your mother tongue is one language and you write in another language. The other is when you are writing in your own mother tongue, like K.R. Meera ma'am, but you populate or you situate your work in different parts of, other places where other languages are spoken. Like Arachar is, I think, set in Bengal, and The Poison of Love is set in Vrindavan. Even Jayant Kaikni, sir, your Mumbai stories, you lived in Mumbai for a good part of your life. So you come from almost 3 cultures, Konkani, Kannada, and to some extent the Mumbai culture, as we call it. Your stories, sir, have also been set in Telugu film industry, which is a very different. So how does this sort of, when you write, when you try to inhabit another lingual space, how do you write it? How do you learn about another language culture? How does it translate into the writing? How do you change as a result of it? Can you reflect on this a little bit? Thank you.
Hello, good morning. It's very easy because human beings are the very same everywhere in the world. And there are only a few permutation combinations of human emotions and conditions all over the world among the human beings and this species. And you can understand, even without knowledge, as Tamilvan sir said, languages in our body, we have a body language as well. So, which enables us to communicate with others who don't speak our language. And I want to point out that we are all speaking about this multilingual sensibility across borders and all, assuming that these languages we write in were born on such and such date when the nation decided that the states were constituted on the basis of language. It is not like that. The languages were there, the cultural elements, the geographical conditions, the historical situations which shaped those languages were already there. It exists like that even now, even after the division of states happened. So I would say that Malayalam, I read Malayalam Quran recently, and one sentence which struck me is that Adil Manusha Rashi Oratta Samudayamayirunnu. I think all the South Indians here will understand this even without translation. Adil, that is, in the beginning, the whole mankind was just one society. So naturally, if we were one society, we would be having the same language. And when we started traveling, we were divided into groups. We were nomads, hunters, gatherers, fishermen, sailors, and we started traveling to different parts of the world, speaking the same language, but acquiring new words and new emotions on the way, depending on the situations, depending on the geography, depending on the plants, animals they came across. Okay, so my new work, that is, the book is in the oven, right now in the oven, has its background in Kazakhstan. So you should you will ask why Kazakhstan on Kazakhstan. But I found out that the Central Asia and the nomads from Central Asia who crossed the Hindu Kush and came into India, and even before they occupied different parts of India, they came to Kerala also. And they brought their own words as well. Most of the words, most of the food we eat, most of the terms we use to denote different day-to-day activities in Kerala are not from Kerala. So they came from different parts of the world. God knows from which part, because they were kind of Greeks, Africans, Arabs, and Central Asian people, Iranians, who else, no? So all these words are ingrained in this, and we are already in a multilingual. We have already closed, as a species, the humankind has already crossed the linguistic barriers in each and every stage of our development is what I am, what my belief is. And I would share with you something which surprised me when I was in Kazakhstan. For example, they call the word Bala. Bala is for denotes child there also. The word Nasar, it denotes kind of drishti, or they have a custom also to protect from evil eye. They make certain, this Nasar Kavach, no? The drishti Kavach things there also. So I think all these rituals, all these superstitions, all these beliefs, many of the things associated with religious customs which we think it is our own jnana, it is our own vijnana, are not ours at all. They belong to the whole mankind. They came to us because those who had found out, discovered, invented them, traveled all the way to reach us, reach this part of the country, or reach this part of the land, and shared it with us.
So can I say, even if you write in Malayalam, you are at heart
Even
a
if I write in
multilingual writer?
Malayalam, I can understand what Bengali at the other part of the country will undergo. And I will say that it is easy for me as a woman to write about the plight of the women across the country, across the world, because we women of all centuries share the same kind of emotional plethora.
Great. I'll maybe go back a little bit. Yeah. No, that was, but I wanted to, say it in a way that will elicit the answer from you. We were talking earlier, I think, about borders. So earlier we were talking about how some writers here are from border regions and the role of the border region in cultivating this linguistic felicity. And you said, well, Telugu almost has no borders. There's been this porousness all through history. So can you shed some light on this? Historically, classically, how have our languages been? How close or how distinct have our languages been?
I'll just say something. It's not just languages. I was talking about literatures. Apart from languages, which I think Carlos sir is the most eligible person to talk about the linguistic aspect of it, I'll be talking about the literatures across borders, because now we are talking about Kannada, Tamil, Telugu and Malayalam being separate because of the linguistic states. But in olden days, all the languages were just together. Geographically, of course, there was some space, but you can't call them borders the way you define it now. So now I would actually say that it was borderless. All our Indian languages were practically borderless at that point of time. Since we are confined to the South Indian languages, what I would like to say is, when I'm talking about literature, you can see how one language sentiment, because the whole point was actually sentiments, multilingual, we are talking about sensibilities, right? Sensibilities crossed over to other languages. So, and I can't take away the Bhakti movement from it if I want to talk about literatures. So the first thing was the Bhakti movement, which started in the 7th, 8th centuries in Tamil Nadu, Alvars and Nainars. And then you have Shankaracharya from Kerala. You already have 2 languages there. And then you have from 10th century, you have 11th rather, Basaveshwara, with Veerashaivism. And you see 3 major religious sects happened one by one from the 7th century onwards. And they all permeated into the rest of the languages. See, and in 10th century you have Ramanuja from Sriperumbudur, Tamil Nadu. But whom did he influence? He influenced not just the Tamilians. He influenced Annamacharya to Tyagaraja. The Visishtadvaita was what actually taken up in their compositions. You can see that. And when you talk about Alvars and Nayanars in Tamil Nadu, in 16th century, Sri Krishna Deva Raya, who ruled from Hampi, his mother tongue was Tudu. He was Kannada Samrajyaneta. He wrote only in Telugu. He only patronized Telugu poets. And he himself wrote a kavya called Amukta Malyada, which is about a Andal. You can see Krishna Deva Raya himself had 4 languages in him. He didn't write about Telugu poet, he wrote about Goda Devi, Kodai, or Chudugurtananchar, whichever way you call her. So he wrote in his kavya, he was talking about Tamil, Alvar, and he was actually ruling Kannada Samrajya from Hampi, and he was a Telugu writer. And all his poets were only Telugu. So where are the borders there? And in the 11th century, when you have Veerashaiva originated from this place, Karnataka. But of course, Palkurki Somanatha is the person that comes to my mind. While Basaveshwara had his Anubhava Mantapa, where everybody was there, all casteless, genderless society, he tried to reform. You know what a reformer he was. Especially Kannadigas, I don't have to tell who Basaveshwara is. So, did anybody in Kannada write his biography? Basaveshwara's Vachanas, we all recite even now. It was a Telugu poet who wrote the biography of Basaveshwara. Palkurki Somanatha of the 12th century, he was very much influenced by Mallikarjuna Panditaraja, who himself was Ekalavya disciple, I would say, of Basaveshwara. So from him he learned that, and Mallikarjuna Panditaraja told Palkurki Somanatha about Basaveshwara, and Palkurki Somanatha ended up writing his magnum opus, Basava Puranam, in Telugu. First time you have a Puranam about a contemporary human being, contemporary hero of the society, contemporary hero who went against Vaidika Mata, and he was talking about Veerashaivam, a new sect altogether. So here I'm already saying Kannada and Telugu are mingling so easily. So Palkurki Somanatha, and then even Nannaya, our own Adikavi Nannaya, who wrote Mahabharata with him, who was the Krishna, he called himself Arjuna, and he called Narayana Bhattu his Krishna, as in Kurukshetra war. What Krishna did to Arjuna, helped Arjuna, how. Similarly, Narayana Bhattu is helping me in writing this Mahabharata. That Narayana Bhattu was a Kannada poet. So, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, these were actually the boundaries that we formed later. And in Malayalam, you have Manipravala. Manipravala is a genre. And what Manipravala, mingling of 2 languages, that is very much evident from the first kavya of Telugu. So Manipravalam is a common feature of Malayalam and Telugu literatures. So across, even if I can go even up to 17th, 18th centuries, where you have Tanjavur, where you have Nayaka Rajas, and you have even Pratapasimha, later Maratha king, ruling Tanjavur, all their court poets were Telugu. None of them were Tamil, though it was based in Tanjavur. So you have the first feminist women poet, Muddupalani, in Pratapasimha's court. So he was a Maratha king, and she was a Telugu poet in his court. So you see, across, if you see, there are a lot of parallels, but these 3 languages were mingling all the time. Of course, Tamilians had Nayanars and Alvars, and Kannada has, and Malayalam, of course, they had the Shankaracharya, and then Tamilians had Ramanuja too. But unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it, Telugu never had an indigenous religious movement. So Telugu was actually taking all religions from other parts. It never had an indigenous religious movement. Absorption. That is the best thing about their language and literature. You can also give a negative connotation to it. Depends upon your point of view. But that is what Telugu is. That's what I'm saying.
It makes any language very alive if it is able to absorb the influences.
Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, no. Thank you so much. This is very helpful to have this sort of a very broad historical overview. What this helps, I think, us in when we read the literatures today, the modern literatures today, I think we are also able to appreciate how close our cultural underpinnings are through this. But maybe I will just ask.
Let me ask you one question, ma'am. Yeah. Do these cultural underpinnings end or begin with that? If you go a little beyond this, we can say that we can see that Teri Gatha, written by the Buddhist monks, not sannyasins, no? They were actually the first feminist.
I was talking about Telugu only.
Yeah,
so
yeah. Even I know the thing. No?
Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, but everything came from that also. So we always forget about the Buddha tradition and Jaina tradition, which preceded all these religious movements. And we lose a lot of imaginations and, what should I say, recordings of the human conditions in those times.
But to follow from that,
1 minute. We can continue certain things, raised by Mrinalini about Telugu. Now, after independence, there is another characteristic, that is languages become an identity.
that was my next question, but
Yeah.
please continue.
So, Tamil is an identity. Kannada is an identity. So, one identity is fighting with another identity. Marathi identity. So, how does it come about? How you are saying, Telugu, everything was absurd. Even in Tamil, during that period, before independence struggle, that is 19th century, 18th century, Puranams were written. Basava Puranam is translated into Tamil also. Kannada, it was originally written in Kannada, I think. Telugu. So it is very famous in Kannada. So one Purana goes to other languages also. There was no language barrier. Now, language becomes another reality, another political reality. Making use of that language, you can capture power. How does it come about? How it evolved into another reality? If we talk about that, because recently there were some controversies, which language came from which language and all that, all these things came. So if we are able to talk about that, don't you think?
I think we can focus on the literatures.
Not controversial things.
No, one way to focus this question is to ask, in many languages, there is a strain of having a pure language movement. In Tamil, we have, of course, Tanithamizhiyakam. I'm sure other languages have this to some extent. My question is, to what extent do they enrich the language? Language, for example, Kotravai, which J. Mohan has written, is entirely in pure Tamil. I would like to know if, I think any of you can answer. If you may, yes, sir, please, sir.
Yeah, the pure Tamil,
Jayant Kaikni, sir,
as a professor in Tamil and working in Kannada, pure Tamil movement came for some purpose. In 16th century, in Kannada also, there was a pure Kannada movement. So not only in Tamil.
But how does that affect the literature? How does that enrich our literature? Can we please talk about that?
No, as far as I am concerned, we all, during our young days, we all became members of that movement. But later, we all left it. That happened in my case.
Jayant, sir, you had a point?
Maybe because there was some constraint, there were some rigid rules. But I have never seen, Jayakanthan has written a very good story about this pure Tamil movement. There is a man always, rocking the chair. He is a pure Tamil movement member. He is always rocking the chair. He is depicted as a kind of psychological case by Jayakanthan, a Tamil writer. Nobody bothered about it. Nobody, wanted to beat him or anything. But I have seen no pure Tamil movement man has written any good creative literature. That's my point of view. Jay Mohan.
I support Tamilavan. In my outlook, I would definitely say two things. One is purity and another clarity. These are the wrong words in literature. There is no pure literature or pure language. Actually, mixing and contaminating is good thing in literature. And second thing, ambiguity is the way of literature,
Right.
not the clarity.
Not clarity.
So I always support these two ideas, not purity, no clarity. So I am using my multi-language skill to create ambiguity, not clarity.
Great.
But at the same time, you know.
One main thing, I wrote 2 or 3 works in pure Tamil. One is Kottavai, as mentioned by Sujitra. But I used it as a literary device to create a particular text. I never used a pure language throughout my career. For our next novel, I used a common language, which is very, very interconnected with other languages. So I never support any kind of purity moments, even in language or religion or morality also. Thank you.
Great. Jain sir?
I think I have some time.
Yes, we have time. We have a lot of time.
See, because I think the language, we are talking about language. I think for a writer, experience is the language. Because he is doing to evoke an experience. See, recently I met a very senior woman, Rajalakshmi N. Rao, who wrote most modernist stories in early 50s, then stopped writing in Kannada, who then later became a sannyasin, and now she is still in Mysore. Recently her book of collection has come, first collection anthology has come by her readers, published. She recently I met, she said some word, fleeting word, say, each person has his own capacity to receive love and give love, something she said. It has stayed with me, capacity to receive love and capacity to give love, something like that. See, in the same way, the language also has its own capacity to receive love and capacity to give love. And I like that statement. It has a lot of enigmatic, that something is there. I'll give you a couple of things which I experienced in my native place, Gokarna. It is a pilgrim place, Punya Kshetra, where people come from all states, Tamil Nadu, Malayalam, and everywhere, Telugu Desam, everywhere. Because in childhood, people used to come in tourist buses. So I have heard Tamil, Telugu in tourist places. So all languages I could hear. And there was a sadhu in our place. He was a Mauni sadhu. He never talked. He used to come for, asking for afternoon, for rice and for everybody. Because he was a sadhu. Everybody used to give him. We used to envy him because he used to have food from everybody's house of different taste. Anna, Saru and everything. So he will come and my mother would give him very fresh food. Like that he will go to everybody's house and then he will eat. There was a temple near our house. We used to go there to study, me and my friend. We used to go there. His name was Kantha, my friend. We'll go there to study and we'll play there actually. We'll go there. And this sadhu, that Mauni sadhu, he will not talk to anybody. In his sleep he was talking. When he was sleeping, in his sleep he was talking, sleep talking. So, but we could not make out what he was talking. That was very interesting. Then my friend was telling me, actually he's talking to the God, he said. He's talking to the God, so we can't understand it. Deva Bhashe, he said. ಅದು ದೇವ ಭಾಷೆ, ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ದೇವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅವನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಐ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಥಾಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ. ಐ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಹಿಮ್, ಹೌ ಯು ನೋ? ಹಿ ಸೆಡ್, ಐ ನೋ. ಸೊ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ವಿ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್, we also know ದೇವ ಭಾಷೆ. See, it is something different. It's something where, so I think language is not the goal. Language is a mean. Language is trying to liberate human, a humanizing moment. An individual's humanizing moment help that person or character to humanize use the language there, and just language, he has to drop that language and evolve. So that's all. The language job is done, and the characters evolve, abandoning the language. That's what I feel. That's what I do in my stories. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So language is not the mean. Language it's a mean. I mean, it is not the goal. Sometimes we harp unnecessarily on language thing. Language is there. It's a way. It's like it's a traffic. You use it as a vehicle, but goal is something else. So that's how it happens. So I always feel, because there are so many things. Experience is the thing. Experience. Literature's main purpose is experience. Like we used to use ink pen. All of us have used in our childhood, shy pen. And we used to have only one ink pen all through the school. And it used to leak invariably. All our fingers were blue. Whatever you do, whichever soap you use, we used to use even bar soap. That blue will not become clean. But after Ganji Uta, it will become very clean. After using Ganji Uta, it will be very clean. So I still feel that ink has gone into our blood. And that ink is making us write still. See, these things, these experiences, these are the ones, not ideologies, not consciously, picked up, informations. No, these things which are there, which humanizes, these are the ones. And there were amateur, like amateur Yakshagana in our, like you have Kathakali in this thing, Yakshagana events, they happen. Not the professional ones, the school teacher, the tailor, the cycle repair wala, the mechanic, they all, once in a while, they make Yakshagana. They come, they sit in the makeup room, green room. There is a small mirror, they sit in front of them, small mirror. They remove their shirt, they remove their lungi, they start doing makeup. It is not as exotic as Kathakali makeup, but they do their own makeup. As you watch, slowly, Sudhanva comes out of that small mirror. We are more fond of looking in the, at being in the green room than watching the main show. Because we could see a school peon becoming Sudhanva, a English professor becoming a Krishna, somebody else becoming a Duryodhana, and they all emerged from the small mirror in a small green room, and they took us to another exotic world. And they, we came back to the routine. So these experiences, that is what literature meant to us. That's what literature is meant to be. I think we have come a bit away from that. I'm not talking about our discussion. I'm talking about in today's times. We have gone to a space where we have come to the utility value of literature, different kind of a thing. Sometimes I was telling my friends yesterday, there are more writers. It's good in a way, but there are more writers than readers. And there are more awards than writers. This ratio, it's very, it's good. It all should happen. But in which way? When I meet writers who have not read books. They don't read books. I met a writer, if I tell him, at least you read one generation earlier readers, he says, no sir, then I'll lose my originality, he says. What should I tell him? I tell him, if you want to, drive, you should learn driving, Baba. If you want to become a driver, you should learn at least learn medical science. Yes, then it's the same way. Science and arts are not different. It's the same way. Many people think arts and science are different. No, they are not different. Same way. This is just like medical science. Both are trying to know and understand and reduce human predicament, human pain. It's the same thing. See, this is how it is. It is a skill. It is a science. Learn, read, think. So that's how it is. So I think I will not take more time.
Wonderful,
so
sir. Thank you. On that note, I think we are almost at the end of our session. Do we have time for audience questions? Are any organizers here? It's 11:45. 5 minutes. there are any questions, we can, do we have time
So
for
I
questions?
have to say one thing about Mr. Tamilavan told about the identity politics. I think if a writer has a predefined identity as a Tamil or Kannada, he is not a writer. A writer is writing to define his identity through his writing. So I am not a Tamil, I am not a Malayali, and I am not an Indian. I don't belong to any identity. I am creating my identity through my writing. So I am expecting a writer to create his identity through his writing.
Yes, I would like to add one more thing to that. I agree with him, what he said. He is trying to express his identity through his writings. But if someone asks you to write in Kannada only or Tamil only to express your identity, then that is debatable, then that's questionable. There is this question of choice of language as well, the freedom to choose one's own language, one's own culture as well, to how to express ourselves.
See, if I can train myself for 6 months, I can start to write in English very well. So I'm comfortable in Tamil, so that's why I'm writing in Tamil. But you know, I'm writing in Malayalam also.
But
Nearly
what if your
6 hours
government says that you should write in Tamil only? All Tamilians, all Tamil
If somebody says to me that I have to write like this or like in a language, my duty is not to write. My duty is to fight.
then that is the fighting. That exactly is a way of fight, to write in other languages as well, sir. That's my...
I personally think we write in the language we are more comfortable with. We write in that language because I express myself best in Telugu. Why do I write in Telugu? Maybe I can write in English. There are sometimes when a few phrases actually appear in English in my mind. But when I write, I don't write in English. I turn it into Telugu. Like somebody was saying that they were somebody thinking of some other language. It may happen. But why do we write in the language? Because we love the language. We are able to express ourselves best.
Yes, ma'am, I'm not disputing that. I'm pointing out, or I'm worried about a situation whether some other people will be commanding or demanding in which language you should write and think and read.
Then I agree
and
with Jayakant. We have to fight.
We have to fight. And that's a fight I am.
That is what you were talking about, the purity of language.
So there
in
is,
Telugu too,
there comes the identity of the language.
Yeah.
There comes the identity of language, and there only comes the identity of language. That is what meaning.
That's the identity I was talking about when you're talking about purity. Purity of language, it wasn't actually purity. That word was not used in Telugu, but was a standard language was used in Telugu earlier. So Pramanika Bhasha. So everybody used to write in coastal Telugu dialect. And only for the past 30 years, people have started writing in their own area, language, the linguistic dialect of theirs. So that is because they're most comfortable with it. And it was not accepted earlier. Like in China, when I was asking one of the professors there, how many languages do you have? He said 52. Then I said, so you have 52 types of books? He said, no, everybody writes in Mandarin. No book is accepted if anybody writes in their local language. Luckily for India, we are very, very fortunate that we write in our own dialect and we get away with it and we are appreciated. So there is nothing like a purity of language. That's what I wanted to say once again.
One question from the audience.
Well, we all admit that there are reasons and probably more positive movements which have been divisive, giving us separate linguistic identity. We all agree language should not be a barrier, right? So can we have, at least in the southern level, can we have a movement where we can collate, find out, probably put us in a structured way, a glossary for all the 4 South Indian languages, which can eventually lead for better understanding one another and better common literature and probably a common dialect. Can we?
Well, that's a good idea, but I think the Book Brahma organization is doing the same.
Yes, I request Book Brahma to have a translators bank for South Indian languages, where you can take loan of one translator for one language, and that will be wonderful, no? A bank of translators.
We did not even get into translation today, but this was a wonderful panel anyway. I thank the panelists for their time. Thank you very much.
I thought
ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2025 ಇದರ ಈ ದಿನದ 3ನೇ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಇದೀಗ ನಡೆಯಲಿದೆ.
ಸೊ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಹೈಲೈಟ್ಸ್, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಸ್ 2024 ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಷಯನೇ. ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಇದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಿದೆಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಈಗಲೂ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕಳೆದ ಬಾರಿ ನಮಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸೋಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಹೊಸ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗಿರುವಂಥ ಫಾಲೋವರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಅಥವಾ ವ್ಯೂಸ್ಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸೊ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಆಗಿ 90,254 ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಅಷ್ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಡೀಲ್. ಸೊ ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ಸ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಆ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಯಾವುದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಿರಬಹುದು ಅಥವಾ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ವೆನ್ಯೂಲ್ ನಡೆಯುವಂಥ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಗಳಾಗಿರಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇಂಪ್ರೆಷನ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 4.5 million. ಸೊ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಮೈಲ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್, ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ವೈಡ್ 30+ ಕಂಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಿಷಯ ಅಲ್ವೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ವ್ಯೂವರ್ಸ್ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡೋ ಸಂಗತಿ, ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಆಫ್ 20 to 45 ಏಜ್ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಇರುವಂಥ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದು ತೋರಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಲಕ್ಷಣಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ 2025 ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಪೋರ್ಟಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ನಂಬಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಮುಂದೆ ನಡೆಯುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಹರಿವು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ವಿಷಯ ಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ, ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ.
ಇದು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಸುಗತಾ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ರಾಜು ಅವರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಕರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಸಯೀದ್ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ತಮ್ಮ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸೋಣ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ, ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ, ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ our partner Harivu Creations. So speakers Sugata Srinivas Raju in conversation with Vikar Ahmad Syed. So please, you are requested. Okay, so in the meanwhile, just I need a small time to get ready. So in the meanwhile, let me go through the events happening in the other stages as well. So total we have 8 stages. One is Mantapa, the other is Mathana, Akshara, Angala, Mukhamukhi, Anavarana, Pustaka, and the last is Chinnaraloka. So let's see the next session which is happening in Mukhamukhi, that is at 12 o'clock. I mean right now it is happening with Ravi Mantri. The next from 12:30 to 1 o'clock it is with Jain Kakini. And in Chinnaraloka it is already started from 11 onwards itself, and the next session is at 12 o'clock. It is Akshara Mattu Hale, Pustaka Preeti, ink and pages celebrating the love of books. So complete ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮೂಲಕನೇ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೀಮಾ ಕಾರಂತ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ನಡೆಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಮಕ್ಕಳೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಕಲಿಯುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಸ್ಪದವೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಆರ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್.
ಬಯೋಗ್ರಫಿ, ಮೆಮೊರಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಪ್ರರಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಈ ವಿಚಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸುಗತಾ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ರಾಜು ಇನ್ ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ವಿತ್ ವಿಕಾರ್ ಅಹಮದ್ ಸಯೀದ್.
Sir, you're most welcome. Please, sir.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this event. It's a great honor and privilege for me to be in conversation with Sugata, my senior peer in journalism. If I've been known to ramble, so I jotted down a few points, and I'd like to read these out. It'll take me a few minutes, but it'll provide a good background for our conversation. I have known Sugata from the time I became a journalist 17 years ago. Sugata was in Outlook at that time, and as a young journalist, I used to follow his work meticulously. Often when I thought that I was working on an enterprising exclusive story, I would later realize that Sugata had already worked on it, which was quite a bummer for me. Yeah. We kept in touch as he later became the editor of 2 leading Kannada broadsheets and headed a prominent news channels. By this time, I'd read 2 of his books, Keeping Faith with the Mother Tongue and Pickles from Home, the words of a bilingual. A great deal of the material for those early books was based on his journalism. But Sugata's strength lay in providing a deeper layer of meaning in these essays, drawing from his wide readings of literature and history, his understanding of the importance of culture. A lot of us tend to forget that, His attempt at looking beyond ideological constraints, which is always tough for people to do, and his anchoring in the bilingual world of Kannada and English. For any journalist, this output would have been remarkable and would have been sufficient to ensure some kind of immortality along with the tag of a scholar. But as many of us would realize later, this was just the beginning. A few years later, Sugata had forsaken the hurly-burly grind of daily journalism to begin his work on the biography of Devegowda. I recall that we had a conversation, and then Sugata told me, "All I want to do is write books, Vikhar, that's all." I still recall the certitude of that statement. And having read his past 3 books carefully, I must say that you have redeemed that covenant that you made with yourself, Sugata. A lot of people can't say that. But the way, the spectacular way in which you have done it is remarkable. The sheer number of words that you write daily is phenomenal, and this includes your political columns for 2 prominent English broadsheets. It's a great honor that someone of your intellectual caliber resides in Bangalore, If we leave aside the early collections of essays which are noteworthy on their own and have acquired great value for their contemporary insights, some in the audience may be familiar with the recent 3 books that Sugata has published over the past 4 years. The first one was the biography of former Prime Minister H.D. Devegowda, titled Furrows in the Field, The Unexplored Life of H.D. Devegowda, which tenaciously resurrected the life and legacy of the former PM who was not given his due. In this, Sugata's efforts were concentrated intensively on constructing the architecture of Devegowda's life. And for me personally, as a reporter in Karnataka, the book was valuable as this deep, exhaustive exploration provided an overview of Karnataka's political history. Because Devegowda's political career is coterminous with the political trajectory of Karnataka. His book on Rahul Gandhi, Strange Burdens,
was novel in its methodology and was a ruminative, book-length political commentary on the politics and persona of Gandhi. The analytical method of Srinivas Raju in this book is interesting, as he does not rely or claim access to some private sources like other journalists do. Instead, he thoroughly dissects and scrutinizes everything that is in the public domain. The book was audacious, as it was not a book of reportage, but it was an extended exegesis of a public personality. His latest book is titled The Conscience Network, a chronicle of resistance to a dictatorship. I've been reading that over the past few days. I just finished reading it late last night. It's a fantastic book. I mean, many other adjectives come to mind, but as a non-fiction narrative, it's an extremely powerful book. If his past two books were on prominent public figures, this doorstopper of a book, it's more than 500 words, 500 pages, is not about a powerful political figure, but is about how a group of feisty young men and women built a network of resistance because their conscience compelled them to challenge the might of a dictatorship, despite the grievous price that they would have to pay for this. The resistance movement was attempting to find a sliver of light in the massive shadow that Indira Gandhi had cast. Considering the impact of the emergency and the resistance to it, Sugata chose to pick up a slice of it in distant America and write a fantastic book about this saga of which most of us were ignorant. I was certainly ignorant about this. And as a journalist, as a writer, what was significant for me was that the methodology of all these three books was significantly different from each other. Right? So that will be my first question then. When you set out to write a book, right, are you conscious that I'm going to choose a particular method? Because with Deve Gowda, you were intensively focused on ferreting out material about this one person. So all your energies were on building this biography. With Rahul Gandhi, which I don't know which among your three books, I think that's the most interesting book in terms of the way you've written it. Right? And with this new book, again, you've sort of switched methods. The cast is wider. The sources are scattered. Right? And this is not about a prominent person, but in sort of, I mean, to draw from your Rahul Gandhi book, they were karmically connected somehow. So yeah, so when you start writing a book, or do you or when you contemplate, you know, a large body of writing, what is your method?
Thank you, Vikar. You've been excessively generous. I have to first thank you for that. And you've been a fantastic journalist yourself. So peer-to-peer, I think when it comes from you, I am far more, it makes me far more happy, I should say. I mean, I do cringe because you are so generous with your appreciation of my books.
No, I'm being very sincere.
No, I mean, you're also, I mean, as a
and I understand when you say from a peer, I'm honored that you recognize me as a peer.
You're a fantastic
but I sort of, I wonder whether, I'd be able to ever write so much.
No, I mean, you've been doing significant long-form journalism, which I have been reading, and let me admit, I've been also learning from that. So we have worked side by side in Karnataka, and I'm sure you will be writing fantastic books going forward. But the first question that you asked me about methodology, it's something that I've not been very conscious about. See, when you look at I'm not someone who goes with a certain kind of prejudice into a book. I don't try to prejudge somebody or something. So that is the reason why all my writing has been a bit of narrative history, right? So I don't prejudge and say, okay, let me do this for this book. So I wait until the material starts speaking to me. For example, with the Deve Gowda book, I had to look at the kind of archival material that existed about Deve Gowda. For instance, the kind of material that was available in Bangladesh, or in the Northeast, or in Kashmir, or in say Gujarat or Madhya Pradesh or wherever that Deve Gowda had worked, when that material came before you, and you are not myopic where you're looking at just somebody's caste, somebody's English, somebody's accent. It's a very, I would say, a very narrow way of looking at something. So I just waited for material, say in the Nehru Memorial Library, or the Cabinet Notes, or the National Archives. When I started looking at the kind of material that there was, I immediately understood one thing, that this man had been treated with extraordinary prejudice. And then I started asking myself, this is my academic training. Why could that kind of prejudice have, why was there that prejudice? Was it because of caste elements, or was it because of class elements, or was it because of his inability to be in power for a long duration? Because my one thing has been very certain in my thinking, which is that any kind of history that you leave behind, the legacy that you leave behind, any kind of remembrance that you try to create for yourself, happens with this invisible scaffolding of power, executive power. And whoever in contemporary Indian history has had the longer durations, has held power, executive power for longer durations, have been able to create greater remembrance for themselves. So obviously, a VP Singh, or a Gujral, or a Deve Gowda, or a Charan Singh, or a Morarji Desai, have their legacies have made to look like it's been ridiculous. See, you can have difference of opinion with those people. You may not agree with their political ideology, but you cannot just dismiss them as some kind of village bumpkins or someone obsessed with something else. All said and done, they were there in the political stream for 4 decades, 5 decades. And this was their pinnacle movement, becoming prime minister. And they did not get there just by, loitering around or being village bumpkins. In fact, I was damn surprised. I was really surprised when I read the oral history interviews of Jyoti Basu in the Nehru Memorial Library and Museum, which has now become PMML. It's no longer Nehru Memorial Library. So when I read that, I realized it was not Deve Gowda who wanted to be prime minister. It was the left which wanted to make him prime minister. And Jyoti Basu's idea of making him prime minister was because he said, that the left has had to forego its opportunity. I am not becoming prime minister, but somebody who becomes prime minister will have to become prime minister with our support, and we better put a proper person there. And that proper person, the interpretation of proper person in Jyoti Basu's imagination was someone who knew administration well. And Jyoti Basu had observed Deve Gowda and his style of administration, his ability to create, huge projects, his technical ability, all of that for not just 1 year or 2 years, but for 20, 30 years. In fact, I write about, I don't know if you remember that thing, the first time Jyoti Basu and Deve Gowda meet, they meet in Guwahati. He has gone for a conference of opposition leaders. Now we speak so much of these opposition leader congregations. So Deve Gowda has gone there. He is sitting in one of the last rows, shy and not knowing anybody. This is 70s. On the stage is Jyoti Basu, Jyotirmoy Basu, and a few others. And the keynote is being, I think, delivered by Jyotirmoy Basu. I read that, and that is when I realized that this man, had come in contact with these people much earlier. And there he says, all of you are opposition leaders in your respective assemblies. But if you don't learn to work like that fellow in Karnataka who has taken on Devraj Aras, I don't think you guys are going to ever succeed. And they get his name wrong. They call him the North Indians or Bengalis or whatever don't get the name Gowda, they can't pronounce it correctly. They say they Gowda or something like that. And the audience claps. After the session is over, Deve Gowda shyly goes and introduces himself that I am the person that you mentioned. I've actually come to the conference. So they give him a standing ovation in the next session, saying that this man has shaken the mighty Devraj Aras, throwing at him files every day, throwing at him data every day, breaking a scam a day. And that's how an opposition leader should function. So it's an irony of ironies that Deve Gowda, in his 7 decades of politics, spent only 6.5 to 7 years in executive power. He lost power very soon. It could be as minister where he resigned himself, or chief minister or prime minister. But for 70 years, for 60 years or 65 years, he had been in the opposition and had never been irrelevant in Indian politics. If you look at what Chaudhry Charan Singh spoke about him, if you look at how Morarji was his mentor, nobody knew about it until I wrote that entire chapter on Morarji Desai and Deve Gowda. Deve Gowda was not someone who was going to others to get mentored. It was Morarji. And Morarji, please know, gets dismissed for all small things. That he used to drink this and that. That was the kind of canard that the party in power used to build against everybody else. In fact, last year, I think it was at a lit fest like this, where I was asked, is it fair that Mr. Rahul Gandhi is called a Pappu? This was at the Bangalore Lit Fest, when my Rahul Gandhi book came out. So I had to tell them that I'm not someone who approves any kind of name calling of anybody, and he's certainly not a Pappu, because he's a very intelligent man. He knows his stuff. You may not agree with the way he presents it, or he may not have a few other things which make him interesting, but the Congress party, for the longest period of its existence, made every other leader who were opposed to it a Pappu. For instance, Devi Lal was not a Pappu, he was a mass leader. Lallu Prasad Yadav was not a Pappu. Chaudhry Charan Singh was not a Pappu. Mayawati was not a Pappu. Mulayam Singh Yadav was not a Pappu. Deve Gowda was a class apart from all these people, because besides being a mass leader, he also was an engineer prime minister, which nobody mentioned. Because if you go to Assam and look at how the Bogibeel bridge was designed, it was courtesy Deve Gowda's technical finesse. Or if you look at how the Faraka Treaty, for which he is one of the most adored personalities in Bangladesh. Forget India, Bangladesh. He changed the politics of not just Karnataka, he changed the politics of Bangladesh, which is acknowledged by Sheikh Hasina. And these are things which, when you look at material, your methodology is decided by the material on hand. Similarly, Rahul Gandhi did not have archival papers. So the first thing that came to my mind was that I cannot write a book on Rahul Gandhi like I wrote a book on Deve Gowda.
Of course.
And he had spoken a lot, but it was too close to history. And in Deve Gowda's case, I stopped at 2000 because I needed that 25 years of distance to write about him. And so I thought, let me do what the New Yorker does, which is write a long essay, critical essay, and probably psychoanalyze him a little bit. Of course, I don't know the tools of psychoanalysis. But it is not pop psychology either, but trying to understand. But there's another way of doing it, which is being empathetic. So I put myself in his shoe. What happens to a boy who is caged for all his life? What happens to a boy whose playmates are his security men? What happens to a boy whose security men, who has been playing with every day, go and assassinate his grandmother? So what has happened to his psyche over his 50 years? He's slightly older to me, I think a year and a half. But what is it that has changed him? Why is his politics so very different from all that you know about politics in India? So that was the primary question. That question led me to a certain methodology.
Correct.
And then now coming to the Conscience Network, the latest book. See, that again, I stumbled upon something in the New York Times archives initially, and then I recognized a few names. I went back and asked them, do you remember that you did these things? And one of them was S.R. Hiremath, the other one was Professor Anand Kumar, Ravi Chopra. They just brushed it aside. They said, yeah, we did a few things as young people in America, but we don't keep any archives. But that got me interested. I wanted to go and see what was it that they were publishing, what was it that they were writing at that time, the pamphlets that they were writing, how did they organize themselves. The curiosity came because in March of 1976, the New York Times had an entire page on the organization they had built. And that was fabulous. A New York Times writing about how this particular group of Indians had become the primary resistance against Indira Gandhi's emergency, globally, not just America. They had built networks across.
The Indians for Democracy.
Indians for Democracy. So that curiosity took me to Swarthmore, examined the Quaker papers, took me to Princeton, looking at, chasing some private papers. Then it took me to Las Vegas. It took me to, again, Swarthmore, where Paula Bronstein, who was refusing to talk to me. This is a fantastic lady who had married a Odia person. And of course, he had been jailed during the emergency with the allegation of being, under MISA, of being a CIA agent. And this lady, an American lady, had tried to get her husband released. She had failed. She had gone back to America and built an entire church network to create awareness about him. So she was refusing to talk because she had separated, she had moved on in life, and she didn't want to, revisit her life 50 years later. But then, usual journalistic persuasion, writing letters every other week and then telling her that this is going to do this, you owe it to history, you are such a marvelous person, and all that. And 3 months later, she relented. She said, when can you come to Swarthmore?
And I read that chapter.
Yes.
I mean, the tenacious way in which you persuaded her
Yes.
has revealed so much material
Yeah.
in Cuttack.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
her sort of fearful existence after the
Yes.
arrest of her husband. And her tortuous journeys to Calcutta, raising a small 5-year-old child
Yes.
during this time without any support. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that lady, was fantastic because none of the Indians, like all Indians, don't keep their material safe. They just had, Hiremath had nothing. Anand Kumar had some scattered papers. Ravi Chopra just, lifted his hand.
You keep talking about the IFD archive.
Yes. No, IFD Archives is a collection of all these people who, like D.C. Agarwal, had a few things in his collection, which was about the papers that, there was a route map that they had created for a human rights walk.
I think this is the right time. I mean, this is serendipitous that you mentioned D.C. Agarwal and his notes.
Yeah.
Because I love these 2 paragraphs that you wrote about D.C. Agarwal. This is after the 30th June 1976 protest
Yes.
in Washington. D.C. Agarwal still preserves in his files the notes he had made for his maiden press conference on a crumpled sheet of paper. It was a kind of memorabilia that stayed with him for decades, along with other papers. He knew it had no larger meaning outside of himself, yet he had never discarded it. Perhaps he thought that the sheet of paper bore witness to his life's unusual alignment with a larger historical happening. It was testimony to a larger purpose he had given himself in his younger days, outside the boredom of everyday living and his professional exigencies. One wonders if people preserve their old notes, cards and letters in the forgotten corners of their desks, cupboards, basements, lofts and garages because they want them from time to time to authenticate their own lives for an autobiography they are constantly revisiting in the attics of their mind, an autobiography that they construct for an audience of one themselves, an enterprise that quietly validates the significance of their life and living, something that echoes in soulful chambers within, that their journey was, after all, not frittered away. Notes to oneself and other such material, perhaps, are private archives for amorphous chapters of such a deep human need. It almost sounds like it's out of a very well-regarded literature book, but it is a book of narrative non-fiction. I just,
I should tell you, I took a Amtrak train to Princeton to see D.C. Agarwal without knowing what he may have with him. And lo and behold, and I was really surprised, I was to take a taxi from the railway station to his home. And but then I saw somebody on the platform, and it was D.C. Agarwal, the 75-odd-year-old man, waiting to receive me and take me home. And he had just then lost his wife, who also figures in the book. And then he showed me everything, and that included a route map. Those days you didn't have GPS or anything like that, Google Maps or anything. He had taken a map, and P.K. Mehta, he was the guru who comes across in the
California.
book. Yeah, he was at Berkeley, he was a professor at Berkeley, and a remarkable figure. So he had assigned him the job of creating a route map in consultation with war resistors and others to reach New York UN office from the Independence Hall, where the American Declaration of Independence had been signed. So that was a symbolic march that they were doing in September of 1976 to protest against Indira Gandhi. And you may be surprised, now you may talk so much about human rights. This group, again, was the first to shift the paradigm of resistance from just a political resistance to making it a resistance about civil liberties and human rights. And where they get their inspiration from and who trains them. This is something that will amaze the audience, which is people who trained them included people like Homer Jack and Bayard Rustin and a lot of others. And particularly Bayard Rustin is somebody who's a great figure in American history because he taught Martin Luther King who Gandhi was. Martin Luther King, when the Montgomery bus strikes were happening, did not know who Gandhi was. But this man had already practiced Gandhian methods, even when Gandhi was alive, in the jails of America, in the prisons of America, getting beaten up by bullies and all that, but not responding with violence. So he goes to Martin Luther King in Alabama, and rest is history, as they say in America.
How did these young men from India build this network of resistance?
That's because their initial effort is a failure. See, they are trying to protest in front of the embassy, they are trying to protest here and there, they are trying to write pamphlets, and they are trying to just work with the Indians abroad at that point of time. See, today we are about 4 million Indian Americans, and the diaspora size is that. But at that point of time, there were just 100,000. Just about touching 100,000. And they were inspired by the work of another great character called J.J. Singh, who had worked in the 40s, just before independence. And who was this J.J. Singh? J.J. Singh was a person who had got the Loose Seller Act passed by Harry Truman. And that enabled an Indian to become an American citizen or to get permanent residency. Without J.J. Singh, no Indian could have thought of becoming an American citizen or getting permanent residency there. So this man had started, when Lala Lajpat Rai was in America in the 20s, at that time he had started the India League of America. But it had gone, dead after he had left. But then he had revived it and had found that it was just a boring debating society, which he converted into action. And the New Yorker in 1951, New Yorker, I don't have to tell you how important it is to get written in the New Yorker. In 1951, gives him a 30-page profile and calls it one-man lobby. This man, with just 4,000 Indians in America at that time, just 4,000. There was, of course, a legal back case about the Thind case and all that. So he was fighting that. He gets senators, he gets Nobel laureates, he gets people like Pearl Buck, he gets future American presidents and future American first ladies, the Roosevelts, to be on his side, and they lobby. And this act is passed. So this IFT is drawing from that, and Hiremat has become the chairman of that organization.
Yeah.
And Hiremat is also chairman of Ideas. He has started Ideas. There's another Bangladeshis to say that, the borders were created in India, but those borders remained, absent in America, because the biggest supporter of IFT and IDS and all that at that time was one of the great architects who planned the biggest buildings in Chicago,
Fazlur Khan.
Fazlur Khan. And Fazlur Khan supports financially and backs a young man called S.R. Hiremat. We today just dismiss him as an RTI activist in Karnataka. But S.R. Hiremat, at that time, in America, was one of the top corporate professionals who was who used to drive a sports car. I say sports car because that should tell you the kind of money that he was making. And he was married to an American wife called Mavis Sigwalt. So that is the kind of energy that they build. And they, in spite of it, they realize that they're not successful. They want to protest, but they're not successful. So they realize that it is not important to just address Indian Americans, but to build a network among Americans, the larger thing. So that is when they start reaching out, and they use one magical name, M.K. Gandhi. So Gandhi and JP. See, JP is again, like I spoke about Devegowda earlier, but JP is made to look like some confused man in Indian history. But you forget that JP himself had studied in America for 9 years and had top-class degrees in Ohio, Berkeley, Wisconsin, and other places. And this man was also someone who was the chairman of the War Resisters International in London. And his network was brilliant. He was such a handsome man in the pubs of, Wisconsin or Ohio. The young girls had given him a nickname. He was so handsome. That was JP. And people did not even recognize all this. And they made it look like he was just a small character who was just waiting to sort of be. So the Congress party or the Congress lobby or the kind of, the whole lobby system or the power system that operated made everybody look small. How was that possible that JP was an idiot? It was not true at all. So the socialists of the time, or JP, or Achut Patwardhan, or Madhulimaye, stalwarts among the socialists. The Congress made everybody look like a pappu. In fact, that was the kind of line that was used about JP. Anybody who has read the Bimal Prasad volumes, collected volumes of JP, we cannot dismiss JP so easily. JP, if you look at the kind of exchange he had with Nehru, and mind you, JP, until he started this 74 movement, was someone who had always backed Indira Gandhi in her outreach during the Bangladesh war. I mean, in the Kashmir problem. So as long as he was playing along, he was a great man. He was a mentor. But the moment he started asking questions, you created a canard. So the whole system of the Congress building canard against non-congressmen is something that we have to be very careful. It's what the current establishment probably has learned the best from the Congress. You know, the propaganda model.
What was the impact that this group of protesters, they were thousands of miles away from India, they're in America, but as you've written, they did have a significant impact.
Yes.
Indira Gandhi was following what they were up to.
Yes.
But from your own, in your own way, if you can explain what kind of impact they were having.
See, the impact is very clear. Again, I am not trying to infer an impact. I am only, as a historian, I would only go by what is written, what is there as evidence. If you study the papers of T.N. Cowell, who was India's ambassador to the United States at that time, and he was a very interesting man. He did not trust anybody reporting him properly. So what he would do is, he would go to every meeting, press the tape recorder, and say, I am recording what I am speaking, and get transcripts of that made and preserve it. And I was very lucky, because those transcripts was what revealed him. So during the emergency, he unleashes a propaganda tour to defend Indira Gandhi and the emergency across America. And the only people...
Counter the IFD.
Counter the IFD, not IFD initially. IFD he initially dismisses as people washing dirty linen in public. In fact, much later the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Evening Standard write an editorial with the same headline. The dirty, I've quoted that. So this man initially does not think that they are important to be counted, he dismisses. But slowly, when these people start accessing the American media, just imagine Hiremat being on PBS 60 Minutes. Is it, I mean, it's unimaginable, right? Yeah. And Anand Kumar being on some of the best radio programs. And why this happened was, until December of 1975, America did not take the emergency seriously. They thought it was an action that was necessary because there was a bit of anarchy being spread. But once Indira Gandhi postpones the elections, then the Ford establishment awakens and they realize that she's up to something very big. So that is when the American press starts taking the IFD importantly, and then they also sort of realize that these people are constructing not a violent resistance. I have to emphasize this, because there is also a left movement in America of Indians, extreme left, people who are enamored by Naxalbari movement, people who are swearing by the CPI-ML, Marxist-Leninist movement. And the pressure is from them, not from the RSS or the right wing, because they don't have a footprint in America that is so big as it is today. So there is pressure and Americans are watching. And when Anand Patwardhan and others are on the other side, they have an organization called IPANA in Canada. They are trying to convert students in campuses. And they are saying that this is a great movement because this lady has suspended democracy and we should convert it into a revolutionary movement and bring revolution in India, not restore democracy. But these people are trying to restore democracy. That is what America is fighting the Cold War. See, look at the historical circumstances of all of it. And America thinks that anything that is democracy has to be supported. So the Ford establishment does not come into direct contact with IFD, but the American press starts recognizing their work. You should look at the coverage in Washington Post or New York Times. It's unbelievable that these bunch of youngsters were getting that kind of coverage. And T.N. Cowell suddenly realizes that the table has turned. And that is when he starts writing to Indira Gandhi, the confidential papers, if you see, he starts speaking about a guy called Subramaniam Swamy who's creating mischief. He starts writing about S.R. Hiremat creating mischief. Then he recommends that their passports are impounded. All passports are impounded. Then Ram Jethmalani reaches America and seeks asylum. It is S.R. Hiremat and another great character called Sri Kumar Podar, who take him and get him asylum in America. Can you believe it? And Jethmalani stays in Hiremat's home for some time.
Wow.
And so he is giving them legal counsel. Then in India, there is, a lot of Tarkunde and others who are supporting and giving them a very, very sane advice on what they should be doing. And then Anand Kumar's scholarship is taken away, and that's a big blow. So the university community, today if you look at America, Columbia or Princeton, they're all completely surrendering to what Trump has been telling them. But those days, the University of Chicago stands up in support of Anand Kumar and creates a committee in defense of Anand Kumar. And Anand Kumar was a JNU president who had gone to America to study sociology and had defeated a little-known person called Prakash Karat at JNU. This is the history. So this man has landed up there, and his scholarship has been taken away. So he is working as a guard, making his ends meet. And Chicago University waives his tuition fee. And that is, and New York Times is writing about it, and students and American students.
And his family is being penalized
back in India. His father dies because of that kind of pressure.
His three sisters
His
are
sister
all...
Anjana and others are jailed because he is protesting in America. But what is the CPI doing in JNU? They are saying, this was there till 15 days back when I spoke in JNU on the same book. You know what they spread about Anand Kumar? Anand Kumar compromised with Indira Gandhi, took a fellowship and went away to America, abandoning his fight against emergency and the JP movement. This was the canard that was spread, and that held true till the last 15. People in JNU were surprised when I told them this was the kind of torture the man went through. And he was the one who was touring America, Hiremat and Podar, Sri Kumar Podar. And Sri Kumar Podar is a fascinating character because, again, he is controlling the American magazine subscriptions. He is a czar of American magazine subscriptions, and he is financing the movement partially. Hiremat is rich. He is partially financing the movement. And they sent Anand Kumar on a tour across American cities and universities to create awareness on the emergency. So T.N. Cowell is obviously very disturbed about it. And then he starts writing to Indira Gandhi. They start hitting out. They take away their passports. They take away their scholarship. And a lot of other things are done to their relatives in India. But they still withstand all of that. So that is, and they withstand it with great dignity. They don't, for instance, the one thing I should tell you, they don't use one bad phrase against Indira Gandhi. In fact, it is not the George Fernandez method of countering Indira Gandhi. They say that Indira Gandhi or speaking ill against her is not our method. We have to resist this in a principled fashion.
It's a
Gandhian socialist satyagraha kind of movement, and backed by the civil rights movement in America, which Bayard Rustin, the guru of Martin Luther King, is helping them. And he writes a brilliant letter to Indira Gandhi. And not just that, there is another character called Horace Alexander. I'll be failing in my duty if I don't speak about Horace Alexander.
Yeah.
Horace Alexander has settled down in Pendle Hill or Swarthmore area, and he was a Quaker by faith. And he was a friend of Motilal Nehru and the Gandhi family. And he has taught Indira Gandhi to watch birds, ornithological interest he had created in her. And there was a Delhi bird club, and he was the chairman and she was a member as a young girl. That is the relationship between him and the Nehru-Gandhi family. And he has also been Nehru's, finding a publisher for Discovery of India, correcting his proofs, arguing for his royalty with publishers. He's that kind of a person, and a Quaker. And someone who befriends Gandhi in the 20s when he goes to the Round Table Conference. That is Horace Alexander. And Horace Alexander is furious that the freedom movement of Mahatma Gandhi has been turned upside down by Indira Gandhi. But he cautions these people. He says, we will give her a patient hearing. So he sends a delegation of Quakers, which is led by a great professor called Joseph Elder, who was at the Wisconsin-Madison University. And they come, they speak to this lady, all that, they go back and report, and then they decide that she is going the wrong way, and they build this resistance. There are the Willoughbys who are fighting. They are, again, the great Quakers, Lillian Willoughby and the husband Willoughby. So they build this resistance. So it's important, Vikar, that it's not just a kind of ruffian kind of protest that was happening. Leela for Kabir has also, George's wife has also reached America at that time. She is in Charlottesville with her brother because she has to escape Indira Gandhi. So she has also reached there. So all of this is happening in America. So this is fascinating to watch how these things happen.
No, I mean, it's great. I mean, that you've sort of excavated this bit of unknown history. For me, I mean, the role of Hiremat is very fascinating because all of us know him. All of us became aware of him, many of us rather, became aware of him only from 2008, 2009 onwards. When his name started figuring as
the mining
in the mining scandal. I mean, as the opponent of the mining scandal, as someone who was passionately and making some serious allegations and revelations, and he followed it up in the High Court and Supreme Court as well.
What he had given up for that life was amazing, because you have to see his old Chicago residence. He owned it, boss, at that time. It is amazing kind of sacrifice. And where did it all come from? And they all come back. I start the book with the American dream of all these people. He's a first-class plus throughout. He's got a first rank in SSLC. And he's in some Bijapur school. And that school was also where B.D. Jatti
He grew up in a lot of poverty.
He didn't have a chappal to wear until he had finished his SSLC. He buys a chappal from the money that he gets after he's got the first rank in SSLC. You know, that kind of poverty. His father is dead when he is 4 years old. You know, that, and going to America, big sheer merit. And then the others reach from other corners of India. They all have different backgrounds, and they all have a common purpose in America. So for me, it's not a book against Indira Gandhi. It's not a book on just emergency. For me, you asked me about the method and methodology. For me, what was more important was to understand what is the structure of this idealism? What is the structure of the resistance? You know, we speak about all kinds of resistance. You are seeing one resistance happening today in Bangalore where Rahul Gandhi is trying to throw muck at the government with the electoral rolls. But what was this? What is it that is happening here? So those are the larger questions which make, I think, a narrative far more interesting, far more important than just limited questions. क्या मुझे इंदिरा गांधी को टोकना है क्या? Should I just pull her down the pedestal? Is that my limited purpose? No. Am I having to play into the hands of the BJP by just doing that?
No, certainly.
But for a writer, that is not important at all. A story is a story.
Of course.
And as journalists, you and I, you know, we don't want to write boring stuff at all.
At some point, you described yourself as a historian. through this longish response.
I don't want that. I don't want that heavy thing on me.
So are you a journalist or a historian, or is it a very naive question to pose? Or are you someone who just chases a story to its logical end?
See, I mean, I don't mind if I'm called a historian by a friend like you or others call me. In fact, I was introduced day before yesterday at the Jindal University as a contemporary historian. But I mean, I don't want to carry those things because, see, any discipline, except journalism perhaps, comes with a very rigid kind of frame. So if you call yourself a historian, then they will start saying, oh, but he does not do it like this, which was said by this fellow in 17th century, then 19th century they did this, he doesn't do it that way. So they start putting you in a box and trying to dispute that label. I don't want to be called anything. I want my books to sell. because I make a living out of my writing.
You want your books to be read.
I want my
primarily.
books to be read. That's another very
Which
important
automatically
thing.
means that they'll sell.
Yeah. So I mean, whether it's history or journalism or storytelling or what I learned from my father or from others like you, I mean, it's a culmination of a lot of things, which if you want to call history, because I use archives and I use evidence and I look at a lot of things thoroughly, I'm very happy with that, but that's not the only thing that I want to be known as. Probably I'll be happy the day if I'll be described as some good writer.
That's very fundamental, because as I read out, your prose is beautiful, mellifluent.
Thank you.
It's I think when I write something, for me, what's sort of compelling me to write, or when I think about style, is primarily, okay, I want it to be easy for the reader. I'm not dumbing it down.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not dumbing it down, but it should be sufficiently well written and alluring enough that the writer also makes a little bit of an effort to read it from beginning to end, that there is a structure to it.
That's right.
And certainly with your books, there is a great effort at structuring it.
It's also about your personal discipline. You know, you wear a certain kind of dress, you wear a certain kind of color, you wear a certain kind of frame. I mean, it's also personal. You know, how you write your book is also how you live your life. It's also how you want to look. You know, you wear, I mean, today I've worn a black shirt. And you know, I want to present myself in a certain way. And when I want to look thin, probably don't want to show my tummy. So this is all the adjustments that writers make when they write. So that's all. You know, I don't want to, I mean, I have studied, academically I have studied literature. Academically I have studied subaltern history or linguistics or whatever, but all of that was in the past, you know, I mean, 90s. So I don't remember anything of that. I studied literary theory, and I used to be very pretentious because I was one of the early ones trying to understand Foucault and Derrida in literature.
And you also know French.
Yeah, a bit of it. I mean, very rusty one though. So I mean, those pretensions is what journalism stripped me. Vinod Mehta would not publish a single page of mine if I had been pretentious. But I wrote the most in Outlook because I have this record that I am the only one, as long as I was there, published every single week. So journalism gave you a certain discipline, and journalism also taught you that if you don't have a unique take, you will not get into the thing. It is premium space. It's premium real estate. If you want space in the magazine, you better bring something new to the table. So that kind of pressure, week on week for 10 years, is something that is, you know, a blessing. Someone like a Hari Kumar in Bangalore, you know, someone more closer, Deccan Herald, who on earth would send a 25-year-old in 1996 to go and interview Derrida in Delhi? He was making his first visit, and published 2 full pages in the Deccan Herald of those days. So there is a magnanimity and generosity of even someone who was editing you, who said that, okay, you know, let's try out a bit of this. So there are lots of things come together for a writer.
Yeah. And, you know, through all the time I've known you, this will be the last question, so a brief answer. You are one of the few people, or perhaps the only one, who often brings in your mentor's role in your works, right? I mean, you very consciously, can you talk about this, your mentors and how they've informed your work?
I mean, my father taught me the greatest humanity. You know, I mean, he said, writing is more important, living is more important than writing. And I don't think there was another person who could bring such kind of empathy and compassion into your whole worldview other than my father. But then I was lucky to get, I mentioned Hari Kumar, I mentioned Vinod Mehta, but one of my greatest teachers was Jeremy Seabrook, to whom I dedicated my second book. And, you know, I mean, you are nobody without your teachers. You're nobody without, peers like you put pressure. I mean, I was always watching my back. What is Vikar writing in Frontline, which I have not written? There was that intense competition of good peers like you. So you're all mentors. You're all mentors in different ways. And And also, there's a lovely poem which in Kannada, of Jayashree Team, which I think you've used it somewhere in my Devegowda book, in my acknowledgements. It speaks about Enitu Janmadali, I've forgotten the exact lines. Enitu Janmadali, Nanu Runiyo, right? Enitu Jivarige now. So that indebtedness, if you don't have that indebtedness, I see Professor Nagarajaya sitting here. He was my father's teacher. My father wouldn't have been that without him. So there are lots of such things which come together. So that indebtedness, if a writer forgets, I think he forgets a lot of things.
Sugata, it was. I have a few more questions, but we can continue to talk, right? I'm enjoying this conversation, and I just, I was reading a great historian's comments. Perhaps of Muhammad Qasim Farishta, the great 16th century historian. So what he intended, he writes in the introduction of his great history, the author's fervent hope is that these simple and unadorned annals, founded on truth but devoid of all pretension to elegancy of style or beauty of composition. He was being extremely modest, comparing himself to the Persian poets of the 16th century, may be acceptable to the prince to whom they are dedicated, and that the contents of these volumes may be disseminated far and wide over the regions of the earth. So that is the hope with your books as well.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure having this conversation. Thank you for this opportunity, Sugata.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vikar, and you've always been generous, and you've yet again been generous. I'm very, very grateful to this conversation and for this forum. Thank you. Thank you, sir. That means a lot. That means a lot. Although I have been castigated for even touching a subject like Devegowda, but I don't care.
I think the television and the big screen artist of Kannada industry, that is Lakshmi Chandrasekhar. So we have a lot more to enjoy, a lot more to learn and listen. Yes, of course. Yes, sir. Welcome, welcome, sir. And over to you. I'm requesting Nataraj Bhuriya, sir, to speak about P. Lankesh. Please, sir. Mic is yours.
Good afternoon. I thank the organizers of Book Brahma for this invitation. And I also thank them for not making me sit and talk, because Nietzsche said, conservative is the one who sits and thinks and mostly sits. Also happy I share the dais with Sri Madhavan, who speaks on Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, who is another favorite writer of mine, with whom I spent quality time long back, and I've read most of his works too. I would be talking on a topic which is closer to my heart. That's on Lankesh. I spent nearly 25 years reading him before he left us, and with him for 5-6 years. And it is 25 years since he left us. I clearly remember the evening he left me around 9:30, that is 24th January 2000. He was climbing down the stairs. He said bye to me. He said, Barleno, he said. And now I recall, he was climbing down with unsteady steps, sort of grappling in the dark. When I look back and see, this is what Lankesh did throughout his life, throughout his career as a writer, grappling in the dark, trying to negotiate the darker side of human being and the abyss of human self. Lankesh continues to stay in me as a reader and his editor. I had an opportunity to edit his prose works, and very recently I edited a volume of representative writings, The Sword Mango Tree for Penguin, which is out now. And now Lankesh is part of Kannada language. Borges once said, what is good in a language does not belong to anybody. It becomes a part of the language and tradition. And that is how Lankesh is now a part of Kannada tradition. And several generations of readers continue to rediscover him. Lankesh was a poet to begin with, like most writers, but short story gripped him very soon. His early short story, Umapati's scholarship expedition, I've treated him as one of the important metaphors he created in his early career as a writer, where a boy sets out to get a scholarship. In the journey, the encounters he faces, he gains a scholarship about himself, that is knowledge about himself, his annoyances, his meanness, his irritations, his suspicions, knowledge of his own self. The kind of nervousness of the teenage and the self-doubt and the self-examination never left Lankesh as a writer till the end of his career. Lankesh was an introvert writer to begin with, but he slowly grew into an anti-establishment writer thanks to the company of Shantaveri Gopal Gowda, the tall socialist leader of Karnataka. And Lankesh became a laureate socialist. Any kind of authority would repel Lankesh and also his characters, his central characters. Authority in the in the form of a principal, authority in the form of a politician, authority in the form of a bureaucrat, authority in the form of a giant, kind of writer, whatever the kind of authority that would repel him, and also, his characters. Lankesh's early novel, which many of the readers might have forgotten, is a campus novel where the anti-hero runs away from the people, runs away from the university, doubting everybody. But the doubt which was there in Lankesh's early writings, the self-doubt which was there in his early writings, gradually turned out into a rare kind of skepticism to examine whatever he looked at, whatever he examined. What touches one while reading Lankesh is because Lankesh used many forms. Lankesh wrote in many forms, but the kind of sensibility you touch in all the forms. There is a kind of integrated sensibility in almost all the forms Lankesh experimented with. Because before you get into a writer, before you get into the theme of the writer, the content of the writer, or the technique of the writer, what touches one is the sensibility. If the sensibility touches us, you feel that is the writer for you. And Lankesh was one such writer. And in one of the blurbs for his books, he wrote, "What is important for a writer is not the purity of form, but the sincerity and honesty with which he writes." So Lankesh used many forms, and this was not in defense of what he did, but he meant it. Because Lankesh was singularly lucky in converting everything and anything into a form, any kind of expression into a form. An obituary, would turn into a storytelling technique in Lankesh in one of his fine stories, The Tree Profession. And his story, The Classmate, happens between two postcards. And the formless form of a dream would become an essay, an excellent essay altogether, or a day-to-day reflection would become a short philosophical poem. Or sometime a question like, Lankesh went to a doctor, to a clinic, he thought he was a well-known writer, and the doctor asked him, "What is your name? What are you doing?" "Yenappa, yen madkondidyappa?" He said it hurt Lankesh's ego, which led to his writing of his play Gunamukha, where he examines Nadir Shah who conquered India. This is how Lankesh would convert anything and everything, any kind of experience, into a form and into his writing. I suppose writers, very recently I saw Kiran Desai talking of too much about form. I think writers who are too obsessed with form may learn a lesson or two from Lankesh, because for Lankesh, form would come naturally. It would come to him as leaves to the plant, to borrow a phrase from Keats. What made Lankesh a distinct writer was his angst, the restlessness. He was not happy with whatever he wrote. And in fact, he never read what he wrote. He said, he used to tell me, "I'm scared to read whatever I have written." He would never, even when he had to bring out the second edition of his book, he would ask one of us to read it, and he would never go back to his old writings. Angst, I think, is something that marks his writer's personality. Of course, every serious writer has only one personality, that is writer's personality. Lankesh was a form hopper, but with the same kind of sensibility and with the same kind of writer's personality, he would engage in all the forms. He wrote poems, he wrote stories, he wrote criticism, he wrote reviews, he wrote plays, and then he did 4 offbeat films also. Many of us would have forgotten this. He did offbeat films, and Pallavi won him the Swarna Kamal Award for the best director, I think, subject to correction. Is the first one, or perhaps the only Kannada director to have won the Swarna Kamal Award for direction, as far as I knew, subject to correction. Now, everyone thought Lankesh would become a filmmaker hereafter, but Lankesh left it on the way and switched over to journalism because he was looking for a larger audience. He wanted to reach larger audience. He wanted to reach more people. So he launched a paper called Lankesh Patrike. He had sent 4 names to the registry office, and they chose one. One of them was this Lankesh Patrike. He started Lankesh Patrike, and whatever experiences he had as a writer, whatever experiments he made as a writer thus far, came in handy when he became, a journalist, and he wrote excellent prose. He became a great communicator when he became a journalist. He would read several sections of the society, from teenager to the old ones. His paper became the voice of the people in a true sense. He was the real opposition in Karnataka. He would take on a chief minister, and he would take on a Devegowda, Indira Gandhi, who were discussed in the previous session, and he would take on any kind of mafia, land mafia, or the religious mafia, or the literary mafia. He was the first one to take on Dharmasthala some 45 years ago. He was the first one to bring out an edition on the ongoings of Dharmasthala, which is in the limelight today. Lankesh's prose blossomed talking to the readers intimately, addressing the society, and mainly talking to himself. Lankesh once described in Kerala, when he went to Kerala, he described himself as Lohite socialist. It was Lankesh who redefined socialism in the Karnataka context. He defined new morality, new politics, and secularism, and pro-Muslim, pro-Dalit attitude, of which socialism always proposed, and was able to guide several, generations of readers. And Lankesh was a university professor. He taught English literature at Bengaluru University. He gave it up, and he defied the university. And when he started Lankesh Patrike, it was a university in itself. It was a university which many of us would look forward to. And I myself have grown reading Lankesh Patrike since my since my 20s, and continue to read him throughout, and continue to read him even, today. And he went on with his, weekly, and he taught several generations of readers, guided them, and also set the tone of elections. He would intervene. In a sense, it was a healthy intervention in elections also. Not that he supported any party, but he supported best of the candidates across the parties whenever the elections came. He did not, define himself as a very objective onlooker. He was an interventionist. He would have his own say in each elections. And later, after 10 years of journalism, he came back to, writing stories. There was a long gap of 10 years, a decade. It's quite a long gap in the, in the career of a writer, but he came back to his stories. When he came back to his stories, when he came back to his storytelling, he wrote some of the excellent, stories in his collection called Kallu Karagava Samaya, the time when stone melts, which won him the Central Sahityik Academy Award. What made this story so distinct was the kind of metaphor making, the kind of image making he had learned from the films, he had learned from poetry, he had learned from, and also the kind of observations he had across the society, across Karnataka, the way he told Karnataka actually to form a political forum, political party called Pragati Ranga, which he did not do, which he gave up on the way, but everything benefited him. This is where there is another lesson for a writer. Whatever a writer does becomes a part of his sensibility. Whatever a writer, attempts would help his, writing, and one should be lucky enough to draw from all our experiences. This is what Lankesh did. In spite of which, Lankesh, a busy man, had all the time in the world for his whiskey and his weekly race and his, card playing, and also enough time for his friends, men and women, and mostly women, of course. And this was Lankesh. He lived life, fully. He believed in living life fully. Though he was not well off in the beginning, he was quite rich when he became journalist, and it was all hard-earned money, unlike the kind of journalism we see where they extract money today, and none of which could be said about Lankesh. That is the kind of life he led as a journalist. Also, that is because he was a kind of a writer who was introspective since the beginning, which continued in a journalist phase also. Lankesh, like Lohia, whom he sometimes called his mentor, was an iconoclast like Lohia. He tore Congress into pieces. He tore Janata Dal into pieces. He was always vehemently against RSS and BJP, and he would overconfidently and confidently say, "Hey, naaniro tanka ee BJP Karnatakadalli barodilla." He would say, "Till I am alive, BJP would never come to power in Karnataka," which proved right. It is not, I'm eulogizing Lankesh. The kind of readers he was addressing, the kind of party workers he was addressing across the party lines through his, paper, gave him this kind of confidence. He took on everybody. He took on S.M. Krishna. He took on Patel, his own friend. He was a socialist. He took on Patel, and he took on Advani. And yet, when Sonia Gandhi came to limelight, it was Lankesh, perhaps, throughout India for the first time, it was Lankesh who defended Sonia Gandhi, and he wrote an excellent piece which Congress used as a poster, "Sonia, Namma Hennu Magalu, Vajpayee Videshi." Sonia is our own daughter, and Vajpayee is a foreigner. In fact, it gave an idea to Congress people how to defend Sonia Gandhi. Not that he spared Sonia Gandhi. Later, he became a critic of Sonia too, like he would do everybody. But Lankesh liked Sonia and her choice of saris also, which he wrote in one of his columns. Lankesh was unwell, seriously unwell, around 1994. Diabetic, he had high blood pressure, and he lost an eye because of diabetes. And he had a brain stroke because of his blood pressure. It was not easy to maintain blood pressure in the kind of life he lived, in the kind of conflicts he faced, in the kind of threats he faced being a journalist, being a writer, and also the kind of challenges he had as a writer, because he couldn't be repeating himself. He had to be fresh. That was the kind of challenge he had as a writer, and he had a brain stroke. But as it happened to Nishe, illness actually eliminated him further. He was undeterred. He never bowed down or cowed down when there was illness. His examination of the evil, encountering the evil, which he did throughout his life, continued till the last phase. And one evening, towards the end of 1999, he told me in an evening, "Nataraj, human being is basically evil." This was his vision. I have thought over this many a times, because Lankesh also thought of parallels. Lankesh thought of Gandhi. Lankesh thought of Hakim Alawi Khan against Nadir Shah. Lankesh tried to invoke, Gandhi against evil, but still he thought human being is basically evil. If you look at the world from Lankesh's angle, I think Lankesh seems to be right. What makes Lankesh a distinct writer, very unusual writer in the Kannada context, or also in the Indian context? To me, Lankesh, perhaps among all his contemporaries, maybe it's a Kushwant Singh, or an M.T. Vasudevan Nair, or a Jaikantan, or Nirmal Verma, only Lankesh had the drive and urge and the flair to take on the day-to-day politics. Other writers, they were all critiquing politics. They all had the opportunity to analyze politics. But Lankesh was in the thick of it. He had the opportunity to, analyze it, oppose it, guide it, define it, redefine it, and also try to change it. So, Lankesh Patrike was instrumental, or one of the forces that brought down Gundurao, to be, accurate in the historical, details. It was the right movement, it was the Dalit movement, it was the language movement, along with Lankesh Patrike, that brought down Gundurao movement, because all of them created a wave in Karnataka, and Lankesh Patrike was the forum for those people's movements. Of course, Lankesh Patrike turned a bitter critic of all the movements later. That was part of his, journalism. So Lankesh becomes distinct because he never asked for any political power. He was asked to be this or that, but he never wanted it. He said, I am very happy being a writer, and, and continued to be a critic of, all political parties. That makes him a distinct writer. Because the political understanding of a society, a closer political understanding of a society, is something which writers do not get. Let alone the ivory tower writers, let alone the safe zone writers, other writers also. It is not easy for them to get into the thick of the politics and get to know the society and its contours and its conflicts. As late as 2025 April, I had to revisit Lankesh's works, all his works. I had the opportunity to, revisit all his works, and right now I am re-editing his, prose volumes. They are on my table. So, having done editing, having done, these works, and having edited his works, and I'm sure his wit, his sensibility, the liveliness, the kind of liveliness, the honesty, and the genuine anger, the compassion, empathy, and they are still intact. You can't say this of many writers in Kannada. Ananthamurthy looks dim already. And there are several. Yashwant Chittal is nowhere to be seen. It is not it is not Yashwant Chittal's fault. It is the readers who have not rediscovered them. That is another thing altogether. But Lankesh compels you to read. It is not easy to create your own readers. It is not easy to nurture those readers. It is not easy to have readers even after your demise. That is the kind of readers, great writers had Marquez or Shakespeare had. In our context, Lankesh continues to enjoy that kind of personality and that kind of, readership. T.S. Eliot once wrote of James Joyce, if you remember, you won't find a single lifeless sentence in Joyce. This is what Eliot said of Joyce. I believe it is true of Lankesh also. It is not as a friend of Lankesh, or a student of Lankesh, or a student of Lankesh Patrike, or an editor of Lankesh Patrike. I am saying this. I am saying this as an objective reader too, as a critic who teaches in classroom about several writers. I feel, whenever I feel like reading a Kannada writer, I generally go to Lankesh and his works, and that tells all about his genius. To sum up what I am saying, towards the end of 20th century, in 1998, my another guru, D.R. Nagaraj, who passed away in 1998, speaking in a seminar in New Delhi, said, actually passingly, he made a remark, Lankesh is a genius of the century, and his classmate is a story of the century. I've been thinking about it for a long time as to why Dr. D.R. Nagaraj, who is known for his accurate, selection of, writers or writers' work, said this. It is because, of course, the kind of body, the kind of works Lankesh has produced is another thing, and the kind of society he has actually represented in those works is another thing. And also, why did he pick up the classmate as the story of the century, which is in the Sour Mango Tree, which I've edited, which is translated by Ramchandra Sharma? It is because the story, the classmate, captures the major conflicts of the 20th century, and also different avatars of, caste system, the caste mentality, which baffled, great minds like Buddha till Ambedkar. All of them tried to eradicate it. All of them tried to, counter it. Till Lankesh, till you, till me, and everybody has been doing it. But caste system, is reappearing in its new avatars, in the form of, feudalism, new feudalism, or communalism, or different kinds of segregations. Even in privatization, even in the form of privatization, caste system continues to appear. And this story tries to capture the new avatars of caste system, and also the kind of wars that literature waged against the caste system, and the fruits of it, and the futility of it. The story is not pessimistic. The story only poses the questions because it represents all the major conflicts of 20th century, all the major moods of the 20th century. I perhaps, dear Nagaraj, chose it to be the story of the century. There was Kuempu in the beginning of 20th century, and there was Lankesh in the later part of the century. As a student of history of Kannada literature, I would say, though one may not agree with me, there was a Kuempu Yuga in Karnataka till 50s or 60s, because Kuempu had a larger, there were great writers, Bendre was a great writer, but I'm talking of the kind of influence they had on the culture. Kuempu had that kind of influence. But for Kuempu, the Vakaligas of Malnad, would have not, been that rational, in those. It was Kuempu, the towering personality, who did it. Kuempu became a vice chancellor. Kuempu became a Jnan Pitavadi. Kuempu became a great writer, and Lankesh did not become anything of that. But Lankesh had the kind of influence which Kuempu had. In the Kannada context, I believe even the new generation, Facebook, those who are used to Facebook, they keep on, circulating Lankesh's Neelu poems, which are called, Kiram Nagaraj once defined it as quotidian epic. Also, if you actually collect them in one volume, that might look like an epic, because in Neelu poems, Lankesh had the persona of a woman through which he tried to define the world and look at the world. So lastly, Lankesh was not just a writer. As you say, he was a phenomenon. It was history who chose him, because such personalities are chosen by history, I suppose. Such personalities are the product of history, and such writing is also product of history. And Lankesh was a phenomenon, and I think the newer generations would continue to find him and find him meaningful too. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. So the ongoing session is presented by Jeslau. So now I'm requesting N.S. Madhavan, sir, to speak about Vaikum Muhammad Bashir, sir. Please.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me here. And I was spellbound by Mr. Nataraj Huliar's description of another iconic writer whom I had venerated throughout. So after that, we are coming to a different kind of writer from a different language. Vaikum Muhammad Bashir is an iconic figure in Malayalam literature and a very unlikely figure. He's not like any other writer before him or after him who had captivated the minds of millions of Malayalis. Actually, there will be at least 10 to 20 sayings which we every day repeat from his books. It's like Bible or the sayings which have got into the Malayalam language from Vaikam Muhammad Bashir. So I'll start this lecture by a short introduction of Malayalam literature, because we have to place Bashir in that, against that background. So Malayalam literature for a long time, from 19th century to the early half of 20th century, Kerala was ruled by kings, just like, Karnataka, the kings of Travancore and Kochi, and the northern part of Kerala, which is Malabar, was directly under the British, who ruled it from Madras. So there was rampant feudalism. The land was parceled out and given to the Janmis, or Zamindars as we called it. Willy-nilly, the entire cultural scene, including the language, the literature, came under the influence of these feudal satraps. So Malayalam language at the beginning of 20th century, it's a very young language. Actually, our earliest modern Malayalam writer is 16th century. When the Portuguese, only after the Portuguese came, the first modern Malayalam book was written by Eഴുത്തച്ഛൻ, the great writer. So at that time, there were two cardinal rules for literature. One was knowledge of Sanskrit was imperative. Second was, it was only meant for upper caste. Not that the lower caste people in Kerala had three religions of fairly good sizes: Christians, Muslims, and Hindus. So the writers from other religions or lower caste, what you call lower caste, in the caste terminology, writers in Kerala were looked down to write. The main medium of literature at that time was poetry. Versification, poetry making was bound by strict rules. You had to follow what you call meters, vrittas, and you had to follow certain conditions to fulfill, to be called a poet in Kerala. All the poets of that time were under the influence of Sanskrit. From feudal family, very few poets came up from the ranks. So we will leave it at that time. And at that time, around 1919, the Russian Revolution took place. Russian Revolution, after Lenin died, the Stalin came into power, and Stalin established what you call the Comintern, Communist International, which was to make the whole world communist. So one of the methods in which Comintern tried to penetrate into societies was through art and literature. So throughout India, including Kerala, the communist ideas were also crept in. Third major development at that time was the influence of Western literature. Western literary criticism slowly was making into Malayalam. You have to remember that this year, 2025, is the 100th anniversary of probably the first modern Malayalam written. Actually, it's not an original work in Malayalam. It's the translation of Les Miserables by Victor Hugo. It's called Pavangal. Actually, this festival, I'm very glad, this festival is having a session on 100 years of Pavangal or Les Miserables. So things came to a head in 1936. There was a literary conference. The upper caste literators have formed an organization called Sahitya Parishad, and within the Sahitya Parishad in 1936, the fight started. The fight started very innocuously. One group, the predominant Savarna group, wanted Rupa Bhadra, that is, the form is superior. And the other, the progressive writers, wanted Bhava Bhadra, the emotional content. So rise of left-leaning literatures, society yielding to progressive ideas, and also gradual withering away of Sanskrit ideas and replaced by Western ideas, the versification, poetry started taking a backbench, and novel and short story increasingly became the main form of literary expression. So roughly around this time, it is only again this background you can see how great a writer Bashir was. He was born in 1908 in a very poor, not very poor, but lower middle class Muslim family in a place called Talayola, which is in southern part of Kerala. 1930, he leaves home. At that time, he had formal school education only up to class 9. So at class 9, probably 22 years old, his father, the story that he had an argument with his father and left. You can't blame the father, a 22-year-old boy sitting at home and not doing anything. He left home. He went to Calicut. So 1930 and 31, so Calicut had the Congress party. Calicut also had the independent struggle. With the kingdoms of Kochi and Travancore did not have Congress. This was Gandhiji's mandate. The fight is against the British. The fight is not against was not against the kings. So he joined the independent struggle, and during 1930 and 31, he was jailed, first in Calicut and secondly in Kannur. He spent about 1.5 years in jail. After coming out of the jail, he became very enamored about not the Gandhian wing of independent struggle, but the Bhagat Singh wing of the independent struggle. So he started imitating Bhagat Singh, then he came back home. At that time, the family was in great poverty. So he left, again came to Ernakulam, that is Kochi, and spent an year of journalism writing articles, which again landed him in jail because he wrote against the king. 1933-34, he went to, that's the beginning of Indian movie industry. And the headquarters of movie industry was Pune. He went to Pune. You have to think of Bashir, he's such a forward-looking man. At the age of 30, 31, he went to be a film star or a film. He went to Pune and tried his luck with V. Shandaram, but didn't succeed. Then he went to Bombay. Then he took a ship. He worked as a cook. He went to Karachi, spent a lot of time in Karachi. He came to Lahore, stayed with a Brahmin family for a long time. Then he went to Himalayas. He says, I started walking with Hindu sannyasis who were naked in upper reaches of Himalaya. Then he went to Jeddah probably. So all this ended in 1936 and 37. He came home to his house in the night and opened the door and saw his mother sitting there like every night after Bashir left the home with rice and fish curry. So this becomes a very important event in Bashir's life. So his literary life starts in 1944. He writes a short story called Premaleganam, Love Letter, which was well received, but his next novel, 1944 again, Balyagala Sakhi, Childhood Friend, took the Malayalam literature by storm. Actually, the critic, M.P. Paul, one of the Western oriented Malayalam critics, he said that if you tear the page of this book, blood will sprout. It's life. So then he started writing. I mean, it's completely unusual for Malayalam literature, Muslim life, because the literature was so dominated by the upper caste for a long time. There was not a peep of a big chunk of population in Kerala. Then he wrote this another book on my grandfather had an elephant. It's a story of a declining Muslim family. The Muslim family is structured through about 100 years. In between, he wrote a short story called Amma. This Amma is the short story in which he tells the most heart-rending short story of him returning after prodigal son, returning after 4 or 5 years and finding his mother waiting to feed him with fish and curry. For every night for 3.5 years she waited. So that story was another brilliant incursion into Malayalam literature. And he wrote in 19... Up to this time, he had left leanings. In between, he had a brief period of drinking bouts. So actually, his drinking habit probably, he himself said, because of alcoholic poisoning, I went mad. So he was in a lunatic asylum for 2 years. Then late in the life, he married Fabi Bashir, and also the communist government, 1957 communist government, made My Grandfather Had an Elephant as a textbook. This fetched him some income. So he bought property in Baipur and started staying there and started writing. By which time his creative writing, I'll put, will be between 1944 to 1955-56. 1965, he wrote a great short story called Multilingual. Adur Gopalakrishnan has made a movie out of it, The Walls. It's a brilliant short story. It's about a man's ward in a jail and a woman's ward in a jail. There's a wall in between. So every day evening, a lady prisoner will show a flower above the wall. And Bashir on this side fallen in love with her. So this goes on for months. I mean, then the man was so brilliant, 1985, he made his own short story as a film script. It's one of the, I mean, he's a man who studied only up to class 9, no formal education, no exposure to filmmaking or anything. But this 1985 film script of his own story, Blue Light, Neela Velicham, called Bargi Nilayam, is one of the classic movie scripts in Malayalam. So Sufi, I mean, so his life, his writing, his sayings, they all coalesced into a big cult Bashir figure. There are stories about how he had a portable gramophone, which you can wind. So the day the legendary singer K.L. Saigal died, he sat on a chair, easy chair, and for 24 hours he listened to K.L. Saigal. So many myths are woven around him. And toward the end of the life, it was very difficult to distinguish between Bashir the man and Bashir the myth that has come to it. But he has always stood as a reservoir of humanism, of kindness, of most impish humor. One of the Bashir's solutions to all the international problems, this is a very famous saying. If there is all the problems of the world, there is one solution. Solution is that you should get scabies, the itching. So everybody will happily scratch, and that will be the end of universal problems. So the Bepur half of his life, he became more and more attached to the Islam part of his upbringing. He had some kind of a special relationship with Muhammad, the Prophet. And if you write about what he wrote about Muhammad, you can see that intimacy of relationship. Like Bashir once, which has actually brought tears to my eyes, once wrote that Prophet, while watching stretches and stretches of hot yellow sand, must have craved for green color. That's why, green is the color of Islam. So, what is Bashir to Malayalam literature? I'll say Bashir is a once in a millennium phenomenon that cannot be repeated, that will not be repeated also. And his saying, as I earlier said, many of the Bashir's sayings are a part of Malayalam language now. So like if a politician takes credit for something, I made this bridge, or I made this building, I started this institution. But in reality, he might not have. So everybody in Kerala will call him Ettugali Mammunya. Ettugali Mammunya was a character in one of the Bashir's novels. So in that novel, any woman in the village getting pregnant, Ettugali Muhammad will say, that's me. So any politician taking credit for, or any person taking credit for a thing he has not done, in Malayalam is called Ettugali Mammunya. And they're fantastic. I mean, much before the beginning of magic realism, Marcus and all that, there are fantastic characters. There are two thieves. And one thief is called Anavari. He steals only elephants. I can't imagine how can you steal elephants. He's called Anavari. And there's another person, is called Ponkurisha. That's a golden cross. He will only go to churches and steal the golden crosses. So a number of characters which are, and this Neelavali Chambaragoi Nilayam, the story of which Bashir made into a movie, is about a love affair between a ghost and a writer. So actually the writer feels very sorry when the ghost walks away. So this is the kind of very intimate relationship he builds between the characters and between the readers. There's a very famous Edinburgh professor called Professor Ernest Asher. He translated at the request of UNESCO. UNESCO wanted the world to know what this phenomenon is, what is Michael Mohammed Bashir, and very difficult to translate because Bashir introduced the Malayalam local colloquial language of the Muslims. So that was very tough to translate, but Asher translated this and the UNESCO published, and the phenomena had a worldwide recognition. In 1994, this 9th class boy who went to become the Sultan of Malayalam literature, he was, people stopped calling him Bashir. They started calling him Sultan of Baipur. So this Baipur Sultan passed away, leaving a great legacy. Thank you very much for giving this platform to speak about my great predecessor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for sharing the views and insights of P. Lankesh and as well about Waikum Muhammad Bashir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And let's move on. Before that, that was the session presented by Jaslav. Before moving to the next part of the event, let me share you the feedback or the reaction which we got from one of the young poet and also short story writer and also who won the Sahitya Academy Yuva Puraskar 2024, and she was one of the attendee and supporter, everything for us in the last edition. I mean to say, Book Brahma Literature Fest 2024. That was our first edition. So that is Shruti BR. So she is mentioning clearly that it was a well-organized event and the multilingual approach was fantastic. I had the opportunity to meet and listen to writers from other languages. The early morning music, performances, and a day-long sessions were thought-provoking. I would love to participate in 2025 as well, she said. Definitely she is going to be part of this too. Yes, sir. Sir, once again, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And let me give you the glance of the upcoming events. The one is a solo performance, definitely that we are going to have it right now. So apart from this, I mean, the solo performance, that is Singarava by Lakshmi Chandrasekhar. So let us get into the details or short notes about this later. So let me go through the other stages or the other events what we have in the stage Mantapa. So after this we have at 3 o'clock, why corporate India must invest in art, literature and culture. So at 4 o'clock we have emerging voices, enduring change in South Indian literature. And at 5 o'clock we have award ceremony. So it is a novel competition, generally we used to have. So this time we are having novel competition and we have interaction about the with the finalists, and we have award ceremony for them as well. And after that we have one more highlight of the day which is going to happen, that is Songs of Theatre, a musical journey with B Jayashree and team. So that is at 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. So I think ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಜೊತೆ ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ವಿಷಯಗಳು, ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಮನರಂಜನೆ, ಕಲಾ ವಿಭಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಾವೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇತರೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡೋದಾಯ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಸೊ ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ರಮ್ 2 o'clock ನಾನು ಮೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮಥನ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಟ್ 2 ಡೊಮೈನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇನ್ ನಾವೆಲ್, and at 3 sculptures of Tamil Nadu, changes during various periods, and at 4 o'clock we have the art of writing for children. And in stage Akshara, we have at 2 o'clock, Hosa Talemarina Vimarshe. And at 3, we have New Harvest of Telugu Poetry. And at 4, we have Diverse Voices in a Novel. And next, coming to the stage Angala, we have at 2 o'clock, ಲಂಬಾಣಿ ಅರಭಾಷೆ ದಖನಿ ಹವ್ಯಕ ಭಾಷಾ ಸೊಗಡು. At 3, ಕುಟುಂಬ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣತೆ ಎಡೆಗೆ. At 4, ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ಏಕವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ. And next coming to the stage Mukhamukhi. From 2 I'm mentioning 2 to 2:30 you can meet Olga, and 2:30 to 3 MS Asha Devi ಅವರನ್ನ ನೀವು ಮೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು. And 3 to 3:30 ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಬಹುದು. Then 3:30 to 4 Sugata Srinivas Raju, and 4 to 4:30 p.m. B Jayamohan, and 4:30 to 5 Vishwas Patil. And coming to Anavarana, so Anavarana I think now per day total books are going to launch is 12 per day. So 3 days festally 12, total 36 books from different authors, from different publications is going to launch. So please visit that as well. So at 2, if I want to mention, from 2 to 2:30, yes, Perspectives Rekkachutu Akasham, so which is Telugu. And next, coming to the next stage, that is Pustaka. So Pustaka is the one more stage. From 2 to 2:50, we have marketing words. Can English publishing models fit Indian languages? And at 3 to 3:50, we have digital chapters. And at 4, we have the audible turn. And the last stage is Chinnaraloka. So Chinnaraloka, from 2 to 2:50, we have Pakshi Veekshanage Hoganva. And at 3 to 3:50, Tanushri Jotage Desi Atada Sogadu. Sobagu. At 4 to 4:50, Sanjaya Manaranjane. So these are all the performances of the day in different platforms happening. And yes, we have a lot more to share as well. Yes, Sanjana?
Yes. The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahia presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minera, MSIL, KMF, Net Kalappa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadrapuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
And before getting into the next part of the event, let me share you the highlights of BBLF, Book Brahma Literature Festival 2024. I mean, the last edition, the total number of participants participated in the first edition, that is authors, just I'm mentioning the authors. A total of 450 authors worldwide participated in the 3-day fest, and more than 90 sessions, 90 sessions were held across 5 parallel venues featuring various literary and cultural discussions. 9 remarkable performances contributed to the grandeur of the mega event. And yes, esteemed artists including Pandit Venkatesh Kumar, Dr. R.K. Padmanabh, Prakash Raj, so many. And over 100 Southern state publishers participated in the Publishers Conclave. Delegates from South Asian literature in translation at the University of Chicago also attended the conclave, adding an international dimension to the event. And 80 book stalls were set up at the venue, drawing enthusiastic readers to the lovely book fair. And yes, the prestigious Book Brahma Sahitya Puraskara was awarded to renowned writer B Jayamohan for his outstanding contributions to the world of literature. So yes, of course, he is also going to join with us, and Yuru Mukhamukhiಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾತನಾಡಬಹುದು. We have a lot more. Okay, I think now the stage is ready. ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಬಟ್ಟೆ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. And actually this author, what I mentioned before, that is B Jayamohan. Basically he mentioned one thing in his review or the feedback about the last
resonates with her dedication, versatility, and passion for theatre. With a remarkable journey of over 109 performances in both Kannada and English, she stands as an artist who not only acts but also prepares her own scripts, skillfully translating them from Kannada to English to reach a wider audience. Her talent has graced prestigious platforms across India, from the National Drama Annual Festival to stage in Kolkata and Mumbai. On the international front, she has carried the essence of Indian theatre to South Africa, England, and America, transforming a 250-page novel into 1.5 solo performance is not easy feat. Yet she does with a mastery holding audience spellbound. So today she brings to us to the powerful solo act Singarava. Let's sit back and witness the mesmerizing journey unfold through her artistry.
Come on, ladies and gentlemen, join your hands and welcome Karnataka Bank Limited presents solo performance Singarava by Lakshmi Chandrasekhar.
ಅದಲ್ಲ ರೀ ಟೇಪ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಅಂಟಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾಡಿ
ಬರ್ತಾ dug holes in every wall in the palace. You won't get away with it, not as long as the Shiningi is alive. With her only son being in the city, who's there to take care of the palace if I don't? Ah, Shiva. Ah. Her own father was her enemy, and the husband worse. What could my poor mistress do? How was she to survive? Just a story. That's all she is now. A mere story. Shiva. Wow. You hear that? That's our local theatre buff staging their Bailata. If Desai were alive, he'd be there by now. I wonder why they brought the whore of an actress from this time, and how many husbands are going to break their wives' hearts. Ah, Shiva. You want to hear the story of the palace? Then it is Singareva's story you want. They're one and the same. You see the palace, but for its being in a village, it's as good as any Maharaja's palace in Mysore. Oh, you don't see much of it from the road because of the tall wall round it. But from a distance, you can see its tiled roof towering over all the mud huts. See what a ruin it is now. Our Desai's ancestors lived in such grandeur. You see those hollowed stones lying in the yard? Do you know how they got hollowed? They would strike silver coins against them to see if any of them was fake. Imagine how many silver coins that must have taken. But no amount of wealth is enough for their kind of life. Our Desai's father, his aunts, and their husband squandered all the wealth away. Akka, another patre sapling sprouting from the crack in the palace wall. It's a curse on Desai family. They say there used to be a patre grove where the palace stands now. When Desai's men started chopping down the sacred patre trees, a Jangama tried to stop them. How can a mere mendicant challenge a Desai? They chopped him down too along with the trees and built the palace over him. But before he died, the Jangama threw some ash and cursed, "Let patre trees grow inside the palace." That's why the palace folks can't stand the sight of a Jangama. Not that any Jangama comes to the palace get to beg for alms either. Such characters. And the things they did. They're all gone now. My Singareva has gone too. Singareva, how could you abandon me like this? We came here together from Nandgaon, didn't we? We must have been about this big then. It was a year or two after we got our periods, I think. Singareva's father, Pandri Gowda, he was the chief of Nandgaon village. The rogue had married 4 wives, one after another, because he didn't get any children. Finally, in his old age, his second wife, Ningau Gaudti, gave birth to Singareva. Because she was the only child, all his 4 wives doted on Singareva. What a beauty she was. The very image of the goddess of beauty, Rati Devi herself, and with a heart as soft as a flower. She couldn't bear to see anybody in tears. When she was a little girl, an untouchable Holaya boy called Maria used to work for the family. I don't know why, but Gowda hated the boy. He beat him like an animal. Once, Gowda was about to beat him when Singareva came between them, hugged Maria and saved him from the blow. Ah, Shiva, Shiva. My mother worked for Gowda too. And after her death, Gowda's house became my home. Singareva and I were almost the same age. But I had to work all day and sometimes get beaten as well. All I got to eat was some cold leftover rice and roti. But I didn't mind any of it because I had Singareva for a friend. Whenever they cooked something special, she would steal some and give it to me. She'd even help me with housework if none of them was watching. Being Gowda's daughter, she wasn't allowed to step out of the house, whereas I was free to wander all over the village. I'd pick up all the gossip, come back and tell her. Singareva loved sleeping next to me, but Gowda was furious when he found his daughter sleeping next to a servant. He beat me so badly, we had to stop. Shiva, I love being with Singareva. Any free time, and I'd run to play with her. Ours was always the house game. In every game we played, I'd be the husband and she my wife, and we would have a house full of children. Singareva was forever cuddling a baby, breastfeeding one, putting one to sleep. When I, the husband, came back from work, all she could talk about was her children. And before she was done with the children, one of the gautis would yell out, "Hey, Shiningi!" And I'd be off to do my work. Can you believe it? Once, because I ran off to work, when she was telling me about her child's fever, Singareva actually burst into tears. Shiva, Shiva. If Singareva was all tenderness, her father, Gowda, was exactly the opposite. He was a wicked old bastard, that Gowda. You can't imagine how wicked. Wicked enough to sell his own child. Gowda was a short fellow, had a big fat belly, small eyes and a scraggy mustache. One day, he had been to see the Gowda of Shirati who had taken ill. Gowda rushed home in the evening and said, "Hurry up and get ready. We are leaving for Yellamma shrine this very instant. Hey, Ningya, yoke the bullocks. Singari, I want you to come too. You can bring Shining along if you like. Come on. Forget about the offerings to the goddess. Just get into the cart, will you? I shall sit in front holding the gun. We shall be picking up the priest, Jangamaja, on the way. Hey, Ningya, move the cart. Hurrah! Ha, 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 ha. Yes, you are right. We haven't come to Yellamma shrine. We are here to attend Shirati Gowda's wedding. Our little Singari is the bride. Give her a quick bath and deck her up. If I hear any of you squeak, I'll skin you alive. Yala Yona. Look at this. I use all my wits to convince his mother, my younger sister that is, lie to my family that we're leaving for Yellamma shrine and travel through the night to be in time for the wedding, and the groom dead. If the news of his death leaks out now, his property will slip out of my hands. Hey, Ningya Kalya, I'll bring the groom to the altar. You two make sure things remain under control here. That's enough. You can stop decking her up now. Singari, come. It's time for the wedding ceremony. Come on, Singari. Why are you all wailing like that? Am I taking a corpse for burial? You want me to thrash some sense into your heads? Useless. The lot of you couldn't even give me a son. My daughter shall marry whoever I choose. Who are you to stop me? Singari, come. Sit next to the groom. Hey, it's the fever. It has drained him so much, he doesn't even have the strength to sit up. Here, let me sit here and hold him. Jangamaja, what are you waiting for? Start chanting the mantras.
Om Katyayane.
Hey, Ningya, where's the photo man we got all the way from Belgaum? Go on, get him. Singari, hold the groom's hand. Here, let me hold his. His hand's too weak. Have you taken the picture? In that case, the wedding is done. Hurry up now. Grab some lunch and get into the cart. You go on ahead. I'll catch up later. Now to inform my sister about her son's death. She would have never agreed to the wedding had she known he was already dead. Well, a man needs money, property. Nothing is too foul to achieve these ends. Let Shirati Vaiva's other wives challenge me in court. The wedding photograph shall prove our right to the property. Gowda won the case all right, but the battle went on for so long that he had lost all the property before he was through. And his only daughter was a widow even before she was married. Do you think that stopped the filthy scum? He found another groom for his daughter. Hey, Ninge, you accused me of marrying your daughter to a corpse, didn't you? Wait till you hear about the groom I have found her this time. Desai of Shivapura, as good as any Maharaja. Happens to be the only son too. But for his old mother, there isn't a single member of the family left. Our Singari will be a Dorsani. She'll rule over the palace as its queen. Eh? He looks skinny, that's all. That doesn't mean he's sick. Others will speak all kinds of nonsense because they are jealous. Why do you pay attention to all that? We shall have a grand wedding. Why should Singari have any objections? She is going into a rich household. They'll cover her with jewels. The court case ate up all the property from the first wedding. I shall not let it happen this time. In that household, who had the guts to defy Gowda? He went right ahead with the wedding. A month after the wedding, Singareva came to live in her husband's house. Her mother said, "Hey, Shininge, Singari is going to find it lonely here. Why don't you stay back with her for a few days?" And left me behind. That was the last Singareva and I saw of Nandgaon. We haven't been back there since. Singareva was dying to get away from her father. But the husband turned out to be worse. As for the state the palace was in, God help us. Hey, Nanji, haven't you cooked the rotis yet? The men will be here asking for their breakfast any time now. Hey, Ningappa, Siti hasn't come to work today because she isn't well. Why don't you go fetch her for a few pots of water? No use glaring at me like that. Dorsani needs the water. Go on, get it. Look at the arrogance. I could be speaking to a pillar for all he cares. Hey, Kalya, why don't you go and fetch it? See, he's as bad as the other one. Such a huge palace and just 2 men to take care of it. And they neither sweep the floor nor milk the buffaloes. God knows what work they do in the fields. They come home looking as if they're exhausted and sit here smoking beedies. Hey, Nanji, I offered to help because you were alone in the kitchen and you are trying to dump the whole thing on me. I still have to give old Dorsani a bath. She hasn't had one in a month. Can't go anywhere near her bed. She stinks like rotten grain. The old lady was a strange one. She must be 100 at least. Can't get out of bed. She panics at the mention of a bath. Who is it? Oh, it's only Sheeningi, is it? Come, sit. Hey, not so close. Move, move. What? Come to give me a bath? No, 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 please don't. I beg you. I fall at your feet. Huh? Oh, brought me my food, have you? Then it's all right. Help me sit up. Hey, how many times have I told you not to touch my waist? Hey, Shininge, hasn't Singari got pregnant yet? Hey, how much longer does the woman need? If I had me a man, I would have littered a dozen by now. You don't need to be pounded by a pestle to get you pregnant. A few drops of piss should do. My son pisses, doesn't he? Chinnada nadapatti, ranada nadapatti, chinnada nadapatti, ಚಿನ್ನದಲ್ಲದ ನಡಪಟ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡತೇನ ಮೊಮ್ಮಗನ ಹಡೆದ ಶಶಿ ಮುದ್ದಿಗೆ Hey, Shiningi, come here. Feel this? Do you feel it? The Narpati, pure gold, 18 sovereigns. Why don't you tell Singari to give her to her son quickly? I'll give her this gold Narpati if she gives me a grandson. The old lady was forever singing about her gold Narpati and how she would give it to her daughter-in-law on the birth of her grandson. But her son Desai was like a worm-eaten cob. To make it worse, he had the fainting spell as well. The only thing that roused his interest was acting in the Bayalata. He wore a grand turban on his head, but his wrinkled shirt and dhoti had nothing in common with the turban. There was nothing royal about his bearing either. He dragged his feet like a lazy, good-for-nothing wastrel. He was completely lost in the make-believe world of Bayalata. Because he paid for the entire Bayalata, the others let him think he was a great actor, but laughed behind his back. How was that, huh? Did you hear a single false note in it? How could you? When we started the song with Sa-re-ga-ma pa-da-ni, there's magic in Sa-re-ga-ma pa-da-ni. Once you've got those 7 notes, you know everything there is to know in music. Imagine an artist of our caliber acting in Bayalata with these ignorant, tone-deaf rustics. Akatakata, such is the irony of fate. Do you know what the maestro who taught us this divine art said? Maharaj, you are a born artist, a genius, unparalleled. Since there was none beside our noble self when he paid us this tribute, the world has remained ignorant of it.
Dittai ditanu thai. Dittai ditanu thai. Thai 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 thai. Thai 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 thai. Thai. शशिमुख सरोज लोचनि बारे बारे शशिमुख सरोज लोचनि बारे 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 मारनतापदि परि परि ಬಳಲುವೆ ಮಾರನತಾಪದಿ ಪರಿ ಪರಿ ಬಳಲುವೆ ಕಾಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಾಂತದಿ ಬಂದಿಹೆ ಕಾಂತ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಾಂತದಿ ಬಂದಿಹೆ ಮಂದಗಮನೆ ಸಂತೋಷಗೊಳಿಸು ಸಂತೋಷಗೊಳಿಸು.
Oh, lotus-eyed beauty, come, heal this bleeding heart wounded by Cupid's arrows. Huh? When lords of 56 kingdoms have bowed before us and brought us barrels of bullion, do you, our wedded wife, bar us from your blissful presence? Who goes there? Oh, it's only Shiningava, is it? What brings you here, our loyal subject? Oh, the same old water shortage. Rest assured, woman, it shall be attended to. Oh, Paramasiddhi, come, do come in. We hope you received the jewels we had borrowed from you for our wedding. We had to lie to Adorsani in order not to hurt her. We were able to silence her misgivings with the assurance that the jewels would be kept in a safe place. How are the preparations for the Bayalata? The royal hero will be played by us, as usual, we hope. The king's costume has already been stitched. We've gone into considerable expenses to have these shoulder guards made. As for the royal sword, this ancestral silver sword should prove more than adequate. Ours is a royal family, after all. Our ancestor was invited, the Maharaja of Mysore, to sit behind him on the throne. Being a member of the royal family in real life, we should have absolutely no difficulty playing the king. You there, let our guest be served a drink. You there, you there, where are all our men? Paramasetti, you are not to worry about the expenses of the biolata. Just add them to our accounts. You've had the privilege of lending us money in the past, in return for which favor you've already been promised another of our rich orchards. We shall go to Gokak to sign the deed as soon as the biolata is over. Has the beauty who plays a royal concert arrived in our land yet? We shall proceed towards the cottage behind your establishment to behold that beauteous damsel. Ha, priye, pranakante. I couldn't understand at first was why the fellow would go after a whore of an actress when he had the goddess of beauty herself for his wife. I asked Singare about it one day. What can I say, Shiningi? He gets drunk and staggers home late every night. If he finds me asleep on the floor, he sleeps on the cot. If I'm sleeping in the cot, he sleeps on the floor. When he wakes up in the morning, he rolls his eyes in surprise. Did you sleep in this room too? How am I supposed to have any children? They don't drop from the ceiling, do they? Hey, just because he doesn't come to you, it doesn't mean you should stay away from him. Be smart. I think I got my message across. That night, I lay awake for a long time thinking about Singareva. Just then, she came running down the stairs and said, Shinigi, come with me fast. I ran up the stairs to find Desai lying on the floor. He was unconscious. His face had turned red like an ant. Singareva rushed to the old lady's chamber in a panic. But the old lady calmly said, don't get so flustered. Just crush an onion and hold it to his nose. He'll be all right in the morning. Next morning, Singareva told me what had happened that night. Desa had come home drunk as usual and lay down on the cot. Singareva was lying on the floor. She went and lay next to him and started caressing his chest. Desa jumped up, brightened the lamp, and sat staring at his wife. Feeling shy, Singareva covered her face. Slowly, Desa started pulling her sari up from her ankle. He had barely reached the knees before he had dropped to the ground in a dead faint. Now I knew why Desai was always carried home unconscious whenever they had the bailata. They used to get a whore of an actress from Altagi for the show, you see. And after the show, Desai would walk across to Paramsetti's shack and ogle at the whore's thighs through a chink in the door. She would stand in the lamplight and lift her sari. And before she had revealed her thighs, Desai would be out, flat on the floor. The villagers knew about his weakness and even exploited it. With a husband like this, how was Singareva ever going to get pregnant? Her prayers and rituals and fasts were all a waste. One afternoon, looking for Singareva, I went into the cowshed. She was busy talking to our maid Nanji. I hid behind a pillar and listened. Hey, Nanji, how does it feel inside? Careful, Nanji, careful. You shouldn't sit or rise too fast. You needn't go to the fields from tomorrow. It's your first pregnancy after all. Hey, tell me, does your husband love you more now? Hey, come on. What? Did he really feel and kiss your stomach? Ay, Shiva. Hey, Nanji, can I ask you something? Can I? Just once. Can I feel your stomach? How does it feel inside? Is it like holding a little bird in your palm? Nanji, go home now. Tell me what dishes you'd like to eat. I'll cook all of them and send them with Shiningi. When I reached Nanji's hut, I found a large group of women in her front yard. Her mother-in-law was wailing and cursing someone. A neighbor who saw me dragged me to a corner. Hey, what is this, Shiningaka? How could the young Dorsani do this? I believe she touched Nanji's stomach. How can an unborn babe survive the touch of a barren woman? Nanji barely reached home before she miscarried. I didn't utter a word, just rushed back to the palace and without stopping to think what I was doing, told Singareva the entire story. She collapsed to the ground like a tender bamboo shoot caught in a whirlwind. What more does Shiva have in store for me, Shiningi? She wailed. She hugged me real tight and said, Shiva too has deserted me, Shiningi. She had barely uttered these words when we heard the main door bang open. We turned to see a Jangama fill the length and breadth of the doorway. A saffron-clad black body with eyes flaming like torches. He held a lamp in one hand and his begging bag in the other. You shall bear fruit, woman. If Shiva does not give you fruit, I shall twist his foot. He thundered and vanished. That Jangama's name was Huchaya. He was a strange fellow. He was homeless and slept anywhere he liked. He'd barge into somebody's kitchen and say, Shiva shall eat here today. And now he'd come into the palace uninvited. I'd heard the villagers say his words always came true. But Desai didn't touch Singareva during the next 8 months. How was she get pregnant then? One day, I decided to go and see Huchaya myself without telling Singareva. I bumped into him on the way. Aren't you Shiningava of the palace? How is your Dorsani? Hey, it's 8 months since you said she'd conceived. There's no sign of it so far, I told him. He closed his eyes for a bit and opened them again. Knotting his eyebrows, he said, It shall not be day nor night, but twilight when Shiva visits the palace. You go on ahead. In the evening, he came into the palace through the back door and said to Dorsani, Give me your hand. I could see his face flush and hands tremble as he held hers. He traced the lines on her palm and swallowed hard. You shall bear fruit, woman, but you will have to worship Shiva on the night of the new moon. No one but I shall be there when you do it. Tell me, when there are elders in the house, can a daughter-in-law perform a puja all by herself? But the Jangama wouldn't have it any other way. We shall not have the puja if you cannot do it alone, he said. That night, I tried speaking to the old Darsani about it. No. Jangamas are not welcome in this house. Don't let the rogue step into the palace. The old lady was quite emphatic. Singareva raised the subject gently with Desai. They say Huchaya's words always come true. Is that so? But he dismissed the whole thing with, Hey, that Jangama is a scoundrel. How can his predictions come true? So we decided to drop the idea of the puja. On the same new moon day that the puja was to happen, Gowda landed on us. After lunch, as he sat chewing betel leaves, he sent for his daughter. Enava, the last time I was here, you were so sure you would bear a son and asked me over to see him. I waited a long time for the invitation. When I didn't get one, I thought I should come and see for myself. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. You have a brother now. Your stepmother has given me a son. Even as I was thinking, Shiva, you have given me enough children now. Another of your stepmothers gets pregnant. Look at the irony of it, Desai. Shiva gives more children to those who say they have enough, whereas he doesn't give any to those who beg him for a child. Now that I have a son, why don't you adopt him? I don't mind giving him to you. With every word he spoke, Gowda looked slyly at his daughter to see if his words had stung her. That night, after he had seen his father-in-law off, Desai went to see a bailata show in the neighboring village. Singareva said, Shiningi, keep the back door open. Let Huchaya come. We will have the puja. I was about to say, don't Yava, who are we to put Shiva on trial? But when I saw the torches flaming in her eyes, I swallowed my words. Singareva had decided to wrench children from Shiva's hand. So I prepared for the puja. After pasting the floor with the dung of a black cow, I got the puja articles which I had asked for and made some ganjala by mixing cow dung in a pot full of water. Darsani had her bath and changed into a dry sari. As I turned to the door wondering why Huchaya hadn't come in yet, I thought I saw a black shadow flit across the door. So I went to check. And there he was, standing right behind the door. I had a strong suspicion Huchaya had stood there all the time and watched Darsani remove her wet sari. I'd better be careful, I told myself. Huchaya came in quietly. He had smeared ash all over his body and carried his begging bag on his arms. From that bag, he took out a few bones and a skull. Cut! Shut! Om Adi Shakti Parashakti Sit here with a neem twig between your teeth. With a loud chant, he poured the potful of ganjala over Singareva's head. Just then we heard a sound. Someone was knocking on the main door. Open the door, you son of a bitch! Desai's voice. We are ruined, Yava. I ran to the stair door, bolted it shut, and cleared all traces of the puja. Huchaya was trembling with fear and scuttling around, looking for a corner to squeeze himself into. By now, Desai had come up the stairs and was knocking on our door. I put Singareva onto the cot and covered her with a sheet. Oh, what was I to do with this Huchaya? I don't know where I got the idea from. I rolled him up in a mattress and heaved it onto the ledge. Desai barged in with his gun. What took you all so long? Are you all dead or what? And started poking around. How dare you sneak into our harem, you yellow-livered, slimy, slithering worm? You shall not escape us, you villain! Hugging his gun like a heroic warrior, he stalked to the window and shot into the air. Dum! Dum! That must have satisfied him. Shiningi, you may secure the door now, and thumped his way down the stairs. Oh, Shiva, let's get rid of this Huchaya first, I thought, and said, Swami. Where was the Swami? He had already left for his heavenly abode. Just the sound of the bullets had frightened him to death. Singareva was in a panic. Hey, Shiva, what do we do now, Shiningi? Hey, have some courage, Yava. All we need to do is get rid of the body. I'll fetch one of our farmhands to do it. When I reached a row of huts where our farmhands lived, I found a man sleeping outside the first hut. I woke him up and said, "Come with me, Darsani wants you," and brought him to the palace. He took one look at the corpse and turned sharply to Singareva. And then, as if he was in no hurry at all, he sat down and took out a beedi. What arrogance, I thought. When he struck the match, I saw his face. It seemed familiar. "Hey, aren't you our old farmhand Maria?" I asked him. "You mean our Maria?" Singareva said excitedly. "Hey Maria, why don't you get rid of this body first? We shall sit down and have a nice chat later." "What will you give me in return?" 1,000 rupees. "Suppose I say I won't? 5,000? 10,000? "No, not even if you made me a desai." "Here, lie with me just once and I'll get rid of the corpse for you." "What? Lie with a slave who ate our leftovers? How dare you?" "Forget it then. Here, I'm off. I shall tell the villagers how Dorsani has killed Huchaya. The police Fausta will be here before morning to handcuff you and drag you off to prison." Maria started for the door. I knew it wasn't safe to let him go out like that, so I fell at his feet. "Please don't, Maria. Think of all the food we stole to save you from dying of hunger." "Don't, Shinigi. Don't grovel at his feet. I'd rather jump into a well and end all this." "In that case, why not lie with me once before you die?" Maria grabbed Singareva and kissed her so violently, she didn't have the strength to push him. What was I supposed to do? I'd led her straight into the tiger's mouth. I just stopped looking that way. Singareva lay like a lump of raw flesh. Maria was mauling her like a ravenous tiger. She was screaming in pain. "Ayo! Yawa!" In all this commotion, Huchaya's body slid down and fell on top of them. Letting go of Singareva, Maria tucked in his dhoti, heaved the corpse onto his shoulder, and walked out, smacking his lips. Singareva lay groaning, too weak even to cover her thighs. Why did all this happen to Singareva of all the people? She had never harmed anybody, never even wished them ill. Her heart ached for those in pain. The villagers sang songs about her beauty and virtues. They had no idea how miserable her own life was. We were well into the month of monsoons then, but it hadn't rained yet, so planting hadn't begun either. It looked like a year of drought. The villagers hadn't overlooked any ritual that could bring rain. Huchaya was the man our village needed at such times. People believed he could bring rain even if it meant dragging down rain god. Since there was no sign of Huchaya, many thought he had gone to get rain. Then they discovered his body in Kumudava's temple, sitting in a posture of meditation. Nobody in the village knew how Huchaya had died in the palace. They said he had gone to heaven in order to send rain. This doubled their faith in him. Devotees flocked in from the neighboring villages, singing prayers as they came. Time at all, they had decorated the hearse and placed his body inside it. Sound of drums and pipes was deafening. The way they hailed their Huchaya Maharaj and praised him, you would think God himself had died. Jai! 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 When the procession was passing in front of the palace, a miracle happened. I don't know if the rain god hiding in the sky had heard their cries, or if Huchaya had sent rain from Kailasa, the abode of Shiva. But before we knew, Black clouds filled the sky, and rain came pouring down. Each drop was as big as a beetle nut. People sang, danced, and hailed Jayashree. Jai! That day, Huchaya became a greater god than Kumudava. Singareva lay ill in the palace. Her fever hadn't come down even after 8 days. She was delirious. How can you be my father? You are my enemy too, she'd spit out in disgust. Hey, Shiringi, has our cow Kapli calved again? She'd ask. Why don't you give Maria some of those snacks? Hey, Maria, let a snake bite your hand. Let the tiger eat you up. Ooh, she'd wail. Days I would come up once a day and sit for a few minutes without speaking a word. Maybe he couldn't find a piece of dialogue from his biolata to suit the occasion. Meanwhile, Maria had established himself as a trusted servant in the palace and made himself indispensable. He barged into Singareva's room whenever he wanted her. We were so helpless, we lived in constant fear of him. Finally, one day, we decided to get rid of him. Singareva told me to cook his food separately and gave me some poison to mix with it. But as I sat cooking, I felt sick at the thought of killing him. So, without Singareva's knowledge, I threw the poison into fire. Maria sat down to eat. He was just about to eat when Singareva came charging and kicked his plate away. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to her room upstairs. Hey, Shiningi, isn't it 2 days before the full moon that I usually get my periods? Yes. It's 8 days since the full moon, and I still haven't got my periods. So, hey, don't you understand, stupid? I must be pregnant. Ay, Tai, may Shiva grant you your wish. I was so thrilled that when we went to see the old lady that night, I couldn't hold back the news. Your daughter-in-law has missed her periods this month, I told her. The old lady was so ecstatic. She hopped on the bed, got Singareva, removed her gold nadapatti and fixed it round Singareva's. You have the blessings of the elders, my dear. Go sleep now. Hey, Shiningi, Singari is like a tender flower now. Give her all the care she needs. Kumudava, now I can die in peace. Next morning, when I went to help the old lady with her toilet, I found her dead. I can't tell you how miserable Singareva was. Your song too died with you, Atti. It was only later that I understood her words. Singareva had started her periods that day. The funeral rites gave Gowda the excuse to come to the palace several times. And whenever he was here, he would poke his nose into the palace affairs or speak about adoption. During one of these visits, he said, I must speak to my daughter urgently, and barged into her room upstairs. Paramsetti is waiting to get his hands on the palace. That's why he's making Desai spend so much money on Biolata and getting him deeper into debt. The property would have remained with us if only he had agreed to the adoption. Don't you need a place to come to when your husband is dead? Besides, we have other problems too. The loans I took for your marriage aren't cleared yet. When Singareva heard this, she went into a rage. Oh, you did me a great favor by getting me married, didn't you? No other father in the world would have done that to his daughter. First, you get me married to a corpse and grab all the property there, and then you get me married a second time, hoping this husband would die quickly too, and you can have his wealth as well. You're annoyed, aren't you? Things didn't turn out the way you wanted. Listen, this is my only home. I'll keep my husband alive. I'll bury my son and ask you over to see him. Until then, don't you dare step into this house again. Now, get out! There he goes. He brings a bodyguard with him whenever he comes here because he's scared of Maria. Doesn't the brute have a heart? What a life Shiva has destined for me, Shiningi. All that Desai ever does, it ogle at horse thighs. What joy have I to live for? I'm sick of this palace. Hey, the tamarind grove. Why don't we go to the tamarind grove? Just once. I know women are not supposed to go there, but those green trees make me forget my misery. The Shiki Full Moon Festival is here anyway. I'll tell Desai we are going to the orchard for a picnic. You get the food ready. We'll cook something special like holgi, jwaldodi, pundi palle. Shiningi, haven't you packed the basket yet? Ningya has the cart ready. Get in with the basket. It's been so long since I stepped out of the palace. The fields are so green, they seem to sparkle. Hey, Ningya, isn't that our orchard? Look, Shiningi, they have planted groundnuts in the shallows. Yuvi, look at the sugar cane. It's grown so tall. Hey, Ningya, why don't you break some nice sugar cane for us? Shiningi, look, there's a stream flowing through here. Come, let's dip our feet in water. Look at the fish. There's so many of them. Hey, hey, stand still. See how they kiss your feet? Hey, Ningya, we're pretty close to the village, aren't we? Why don't you pick up the basket and drive the cart home? Shiningi and I can easily walk back to the village. Shiningi, the tamarind grove. Oh, Shiva, what a beautiful grove. Each tree is as big as a mountain. Oh, how beautiful. Hey, Shiningi, look, the setting sun makes the leaves sparkle like gems. Oh, Shiningi, I'm here. I can reach the tender shoots in this tree. Oh, the moon's out already. Shiningi, I can see stars between the leaves. Oh, Shiningi, what a beautiful grove this is. I wish we could stay on here forever. I don't want to go back to... Hey, look, there's a hut here and a lamp burning in it. I wonder who lives here. Come, let's take a look. Maria, what are you doing here? Hey, let her go. Shiningi, Shiningi. There's blood on your clothes. Who did you kill this time? No, don't touch me. Shiningi, Shiningi. Shiningi, wake up, Shiningi. You passed out because your head hit a stone when Maria pushed you. The beast raped me again. He's completely drunk. just killed my father and his bodyguard. I managed to push him into the hut, bolt the door from outside and set fire to it. Come, let's run home quickly. The villagers will be here the moment they see the fire. Come, come, let's run. Look at those flames leaping to the skies. Shut them in, Shiningi. I can't bear to look at them. I'm shivering all over. I feel so feverish. I can't even sleep. The moment I shut my eyes, I see my father's ghost dancing in the flames. Get me the gourd of toddy from their size room, will you? I know he was a scoundrel, but he was my father. Imagine a daughter setting fire to her father's body. His ghost will haunt me for the rest of my life. I want to die, Shiningi. I have nothing left to live for. Why did you follow me into this misery? Listen, it's time you got married. I'll find you a sturdy young man. You can both live in the palace. Give birth to a son before the year is through, and I'll adopt him. At least that way, I can give you something in return for all that you have done for me. I'll hold on to life until then. Pass me the kumkum. I guess I have to make a show of wearing it. I ran to see what she'd seen in the mirror to frighten her so, and found Maria emerge from behind the cart. Don't scream. The police are in the village looking for me. If you betray me, I'll see you land in jail with me. Singari, don't forget, your veil is still lying in the tamarind grove. We had no choice. We hid him in Dorsani's chamber. Singareva came down with a fever which lasted over a week. This time, she had lost complete control of herself. She'd bang her head, scream suddenly, and run all over the room as if some ghost was after her. I pleaded with Desai, your Dwarsani is dying. Please, get her to a doctor quickly. And he said, yes, yes, we shall, and left for the Bailata rehearsals. When he came back, it was past midnight, and he was dead drunk. One day, she just ran towards the back door, and I caught her just as she was trying to open the door. She struggled hard to free herself and soon collapsed to the ground. How do I carry her up the stairs now? I wondered. Maria, who'd been standing outside his door watching, said, don't worry, Shiningi, I'll carry her. What? Yes, she has gone cold. Quick, rubber soles. I'll blow into her ear. Yava, Yava. Yava, Yava. She's moving. Thank God. She's still alive. It's better she doesn't see me when she opens her eyes. I'll sit on the stairs. You sit close and fan her. There's a herb. If you grind it and smear the paste on her forehead, palms, and soles, the fever is sure to come down by morning. It's all because of me, Shiningi. I never meant to harm her. Whatever I did was because I loved her. She has a heart of gold. Even as a little girl, she saved me from her father's beatings by hugging me. Me, an untouchable Holaya boy. And when he tried to starve me, She gave me her share of food. The entire cowshed would light up whenever she came in. I swear, Shiningi, I have never looked at another woman in all my life. It was her father Gowda I was angry with. He stole my land, seduced my mother, and made my life miserable. I wanted to kill both of them, Gowda and my mother. I got mother, but the son of a bitch, Gowda, got away. And now the rogue comes here to rob his daughter's palace. He was scared I'd block him. So he tells Desai tales about me and has me thrown out of the palace. How could I stand by and let that son of a bitch rob Singari of everything? Wasn't it for her sake that I came into the palace? I've hungered for her for so many years. How can any man help wanting to hug her and kiss her? What if I'm only a slave? I'm a man too. Remember that day when she wanted me to pluck some mangoes for her, and I insisted she came and took them from me herself? When I saw her come to me, I forgot I was only a low-caste slave, and she, Gowda's daughter. I hugged her and kissed her so hungrily. After that day, she never came anywhere near me. Didn't touch a single thing I got for her. I left the village after killing mother and arrived in Shivapura when I heard of Singari's marriage to Desai. Huchaya's death gave me the chance I was waiting for to get into the palace. I massaged Desai's feet and flattered him with Sarkar, Sarkar, and became his trusted servant. Whenever Desai was to leave for Gokak to register his lands in Paramsetti's name, I have stopped him by getting him drunk. I made sure the palace doesn't slip out of our hands by hiding the papers. But with Singari, I have behaved like a rotten beast. I have tortured her, made her miserable. She's sweating. That means the fever is gone. We needn't worry anymore. I'll go now. I'll never bother her again. Take good care of her, Shiningi. Singareva's plight had softened even a heartless beast like Maria, but it made no dent in Desai's heart. Even while lying sick, Singareva would ask, "Hasn't Desai come home yet?" But he went on as if everything was just fine, got up at his leisure, ate as usual, and left for the Bailata rehearsals. His pockets were bulging with money these days. If we are not careful, Paramsetti will have the palace registered in his name before this Bailata is over. Maria warned me, keep your husband away from Bailata, or stop him from selling the palace at least. I told Singareva. She said she'd speak with him and had him come up to her room. This is what she told him. Your ancestors have lived in this palace for 300 years in such grandeur. Wouldn't it be a shame to pawn it with a petty shopkeeper? The palace needs a child. It's being orphaned because of your bad habits. I know you don't love me as a husband should. I have learned to live with that. But don't you feel a sense of duty towards me? Shouldn't you at least try and save your dying wife? Instead of ogling at whores, why don't you look at me? Think of me as your whore. I'll even bear my body as they do, if that makes you happy. Why don't you come home early this evening? I'll serve you your drink. Desai must have felt ashamed to hear such words from a well-born wife like Singareva. From now on, I'll come home straight from rehearsals, he said. I wouldn't be surprised if he mends his ways, I thought. That is the effect Singareva had on people. At first, Desai did seem to mend his ways. That day, he actually walked home from the rehearsals. Though it was late and he was quite drunk, the next night was the same. I can't tell you how happy Singareva was. Oh, the way she massaged his back, served him food, and fawned over him. The next day was the festival of Deepavali. The Bailata was to be staged that night. Once that was done, we'd be rid of that whore of an actress. That night, Singareva decked herself up and flitted about the palace so charmingly. She thought she had finally won her husband back. But such good fortune was not for Desai. He was born to be a degenerate. Around midnight, Maria carried Desai home, unconscious as usual. Master was lying senseless outside Paramsetti's shack. Setti and the whore were laughing inside. They wouldn't even come out. Nobody was prepared to bring Master home, so I had to carry him myself. Singareva was burning with rage. She wouldn't even touch Desai. When I went to hold a crushed onion to his nose, she snatched the onion from me and threw it out of the window. "Let the bastard die," she said. When she saw Maria massaging his feet, she snapped, "There's no need for you to do that." Maria began to leave. "Hey, Maria, wait," she told him. There was something odd about her voice. You shouldn't push even a saint beyond a point. If you do, he'll curse you. Desa had pushed Singareva beyond that point. She went close to the bed and shoved Desai off like one kicks a dead dog. Shiningi, go downstairs. Come, Maria, lie with me. Singareva came close to happiness, it was during the months that followed. I don't know if it was because of her anger towards Desai or because she has never felt such pleasure before. She reveled in it quite brazenly. She was no longer the gloomy Dorsani of the past. Now she was Singari in the real sense of the term, beautiful, luscious, and pleasure-loving. She decked herself up every day, combed her hair, wore a bright-colored sari, drank half a gourd of toddy, and with lips red from chewing betel leaves, came sailing down the stairs like a goddess. But when she had a few drops more to drink, you caught a glimpse of the agony inside. "Shiningi, I have daggers in my stomach, piercing me. It's all because of Desai. I want to kill him every time I see him. Let him ogle at horse thighs if he wants to, or let him die, but don't let him come anywhere near me." All this ranting lasted only till Maria appeared on the scene. Maria too was a changed man, though he appeared the same outside. Before this, I would have never believed even a fellow like Maria could have a soul. Singareva found it for him. He worshipped the ground she walked on and catered to every whim of hers. He didn't barge into Singareva's room like he used to before. Now he was very particular about Singareva's honor. But Desai remained exactly the same. There was no change in his routine or behavior. How could there be? He wasn't human, if you ask me. The man hadn't shed a tear even when his own mother died. He was so steeped in his perversions, he didn't even know he'd lost his Dorsani. That's why sometimes I felt he deserved to lose her. Nothing much happened until Singareva got pregnant and her mother Ninga Ugaurti came on a visit. She told us about Gauda's disappearance and how his other wives had made her life miserable. "I'm sure Gauda is dead. How long will people put up with such a fellow? They say Shiratti family must have had him killed." "Hey, Kanda, are you pregnant?" "Hey, my darling, my precious, at last. Why didn't you tell me before? My Singari, my lovely one. Hey, what is this, son-in-law? At least you could have told us Singari was pregnant." Desai widened his eyes, turned pale, and muttered, "Pregnant, pregnant," and collapsed to the ground in a faint. Singareva walked away as if nothing at all had happened. Desai didn't speak a word about it until Ninga Ugaurti had left. The day she left, he wouldn't come out of his room even to eat. Finally, Dorsani herself went to call him. Desai asked her in his squeaky voice, "Is it true you are with child? Which slave of mine is the father?" Singareva controlled her anger. "Why don't you think of it as yours? The palace needs a child. Before your mother died, she gave me her gold nadpati and blessed me. May you have many children, my daughter," she said. Do you want her proved wrong? You are forever busy with your bailata. Don't you want an heir? If you want to live in this palace, you must abort the child. Why are you being so stubborn? An angel has come from another land. He doesn't stand on pride. He will run round the palace pillars, singing, dancing, laughing. The pillars will speak to him. Singareva was going on like this when Desai screeched, "You adulterous whore, we shall not let your bastard child defile our palace," and rammed his head into her womb. She fell back, screaming in pain. When she came to, the mother was furious. She turned towards Desai's room and started cursing him. "How dare you attack my womb, you filthy dog? There's no blood flowing in your veins, only poison, you cold-blooded snake. If you were human, you would have known the kind of woman I am. You no good son of a bitch. Every passing Jangama cursed your palace. I vowed to defy, I vowed to prove them wrong and raise children here. If you were man enough, I would have filled the palace with children by now. Look at you, ogling at horse thighs and falling senseless in the street. You call me a whore? You made me one. You and your perversions played pimp and turned me into a whore. Don't get angry, you filthy scum. You might just die. You don't even have the strength to be angry. I have the strength to bear 1,000 children. I was meant for that. Why should I be made childless for the sake of your honor? If you ever come near me again, I will burn your palace down, roast you in that fire, and eat you up. Hushar. Singareva never forgave Desai. More than his head, he had hurt her with his words. She drank to forget the pain. And when she was drunk, she did such crazy things. Her actions frightened me. One day she said she was going to wreck the palace and threw things all over the place. When I went to pacify her, she dragged me to the window. "Listen, Shiningi, do you hear the cuckoo singing in the tamarind grove?" It wasn't at all for the season for the cuckoo to sing. She was only half aware most of the time. That afternoon, I found Maria in a heated conversation with Dorsani. When I saw how she was seething with rage, I was worried. That night, she drained an entire bottle of liquor. She seemed to be seriously worried about something. Feeling tired, I went to sleep early that night. A noise woke me up around midnight. I opened my eyes to find Maria bringing Dorsani into the palace. She seemed terrified. Maria went out again and came back carrying Desai. There was nothing unusual about his carrying Desai home. But where had Dorsani come from? I sensed a mystery. It took me a long time to go back to sleep again. When I woke up, it was sunlight. And I found Dorsani wandering in the Darbar hall, muttering to herself, "Let the ancestors of this palace know I am not an adulteress. Let them also know it was because of their impotent Maharaja that all this happened. If there are gods in this palace, any ancestral souls residing here, they'll know the kind of woman I am. If I have committed adultery, they will know it was only to have children blossoming among these pillars." Singareva was going on like this. A gunshot. It had come from Desai's room. We all ran to his chamber. Desai had shot himself dead. He wasn't the kind of man to die a quiet, harmless death. He had left a letter behind him. Singareva opened the letter and read it through. To Chi Sau Singari Bai, Dorsani of Shivapura village, Gokak Talu, Belgaum district. Our joy knew no bounds. when following our delightful wedding, you walked into our mansion. We imagined you to be a gem in the galaxy of loyal wives and a pearl among virtuous women. But like a tiger in the guise of a cow, you were a different person from what you appeared to be. While you were an ideal Hindu wife outside, you were a treacherous whore inside. We did not realize at first that you were a woman of pleasure, whose sole ambition was to plunder our golden palace. During your childhood in your parental home, you had sought the company of that mindless Holaya Maria and indulged in the extremity of pleasure with him. Even marriage did not teach you to be virtuous. You charmed the numbskull into coming speedily here after you. You deceived this husband of yours and conspired against him. Oh, what is it but misfortune that kept us from the knowledge of your treachery until the very end? You were caught in the end, betrayed by your pregnancy. When we inquired about the identity of the man who had impregnated you, you ignored our inquiry most insensitively. By conceiving an illegitimate child, you defiled the lotus-like purity of this palace. Finally, we arrived at the decision that death was 1,000 times more preferable to showing our blackened face to our beloved subjects in Shivapura. Meanwhile, that villain Maria had tempted us with the prospect of feasting our eyes on the beautiful body of the royal courtesan of Kollapura. Hi, Dick, you deceived us even there, for when we peeped into the hut with the expectation of feasting our eyes with the beautiful body of the royal courtesan, we find you standing there instead of her, naked. A winsome wife, you stood there like a strumpet bearing your body. The sight drained us of all pleasure and filled us with pain. But we did not faint as you imagined we did. To one renowned through the length and breadth of the land as the greatest ballad actor of all times, pretending to faint was not at all a difficult task. Fooled by our act, that villain Maria carried us back to the palace. But we had already been charmed by the treacherous words of that Holaya into writing off the palace. You had emerged triumphant in your plot. The palace was yours. The cool rays of the moon might heat up, scorching sun cool down, oceans might dry up, but an adulteress like you will never bring happiness into this world. We shall proclaim it again and again with hands folded in salute to all the sons of this sacred land. We shall also testify before Goddess Kumudava, who rules over this land, that you killed us with your own hand. If you have any humanity left in you, confess in the court of justice that you killed us and embrace imprisonment. This is our final wish. We bow down in humility to all the learned men. Saregam Desayi. That was it. She was gone. Never came back again. I don't know what Desa had written in this wretched letter. She told the police Fauza she had killed him herself. Maria and I pleaded, no, she didn't do it, she's lying. But she wouldn't listen. Just placed the Nadpati in my hand and followed the police Fauza to prison without a trace of fear or hesitation. And as if she had been waiting for her son to be born, she died at childbirth. I have brought up the son myself. We called him Ravi Chandra. He's the heir to the palace. He wanted to sell the palace and settle down in the city. Because the villagers asked him, he has allowed them to use it as the village school. Singareva, at least this way your wish has come true. The palace is finally filled with children. Who? Maria. Maria died of snake bite within 3 days of Singareva's death. The snake didn't attack him. He held the snake in his hand until it bit him. During those 3 days, he neither ate nor slept, just sat under that patre tree over there. And before he died, he called out once, Singari! The blessed ones are all dead. Only this sinner still lives on. Oh, Singareva, I'm tired of this lonely life. I have no life without you. Hey, come down from the pillars. You will ruin the carving. How mischievous these children are. Hey, who is that dancing above? Sorry, but hey, catch him, don't let him go. Hey. ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ
Yes. How was the performance? Come on. Let's all together applaud the artist and the team. At least for 10 seconds. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As the number goes up, the sound of the applause should go up. Come on. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. So, idra jotege mattondu dhamakaadhar performance anta naven helbodu. That is going to happen the same day at 6:30 p.m. So, B Jayashree and team. So, ಬಹುಶಃ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಗತ್ತು, ಆ ಒಂದು ಸೊಗಡು, ಎಸ್, ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ, ಇಡೀ ಟೀಮ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is what the timings we have. So, continuous performance of 2 hours. Definitely, I'm requesting everyone, please attend that too as well. And moving on to the next one, that is what the solo performance Singarava by Lakshmi Chandrasekhar. So this session was presented by the partner Karnataka Bank Limited.
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshaya Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minera, MSIL, KMF, Netkallappa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
And before moving on to the next part of the day, so let me highlight the impact of BBLF 2024. So what was the impact actually? And that too considering social media. The same highlights I have shared in the morning as well, but which is very important and really it is boosted a lot to happen this year first. So that is what like this. So almost Book Brahma Literature Festival 2024 recorded an impressive 36,000 footfalls over 3 days. In just 3 days, we can see. And a total of 90,254 unique viewers turned to an live streaming from around the globe. So, ಈಗಲೂ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋಂಥವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳೋಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ದ ಕೌಂಟ್ ವಿ ಗಾಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ದಿಸ್ ಕೌಂಟ್, ಹೋಪಿಂಗ್ maybe it is on the higher level again. So, and the next is the festival generated almost, or we can say proudly, that is 4.5 million impressions across social media platforms. So Book Brahma ivattu pratiyobarigu reach agodakke, yes, social media platform is also one of the strong tool we have to reach or to share the literacy. So in that point of view, we want to thank you and as well as our social media viewers and followers as well. And the next countries, it is not only India, worldwide more than 30 countries ge namma festival reach agiruvantadu. That is what recorded in the last fest. And yes, of course, again 30 plus inda jaasti agutte annantadu ee year fest na ಒಂದು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಇದೆ. And last but not the least, that is age group. So ನಮ್ಮ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಥವಾ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದ ಆಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ, ನಾಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ The whole Book Brahma concept or the objective of it is reaching to the people. On an average, we can tell the age group of the people 22 to 45 age group. So where it is showing our the age group, I mean to say the coming generation, what interest they are showing towards the literature, they want to learn and they want to build it. So that is what a good point to go ahead. So coming to the next part.
ಮಣಿಪಾಲ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಹೈಯರ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಹೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವಂತಹ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಉತ್ಸವ 2025 ಈ ದಿನದ ಮುಂದಿನ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಗೆ ಹೋಗುವ ಸಮಯ ಈಗ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ವಾಸ್ವಾನಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ಈಗಿನ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ವಿಷಯ ವೈ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಮಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಆರ್ಟ್, ಲಿಟರೇಚರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್.
So for this, I am requesting Hariprasad Hegde, Nisarga, Sabin Iqbal and Arvind Chunchure will be the moderator. So requesting you all on stage, please. Arvind sir, over to you.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ. So day one of Book Brahma Literature Festival, 3 p.m. and I see still there are people who want to listen and sit in the auditorium. So thank you for everyone here, present for this particular session. This is a very different topic. Why corporate India must invest in art, literature and culture. Generally, I have seen, or most of us feel that this is something to do with corporate. Of course, it has some connection with art, literature and culture. But very, very important topic, because if we want to really look at the future as a nation and also about individual, this particular session will be of immense value to all of you. And of course, we will try and see whether we can convince you to embrace art, culture, literature, irrespective of what you do. But most importantly, we want to ensure that the corporates invest more and more into this particular much needed space. So let me start with my introduction or my connect to art. By training, I'm a scientist, I'm a physicist. You may be wondering, why a physicist should be sitting here and moderating a panel. And what is my connect to art, literature, and the culture. For this particular session, I was just reflecting, where did I began to appreciate art in my life? And the best thing that ever happened in my life was the opportunity to do PhD in physics at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. Not Tata Institute here in IISc, but Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Mumbai. And if anyone has ever heard of TIFR and the founder, Dr. Homi Bhabha was an art connoisseur or somebody who appreciated art so much, being a scientist. And if you enter that space of Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, where most of us were physicists and mathematicians and biologists, but you feel that you are entering into a space that's a art museum. And Dr. Bhabha collected some of the finest art and artifacts and sculptures of 50s and 60s, and that exist even today. And every day as a scientist, we had that possibility to appreciate that particular art and see how we can get inspired to do better science and better, physics or maths or whatever subject that we were in. That was my first introduction to art, and I grew up. I spent almost 10 years in that particular space, creative space, being a scientist. And after science, I ventured into corporate world. I worked with 3 Fortune 500 corporates, both Indian and multinational companies. I had a little bit different experience, you know. They were world-class organizations. The space were very functional, well-lit, but somewhere there was this gap or missing that art and the culture was not evidently present in those workspaces. So now today's topic is, you know, how do we make sure that not just our companies support or curate and enable and empower art and culture, but also see that how our cities, our nation can become a cultural capital for the world. So with this introduction, we have some remarkable panelists. It's very, very difficult to describe them in a couple of words, but let me start with Dr. Nisarga. You know, he's a doctor. He was the gold medalist in MCH. You know, he's the first person, ranked number 1 to study cardiology. And today he's sitting here, by the way, in Art and Literature Festival. So he conducted some of the most complex heart operations. He heads cardiology department at KIMS, Hyderabad. In fact, he's the first doctor in the world to do heart operation when the patient is alive. That's what Dr. Nisarga is there. And he is passionate about photography and other things, and he's an award-winning photographer. Of course, he will introduce more. Sabin Iqbal, what an incredible person, and boom, we can all connect. He's a journalist, started career as a journalist, then he's a novelist, an award-winning novelist, but most important is he's the curator of Literature Festival, not only in Kerala, by the way, not only in India, but right now he's in UAE and also doing some incredible work in Europe and so on. He can bring deeper insights about why corporate must invest in art and culture. And then we have Mr. Hariprasad Hegde. You know, we were listening to his work being part of a Wipro. He led Wipro in multiple capacities. He built institutions within Wipro, created and supported art. And it will be very interesting to hear the perspectives from him, you know, what needs to be done to further investment in art, culture, and literature. So with this panelist, let me start because, you know, this is a heavy corporate kind of a topic. It's very important that we start with a very lighter way. And the first question that I want to ask everyone is, how did art came into your life? And what happened after that art came into your life? Briefly, I think this is another kind of a creative, you know, introduction to yourself so that those stories can really inspire others with Dr. Nisar.
Namaste. So basically, when I got an invitation, I was wondering why I've been called by Satish Chaparike to this prestigious and beautiful event. Then I realized maybe there is an art inside me, that's how I would have called. Because I'm not a corporate doctor. Maybe I'm working in a corporate hospital. That may be another reason for Satish to consider me to this event. Then I asked him whether it will be in English or Kannada, because I'm a Kannada person. Then he told, no, it's in English. Now I realize what is the reason for him to call me to this English event. Because his wife was my English teacher in pre-university. Jokes apart. So, when this chapter, last chapter happened, Book Brahma Festival, I was fortunate to become a patron in a very, very small way. So, that time my photo was displayed in the board outside this building. Soon after that, I got many calls, messages to my mobile saying that, "Arey, you're there." Then now I realize the reason for this topic, the answer for this topic. If you patronize in art, you'll be visible outside. Yeah. So to your question, I always asked whether I'm an artist as a doctor? That question is still there with me. Yes, there is some amount of art inside me. Being born in a place near Sagar, Shivamoga, being a Hegodian, as a kid watching Rashomon, Bicycle Thieves, Samskara, Gata Shraddha, repeatedly as a kid, being in touch with theatre arts as a kid, being in touch with literary giants in Kannada, most probably, obviously, an artist Aya has been born inside me. That's what I feel. And when it comes to the heart, I'll explain you in detail later.
We'll get to that. Yes. Sabine, how did you? Yeah.
Thanks. I was born in a family which is very progressive, and my grandfather had one of the first newspapers in Kerala. And he was a writer. All my uncles, and we all from a family of letters. So it's natural I turned to humanities. So I started to write, then I became a journalist. But my turning point into real art happened when I worked with Kochi Mistress Binale as an editorial director of the first thing. Then I started to see these artists up close and started to study the history of Kerala, and that fascinated me and drew me closer to the world of art. And even before that, when I was a journalist in Dubai, I chanced upon a Times literary supplement which had a feature on Heon Y, the literature festival in Wales. So that moment, that evening, this bug of being a curator, being part of literature festival bit me, so it's still there. Then I quit mainstream journalism and I wanted to start curating literature festivals, and I worked with Dr. Tharoor. We created a brand like Books on the Beach. We actually wanted to promote a beach, popular beach in Trivandrum, Kovalam. I worked on it for six months, but so passionately bringing people together. But that festival never took off. So, because the change of government, then sponsorship backed out. I mean, the government was supposed to sponsor it. So it never took off. Then I met the owners of the Mathrubhumi group. So they asked me to curate the festival. Then I got into the last 8 years I've been into this, and now I can't get out of it. So, this is, but if you ask me why art, and it's been in my blood, and I was born into the family of art and cultures, all that aesthetic sensibility.
So what do you, Hari?
I have no claim to any talent in art. I'm just a ever curious person, right? And I spent a long, about 2 decades in my earlier role with a large corporation, which sort of, and greatly empowering corporation. So I was fortunate. I also sat on the CSR arm of Wipro for good a decade and a half as a trustee. So I'm somewhere at the intersection of art, corporate philanthropy, and the question why corporates must invest is an interesting question for me.
Yes.
So I will give you all, if at all, if there are opportunities, some examples of why not, how, what are the positives and the potential downsides to it, and how do you ring fence it? Those would be the areas that I would be happy to comment on.
Yeah, thank you. So let's start with you, Hari, because this is about corporates. It's not about why they must invest in art, culture, and literature. So being from a corporate world, led and being a trustee of CSR. One of the trustees. So we were looking at the data. The data is very, very surprising, at least to me. So India CSR spends around 30,000 crore rupees a year, approximately, and 44% of that money goes to education and livelihood, very, very important for nation as India. The next 30+% goes to healthcare, which is also very, very important. Can you guess how much CSR money goes to, under CSR there is something, a category called heritage, art and culture. Can you guess, anyone? What percentage of CSR money goes to heritage, art, culture? 5%? Any? So it is less than 1.5%. Of course, the question is, education, livelihood matters a lot for India, healthcare matters a lot in India, but it does not mean that art, heritage, culture doesn't matter to India. So, Hari, why, this kind of a or small contribution from CSR or from corporates to heritage, art and culture?
Yeah, I'll add a little more to that number. Out of that 30,000, about 18,000 comes from listed companies, right? And I'm adding these numbers because these numbers will be relevant for some of the remarks that I'll make later. Yes. And if you take the listed 18,000, the top 10 companies in India make for almost 34% of the 17 or 18,000. And if you take the 30,000, then it'll be about 20%. It'll be good for us to bear this number in mind when we are talking of, how does art and corporate philanthropy in art plays out, and what could be the positives and the consequences of it, right? Now, to answer your question, why? I think there are a number of reasons for it. One is essentially a large part of our Indian population is still poor. And if you look at the public healthcare infrastructure, public education infrastructure, they've all sort of gone down in terms of their own capacities, and hence access to it is an issue. So that is the gap that naturally sort of takes precedence over others. One. And honestly, I have been in a position where, been in a difficult spot, I would say, where one would say no to a good argument somebody is making, why don't you support this? And I'll tell you, my typical response used to be, look, there are 100 good things to do. There are 5 that we have chosen, and we are deeply focused on it. That used to be, of course, subsequently, Wipro did include art as part of its, areas that it would sort of invest. But the fact of the matter is we are largely a country with very low access to education, healthcare, and so these things matter, hence the priority. The second one, the sectors like these, livelihood, education, healthcare and WASH, disaster, all of these make to almost about 60-65% of the contribution. These are little easy to understand, right? And easy to intervene in a systematic manner. Art is somewhat abstract. So how do you support art, and what vehicle do you use to do that is also a slightly more, I wouldn't say just difficult, out of sync question for somebody who's on a business role, right? That is also something that we need to keep in mind. right? These are, I think, the two reasons I would say.
Very important, Hari. I think you brought very important points. Why that less than 1.5% priority is for education, livelihood, and healthcare. And then, of course, how do I really systematically invest and know that there is an impact, there is an outcome. Sabin, I will come to you now. See, Sabin, we are as CSR or corporates are investing in education, healthcare. Eventually that connects our livelihood, that connects to the development, right? Development which converts into economy. So, and of course, the second part is that tangibility of invested amount in art culture. You have been, curator of several art culture festival, not only in India, but now you are going into Europe, and you know exactly why in certain geographies. For example, if I look at Singapore or Dubai, for example, how Dubai is looking at that economy, art, culture, and so on. So how do you respond to what Hari said?
Yeah, thanks, Arvind. See, I look at it in a very different perspective. I don't look at the investment from corporates into art and culture under the umbrella of CSR. I want this investment taken out of CSR, because CSR is invariably corporate social responsibility. It's their responsibility to build society, support society, to improve the societal standards and the livelihood, so on. So that, which is commendable. We all appreciate that. But at the same time, my argument is to invest in art, culture, literature as business.
Not just as a social.
Not just as CSR, because CSR comes with another, the goodness part of it, the commitment, the social responsibility. That's good. We need that. We need, because you just mentioned that India is poor and all that. But I'm looking at the entirely different way. Art, literature, culture can be a good field to invest, because there is branding that will, give back. Now we say the ROI is intangible. If we invest in art and culture and literature, it's intangible. But I argue that there will be a time, if we work together, that this ROI can be tangible. And I come from I live in a region where they invest billions and billions into art culture to build. We were discussing to turn an entire island into an art island, a cultural island, bringing Guggenheim, Louvre, all sort of thing, spending billions of dollars. Why? The question is why? Yes, they have money, but they're looking beyond the post fuel, the post oil era, and they find art and culture and literature are important areas to invest in. Absolutely. So that's my argument.
Very interesting, because I have been part of a corporate, not just I was a scientist, but I worked in a corporate. When I look at why art, culture matters or literature matters to the corporate is, number one, even corporates want to create something, right? Create new products, new solutions, solve the problems. It's all about creation. And the best way you can get inspired or learn the art of creation is from the arts, right? That's number one. Second is if you want to attract the best minds or best talent, that best talent looks at that culture of art and investment in art and social and so on. And third, which is very important, Sabine, you touched, possibly you will touch, is a brand differentiation. As a brand, how do you want to differentiate in the market? And art culture investment immensely helps. And here is an example. Dr. Nisarga is an example how art has played a role not only to be a good doctor, also create that space or a health care or a care as a sector. So we would like to hear how that has played, it's a direct example of a impact and value of art in the profession or a sector like a healthcare.
Art and heart. There are only two letters which differentiate art and heart, H and E. but both are connected to one thing, emotions. You may be not knowing, although heart is directly connected to emotions and feelings, heart is numb to touch. It doesn't have its own sensation. If you touch it, doesn't sense it. Yeah. Heart beats about 3 billion times in a lifetime. 3 billion times. And it pumps into the circulatory system. That circulatory system, all are joined, if it is joined, if it comes to almost like 60,000 miles. It pumps into that system. Huh? That itself is an art. So heart is a beautiful, magical machine of nature. It's the most celebrated organ in the human body. So when I become the heart surgeon, I feel other things about the heart. See, heart has got a beautiful rhythm. That rhythm is like a rhythm of a song, a rhythm of a dance. I'm so consumed by that rhythm sometimes. See, there are two types of doing a heart operation in a coronary artery operation. One is doing a beating heart surgery, when the heart is naturally beating with its own good rhythm. Second is to stop the heart, connect the heart to a bypass machine, where the heart-lung machine will be doing the job. That time, you can do the surgery. I'm so used to the beating heart. When there is a need to stop the heart, I lose that rhythm. I become uncomfortable. So the art plays there. Yeah, that rhythm is connected to the mind. Second thing, whenever I do a heart surgery, I see that art plays in each and every step. When you lift the heart, there is an art. When you cut the heart, there is an art. When you resuture, there is an art. Yes. After some time, you'll be able to read the heart. Wow. Amazing. Whether it is shy, whether it is irritable. Literally. After a few years of experience, you can literally read the heart. Each heart is different. So that communication with the heart can be built with an art inside. Wow. Yeah.
So, in fact, now I want to check how does by heart, emotion of heart. But, Dr. Nisarga, you are there are many doctors, but you are a better doctor. How art has played, or how photography has played.
One more thing, I'll come to that. Of late, I started doing robotic heart surgery. Yeah. In that case, I even don't touch the patient, don't touch the heart. I'll just use the robot to operate. What I'll do is, I'll hold two handles like this in the robo. I'll operate like this. Okay? Whenever I do this, I remember my daughter, who is a Kuchipudi dancer. Her mudras, her movements are like this.
Wow, you see? Deep connect.
Yeah, there is an art there. Coming to the photography thing, which...
how photography has played a role? Quick.
Yeah. In any busy person's life, corporate life, there should be something to vent out. Yes. So when you venture into the wild, when you venture to the nature, that itself is a bliss. Second, it will give patience. Yes. For a shot, I would have waited 2 hours. A bird comes and takes a fish from this. 2 hours I would have waited. Because I was impatient initially. Now I learned that patience. People ask me, how do you find time? Even after 2-3 hectic surgeries, how do you get that time? It's a myth. If somebody asks, you don't have time, I don't have time. No. It's all there in how do you manage the time. Yeah.
No, thank you, Dr. Nisarga. He's truly a heart healer. Not only does the operation, but also through his art, he heals this thing. Such a commendable example, or commendable work and example that how art plays an important role. It doesn't matter whether you are a doctor or you are a coder or you are a programmer or engineer. I know only 6 minutes are left. In fact, we were thinking about, how do we spend, 45, 50 minutes for this. Of course, organizers have reduced the time. Now, quick. Now that we have expanded the scope of the discussion to not just CSR, but why corporate must invest. So what is our suggestion, or what are our bold ideas that possibly corporates can take, or say nations will take that as a policy or whatever to make sure that when we look at, say, 2040 or 2035, that India becomes a cultural capital. We had that heritage of Cholas and others' patronage, and it becomes a very powerful source of soft power, but also we become creators, we innovate through this art and so on. Quick comments, what do we do for the next few years so that we become cultural capital? Hari. Like all of us have one minute.
Yeah, so I'll make a quick comment, The case for corporates to invest in art is already made, right? But I'll make my comment on the possible risks related to that, right? Commercialization and censorship, all of these are, art and culture is deeply human, right? It's a very primordial expression, a human expression that flows out in the form of art, literature, and culture, right? And you would need the freedom, right? So what's important to watch out is that a significant amount of funding that happens from the corporate, does it result into certain amount of dependency, certain amount of, even if it is not forced censorship, self-censorship from the artists and funded organizations to be in line with the agenda of the corporation, of the power of the day. These are all important things to consider. To give you an example, right now a global example, there has been protests on the genocide that is happening in Gaza, and there have been huge number of artists who have said that, particularly in Europe, UK, and US, that the institutions that work on art and culture must not receive funding from companies that are connected to Israel, right? To give you one simple example, there are a number of festivals in UK and Scotland that have not had enough funding because of this, because you are dependent on it. So I'll make a counter argument, right? And my argument is this. If you look at philanthropy in India, right, other than the CSR, 58% comes from individual contribution. So my question is, should institutions that promote art, culture, and who need support, should they balance between corporate funding and individual funding? And I would not get into explaining what I mean by, we are moving into a Hobbesian world, where national interest is primacy, right? And there is significant amount of dilution of what you call universal values. That's a reality, right? In such a world, will it be better for the institutions to balance corporate and individual funding? And should there be more emphasis on individual funding? I think could be a subject for next Book Brahma.
Good, this thing. Last word to Sabin, but before that, quick.
If a political house can influence a government politically, if it can make a government, if it can break a government, why can't it change a cultural scenario of a country? That's my basic question. See, you have seen the sports people getting sponsorship from the corporate houses. Why can't it happen for the artists? So in the next festivals like this, I want to see Virat Kohli we have seen with the RCB jersey, India cement jersey of a Dhoni. I want to see my artists, musicians to wear those jerseys in the next festivals.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant way to say. Last word.
Sorry, because of visibility and eyeballs and all those parameters will come into that, because an artist is not telecast, he's not, the world doesn't see him. So that's one. Second is, I come to Mr. Ake's point of freedom. Yes, that's a serious point to consider. I'm not shying away from that, but even then, I'll stand my ground and say that the corporate should look at art, culture, and literature as co-creation, rather than just giving, charity or giving out of the goodness to support or being the kind of sponsors. I would like to see a scenario where they co-create brands and create IP, yes, which is more important.
Excellent point. I know time is less. And just last concluding remark, I think all three of you said very, very important. I wanted to have my own comments, but I can just conclude here is that as we are living in an era of artificial intelligence, when machines are becoming more and more intelligent, believe me, what matters to human is that what I think all of us are saying is being more and more human, and the best way to be human or expand being human is through art, literature, culture. I think whether it is individuals, whether it's the corporates, I think we look for corporates because corporates are, have possibly tons and billions of dollars, and they also immensely benefit attracting talent, their brand differentiation, and their own employees can become those IP creators and creators of that technology which will really transform not only nation, but the world. With this, thank you very much, all the panelists. I know, Hari, you had a last point you want to make, but otherwise I'm done.
The only thing that I would say, everyone is talking of what one's aspiration is. My aspiration would be a world where artists have their freedom to make social commentary. They have the freedom without any perceived or direct, framework or pressure to be able to express themselves, make social commentaries. That's the world that you want, whether it's corporate or individual.
Big round of applause to everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for all the speakers. And that was the session presented by the partner, Vaswani Group. Let's move on to the next session. SB Education Trust, presenting Emerging Voices Enduring Change in South Indian Literature.
By R. Dilip Kumar, Prasad Suri, Akhil P. Dharmajan, Lakshmi Har, and this session will be moderated by Aditya Korrapati.
Requesting all the speakers.
Good evening, everyone. One doesn't usually come across a session like this in that all of these, all of the speakers will be speaking in their own language, although ostensibly it's an English session, but it's planned in such a manner that they will be speaking in their own language to the extent possible. and partly because English is not probably the best medium of expression for their work, to speaking about their work, but we will keep it mixed, so that's one of the things that has to be mentioned at the very outset. The session is called Emerging Voices and Enduring Change in South Indian Languages. But what is not explicitly stated in the title is that all the panelists are the winners of Yuva Sahitya Puraskar of this year, that is 2025. So, in that sense, they represent the best and the latest in their respective literatures. You know, they are at the, so to say, the vanguard of their own literatures. So it's a great opportunity for us to listen to them, talk about their work. So I'll be starting with Shri Dilip Kumar avaru. So what is fascinating about all these writers is that usually awards tend to look for compliance or some form of they reward the familiar. I mean, at least some of the state awards. So whereas these people in their own way have quietly, subtly, actually went against norms. So, for example, Shri Dilip Kumar wrote a book of literary criticism, which actually is on the work of the first, the Adikavi of the Kannada language, Pampa. So about both of his epics, that is Vikramarjuna Vijaya and Adipurana. So for someone of his generation, that is to say, for someone who is so young, generally people of his generation don't take interest neither in criticism nor in a pre-modern work. When such is the case, the fact that he chose to write a whole, actually these are columns. He wrote them as columns. That's another angle to it, because usually in magazines, to write such dense works of literary criticism, there's very little scope for such work, right? So in such a context, I'll ask Shri Dilip Kumar exactly what brought him to writing about Pampa, and in the most, I mean, he comes in the best tradition of the traditional criticism and he combines best of both worlds. He has the most modern outlook, but at the same time, he for example, he employs Rasa Siddhanta, he discusses Sringara Rasa in a very, very comprehensive manner in his work. And the way he applies it to the praxis of Sri Pampa. So, what drove you to write a work of criticism? I mean, usually people, ನೀವು ಹಾರುವ ಹಂಸೆ ಎನ್ನುವ ಕವಿತಾ ಸಂಕಲನ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೆ your very second book is a work of criticism, that too about an ancient poet, a classical poet. So what brought you to Pampa, and what was your interest in writing a full-length work about him? ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ನನ್ನ ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದಿತ್ತು, ಹಾರುವ ಹಂಸೆ ಅಂತ. ಅದರಲ್ಲೊಂದು 60 ಕವಿತೆಗಳಿವೆ. ಇದು ನಾನು ಈ ಕಾಲದವನು, ನನ್ನ ಎಮೋಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಕವಿತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೆದೆ. ಅದಾದ ನಂತರ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದು, ನಾನು ಒಂದು 10-12 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಪಂಪನನ್ನು, ಅವನ ಕಾವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ತೆಲುಗಿನವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ, ನೆಲಟೂರಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣಯ್ಯ ಅವರ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಲು ಪಲ್ಲವುಡು ಚಾಲುಕ್ಯುಡು ಬಗೆಗೆ ಆ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ನ ಹುಡುಕಾಡಿ ಓದಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಇಂಥವುಗಳು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಲೇಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳು ಹೇಗಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ನೀವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಬರಹಗಳನ್ನು ಬರೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು. ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಮೊದಲು ಇವುಗಳು ಅಂಕಣ ಬರಹಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಅನವಾಚಾರ್ಯರದು ಇತ್ತು, ನೀವೇ ನೆನಪಿಸಿದ್ರಿ ಅದನ್ನ. ಅದು ನವರಸ ಮೂಲದಿ ನಳಿನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಅನಮಾಚಾರ್ಯರ ಕೀರ್ತನೆ. ಆ ಕೀರ್ತನೆಯನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಇತ್ತು. ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ರಸ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ, ಶೃಂಗಾರ ರಸ, ಬರೀ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವು ಅಂತ. ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡಿದರು. ಅದು ತುಂಬ ಶೃಂಗಾರ ಮತ್ತು ರಸ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುತ್ತದೆ, ಈ ಥರದ್ದಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಾಗ ಅದನ್ನೂ ಹೇಳಿ ಅದರ ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಆ ವರ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲಿಂದ ಅನಿಸಿತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಅವನ ಬಗೆಗೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ನೆಲದ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಕವಿ, ಈಗ ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಆಂಧ್ರದವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನನ್ನಯ್ಯ ನಮಗೆ ಭಾರತವನ್ನು ಬರೆದ, ಆದರೆ ಅವನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವ ಆದಿಕವಿ ಅವನು ನಮ್ಮವನು ಅಂತ ಅವರು. ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಕೋಇನ್ಸಿಡೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು ಇವಾಗ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾವು ಪಕ್ಕ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾಗಲೂ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅವರು, ನನ್ನಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮವನು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವನವನು, ಪಂಪ ನಮ್ಮೂರವನು, ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದ ಅವ ಅಂತ. ಅದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇವುಗಳು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುವ ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಈ ಥರದ್ದನ್ನು ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಏನು ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳು ಬಂದಿತ್ತು ಆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸುವ ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧದ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ನಿಂತು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ವರ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
ಪ್ರತಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಹೌದು. ಕೆಲವು ಜಡ್ಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹಿರಿಯ ವಿಮರ್ಶಕರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಗೌರವಿಸೋಣ. ಹಾಗಂತ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನಿಸದೆ, ಅನುಮಾನಿಸದೆ ಒಪ್ಪುವ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ವರ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದೆ.
Great. So, just to briefly give a summary of what he said, the general tendency is to his first published work is actually a collection of poems, where the general the point is to express the emotions that the person is going through in his stage of life and so on, right? But then he felt the need that if one doesn't look at one's past, we don't know where we are heading next, right? So that brought him to Pampa, and also because there are ideas or misconceptions about his work or limited understanding of Pampa's work that are in circulation. So to change that, to defy the critical consensus about his work was also his intention. So he has a great respect for the critics who came before him, and he summarizes their work. He gives a sort of a gist. That is also one of the things he did in his work. So he did all that, but he was also subtly opposing the conclusions that these critics came to. So his intervention in that manner is very valuable. So going to so the Telugu award winner Prasad Suri has written a strange novel. Actually, it's called Mairavana. It's a strange novel because it in a sense it's a novel, but it has many writing styles in it. That is the understanding of European novel. It is seen as a pastiche. It's seen as a collage of many kinds of styles. Actually, novel enables that. So this ability of novel to absorb or accommodate many different styles and registers has been exploited beautifully by Prasad Suri in his work. So, for example, it begins like a folk tale. There are mythical elements to it. He sort of mythifies his hero. Actually, it's the journey of a hero, in one sense. So the way he builds it is in the manner of a folk tale. Then he goes into history. I mean, what is essentially like a historical record. So he has a way of, so he is a very ambitious novelist in the sense that he wants to grab all possible modes of writing and fit them into the novel structure. So, and in the next round we'll talk about the theme itself, but the fact that what exactly, so what do you think, why did you choose to write the way you did? That is to say, you could have made it a very linear, normal, direct form, with a beginning, middle, end in that manner, right? But you jump from one style to another. There are many episodes which have, like you, and there are many plot lines also. That is to, what is it that drove you to make this a challenging piece of work for the reader also? What were you trying to achieve by structuring it in this manner?
Hello everyone. So first నేను ఈ నావల్ రాద్దాం అనుకున్నప్పుడు నాకు I don't know how to write or how to narrate. Like I don't have any plot but I wanted to write a novel based on my people, my community, my place and our history. So I have a material. I don't have a style or a narrative pattern, nothing. So, but when I got that idea to create a hero and wanted to tell a story through that hero, so everything falls in line. So I wanted to tell it in a way, a folk hero story. జానపద కథానాయకుడి కథ. సో జానపద కథానాయకుడు అనేవాడు నేను పుస్తకంలో కూడా చెప్పినట్టు దేవుడికి కొంచెం కింద మనిషి మీద ఉంటాడు అని నేను రాశాను అందులో. సో అలాంటి వాడి కథను నేను చెప్పినప్పుడు ఇట్ షుడ్ బి ఇన్ అ వే దట్ ఐ వాంటెడ్ టు మేక్ మై రీడర్స్ మెస్మరైజ్. సో అది చేయడం కోసం నేను అండ్ ఇన్ అ వే అంబిషియస్ అన్నారు, బట్ నేను చెప్తాను గ్రీడీ ఐఎమ్. సో ఐ పుట్ ఆల్ మై ఫేవరెట్ థీమ్స్, history, archaeology, politics, art, and sociology, everything. It's a story of nearly 100 years time span story of a family, 3 generation story. So I wanted to give a kind of a filmy way also. Like even I like films also. So everything. And the theme actually, I would say, it's a story of a man with intelligence and courage, and what happens if he is favored by luck. What if he, in famous novel Alexander Dumas' Count of Monte Cristo, the guy gets a treasure, luckily he gets a treasure, and what he did is he took revenge. And in this famous film KGF, he fulfilled his mother's wish. So this man have a ambition to see an utopian world, and that's make my story a kind of a meaningful in the end also. Yeah.
There was very little Telugu. I mean, it was too far. There were very few Telugu words, so I don't think we need a translation. But what was very fascinating about one thing he said was, his protagonist is slightly less powerful than a god, but slightly more powerful than a normal human being. That's the kind of space he was looking at his protagonist. That's a very interesting, that's a very interesting way of designing or perceiving or creating a character. So that was an interesting thing. Probably the most, in some sense, he's the superstar among us, Akhil P. Dharmajan. So he wrote probably the most, the best-selling, the biggest-selling book in recent times in Malayalam. It's called Ram Care of Anandi. So it's again, like I said in the beginning, all of them are pushing the envelope in a very subtle way. What Akhil did by within the he wrote it like a very readable, engaging, unput out, the word we use is put downable, right? That's the kind of work he wrote. But interestingly, he didn't make it simply a pulpy read. He had some really interesting layers. For example, there's a great, in fact, most fans of the novel talk more about the character of Malli, who's the transgender woman in the novel, more than the protagonist, in fact. So he has made a character who is otherwise slightly looked down upon as a character that everyone remembers and loves. So there are these many layers to his work. So it may look like it may look like a popular novel. It is written like a popular novel, but in a subtle way, he actually he has brought in many serious themes into it as well. So my question to Akhil is, you have been. What do you think? Do you think popular writing, your kind of writing, should get how do I put it? Usually it is not considered. It's not given the kind of attention it deserves, right? That is to say, it's a one-time read. That's generally how it is seen. But then the way you wrote it, so do you think there is this division of popular writing, literary fiction? Do you think that is a valid way of looking at writing in general, or do you think all literature is one? And all literatures, because we have the tradition of, so some of the greatest novels, some of the most serious novels in Western literature are sometimes written like thrillers, right? So in the same manner, do you think this division of looking at some writing as popular writing and some writing as literary fiction actually blinds us to seeing the merits of a work like yours? So what do you think about this division, or do you really believe in that, or what exactly do you think we have to get rid of it? What's your take on that?
Hi everyone. First of all, thank you BBLF for bringing us in the same stage, because he's from Telugu, he's from Tamil, and he is from Kannada. I am from Malayalam. Very happy to sit here, and I am a little bit shy and I don't have any courage to speak in an event with English, but I will do by my best. The question is about the literary fiction. Yes, about my novel. First of all, I want to share my writing experience, my path of writing. Okay. No problem. When I was a child, I love storytelling to everyone in my school. I shared same story to so many students. Then I get very bored. Then I wrote that stories in my rough notebook. Then so many students came and asking for that stories. That book surrounding entire school. Then I got that kick, that vibe. Yeah, I love writing. This is a good path. Then I chose, I will be a writer, good writer. Then I shared this to my father. First opposition from my family. No, you don't be a writer. Maybe an engineer or a doctor, like that. Because my family is a poor family. My father was a day laborer. Then I started my writing with hiding from my father. Putting my novels under my bed. Sometimes he will find it and just fire it. Or in our village, there is a culture like old books sell to scrap collectors. Then we will get, മരച്ചീനി മലയാളത്തിൽ പറയും tapioca, yeah, that's it. Yeah, we will get so many tapioca. They are collecting old books. Then so many novels my father just gave to that scrap collectors. Then I just thought about what is the problem with this society? Why everyone is not accepting writer? If asking teachers what is your aim, then I am saying I want to be a writer. Then they are not accepting it. No, you cannot be a writer. You may be an engineer, doctor, like that. Then I just tattooed in my arm writer. Then I shown to this is there.
I hope they can be a zoom in or something.
Okay, no problem. Then father beated me so many times because why I tattooed in here. That was my passion. After that, I just submitted my novel to the leading companies, publishing companies in Kerala. Then all were rejected. They asked for previous experiences. Then I was very depressed, upset. Then came to home. Then father said, I already warned you. Then why you are choosing this? Then I strongly believe that I never give up. Then I started posting in on social media, Facebook, just divided with 37 chapters. I just posted first chapter. So many people teased me in my village, and my best friends also teased me, made fun on me. Then I started posting again, second chapter, third chapter, nowhere reading, just they are teasing. After sixth or seventh chapter, one came for reading and said, oh, this is nice. Then I decided I will post the entire chapters for him. Then after the 8th chapter, I got another 2 readers. Then day by day increasing the number of readers. When I post the 37th, the last chapter, I got 14K readers in Facebook. Then I got courage to publish my own novel. When the leading publishing companies rejected my novel, no, I am not giving up. I am still trying. Then I just published my book, self-publishing. Then I just go to some bookshops, then ask them to just put on the book rack. Then they, no, where is the label? This is self-published, we cannot put in here. Then we have an old bag in our home, and I just printed 1,000 copies, first edition, my first novel, Ojabod. Then I just bring some books in bus stand in Alpi. City bus stand, and just enter into the bus, and I asked for, this is my novel, can you please, I will give discount, can you please buy it? Then someone made fun on me, but for the sympathy someone bought. Then after I started selling in railway stations. Then I just completely sold the 1,000 copies in bus stand and railway stations. That was my hard work for my career. Still father is watching what he is doing. He completed my mechanical engineering diploma, I completed with distinction, but he's not doing work. He's just hard working to be a writer. Then after that, I published my second novel, Mercury Island. That is also I sell in the bus stand and railway station. Okay, from all of this, then the publishing companies were rejected, came for me, searching for me, who is Agilpi Dharmajan, and the leading publishing company, DC Books in Kerala, published my third novel, that is Ram Care of Anandi. That is crossed 57th edition and crossed 4 lakh copies, and now I won Kendra Sahitya Yuva Puraskar for Ram Care of Anandi. I am sharing my experience that when I think I am from a poor family, I am never give up for my dreams. I just hard work for my dreams, and now I am sitting in this stage and sharing with my friends. So someone is judging with literary or this pulp fiction. I am not hearing. When I hear that, I will okay, then out. That's all. That's their behavior. I am improving my writing. I want to be a good writer. So that's my ambition. Thank you.
Yeah. It's actually true. His writing has been improving by leaps and bounds. If you read his latest work, Ratri
Pandannu
Shesham, you will see that he has matured beautifully as a writer. So the whole the thing, these divisions actually make little sense. So we have Lakshmi Har, who is the winner in Tamil. Who's the Yuva Puraskar winner in Tamil. So again, his is also a very fascinating journey. Usually, generally the tendency in, across languages, the general mood of the award committees, or in general, people look for realistic or realistic writing or linear writing, or the kind of writing that has very clear social and political coordinates. I mean, the characters are placed in very specific socio-political context, and you have a very direct style of narration. That is the kind of writing that usually gets the attention. The kind of stories that Lakshmi Har writes, there is no anchoring in social or recognizable reality. So he writes very abstract, very strange. Strange is the perfect description for his work. But then the fascinating thing is, usually such writing is ignored by, it is generally seen as very, it doesn't make sense to me. The general audiences or general leaders tend to look at it that way, and that is the opinion of most juries as well. You know, they tend to, like I already told you, it is seen as flashy or gimmickry. It is seen as the kind of writing that people do to impress. But then he defiantly stuck to his that form of writing. Also, he doesn't think that will these be appreciated by my readers, or will these be fully understood by my readers or not. So he has that almost, he has the courage to stick to his style. He has, this is his fourth short story collection, and nowhere has he compromised on his style, and he doesn't. So that what is the source of these stories? That is one thing, and the second thing is, usually the kind of writing you do is most likely to be ignored. But then it is surprising, and it is to the credit of the jury that they actually selected your work. But my question is, why do you choose to write your stories the way they do? That is to say, in this abstract manner, in this surreal manner. So why do you do that?
Hello all.
You could have written it realistically, right? Yeah.
Hello all. Putting those isms, I am always out of those isms. The ideas and philosophy of this, ideas and philosophies of this unconventional narration is already written and discussed. When Sahitya Academy gives a spotlight to it, that's important. Because the major one, okay, audible, okay, right. அப்போ என்ன சிம்பிளானா, நம்ம ஒரு கல்ட் மீடியமுக்கு மட்டும் நம்ம எழுதிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற மாட்டோம் ஒரு விஷயம் தோணும். அப்படி இல்லாமல் this award, Sahitya Academy Award, reaches to a massive audience to it. That's the first thing. Getting award for this unconventional writing. அதுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம இந்த இசங்களுக்குள்ள இந்த போஸ்ட் மாடர்னிசம், மாடர்னிட்டி, இது மாட்டம் நிறைய விதங்களில் நம்மளோட ரைட்டிங்ஸ் வகைமைப்படுத்தப்பட்டுக்கிட்டே இருக்கு. இட் கேட்டகரைஸ்ட். ஆனால் அதுக்குள்ளே இதை நான் சிம்பிளாக எக்ஸ்ப்ரெஷன் தான், நம்ம லைஃபோட எக்ஸ்ப்ரெஷன் தான். இட்ஸ் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன் ஆஃப் மீ. அதில் நம்ம எதையுமே கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ண முடியாதுல்ல. தே ஹாவ் த சம் ஆஃப் ஃபார்ம்ஸ். அந்த ஃபார்முக்கு தே ஹாவ் தேர் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் நரேஷன் இன் இட். அந்த கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் நரேஷனுக்குள்ளே என்னோடய வாய்ஸே கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல. அப்போது அந்த கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் நரேஷனுக்குள்ளே எப்படி நான் என்னை ஃபிட் பண்ணிக்க முடியும்? அப்போது என்னோடய எக்ஸ்ப்ரெஷன் என்னவாக இருக்கும்? அதைத்தானே வெளிப்படுத்த முடியும். Maybe it's fake to someone. It may be இம்ப்ரெஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்காக எழுதுகிறாரு தோணலாம். நிறைய பேர் புரியல விட்டுட்டு போகலாம். ஆனால் இப்படி ஒரு மனிதன் இங்கே இருக்காங்கிறத காட்டணும்ல. சம் ஆஃப் அ ஒன் who lived like this அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ் வரணும்ல. தட் பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ், தட் வாய்ஸ் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் அதர் தேன் these whole isms and narrative styles. That's it.
That's beautiful. So he says what's more important is to his body of work or his literature or his writing should reflect the kind of person he is, instead of trying to force fit them into the existing models and thereby actually sort of it's a way of deceiving the reader in some sense. So that is the honesty is what defines his kind of work. So I think we'll do another. I think we'll quickly do another round of questions. I'll start again with Dilip Kumar. So the kind of your style of criticism, if you look at it, the way you write it is, the thing that I observed is, it is, for example, you pay a lot of attention to the words that Pampa use. Yeah, for example, the phrases, the samasas and so on, right? So, for example, you talk about how he used the verb isayan. There's a word isayan in the valedictory verses. So how he uses the same in a different so correct. So I mean, it's just an example. The point is you pay a lot of attention to his usage. So shabda prayogagalana, you pay a lot of attention. This is the actually traditional. This is the traditional style of criticism. Our scholars, the traditional scholars, pay a lot of attention to specific word usages and how he repeats the same word, or if in a similar situation, the poet using it in another place also, and how that is signified. And in another place you say how, for example, if there is a dirgha, you say that how that is actually says. So if he uses the dirgha form, he says that is a way of his the way of portraying the character and so on. These are the reason I gave these examples is you are using your manner of criticism is actually very close to the traditional scholars. So what made you choose this form? Like usually now the tendency is to use feminist lens, or so there are many new political ideologies are the lenses that people use generally to look at even ancient literature. You say that as well. For example, in that how you actually address the feminist criticism of Pampa also. But your main dominant mode of it is you pay attention to Pampa's words. So that is your main thing. In addition to that, you talk about the other responses to Pampa. So what I want to know is, what made you choose this very traditional way of reading Pampa very quickly?
ನನ್ನ ಪುಸ್ತಕನ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ಮೊದಲು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋವಂಥ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥದ್ದು, ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ಹೊಸದನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿದ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಪಿನಿಯನ್ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ, ಯಾಕೆ ಆ ಥರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತ. ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಲಜಿ ಅಂತ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಿರುವಂತಹ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚಿಂತನಾ ಲಹರಿ ಅದು. ಒಂದು ಪದವನ್ನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಕವಿ ತನ್ನ ಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಯಾವ ಯಾವ ಕಾಂಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಆ ಒಂದೇ ಪದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಹಾಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಅವನ ಕಾವ್ಯವನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗುವಂಥ ಅಂಶ. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ವಾಲದಂಥ ವಿಮರ್ಶಾ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇದೆ. ಪಂಪನ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಅದಿದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನೀವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನೇ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾಕೆ ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳ ಮೇಲೇ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಂತ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಪೊಯೆಟ್ರಿ ಆಗಲಿ, ಪ್ರೋಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಾವೆಲ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅದು ಫಸ್ಟು ಕಾಣೋದೇ ವರ್ಡ್.
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್.
ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಅದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಎಮೋಷನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಫೋನು, ಫೋನ್ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೀವು ವರ್ಡನ್ನೇ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಒಂದು. ಮತ್ತು ಎರಡು, ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವನನ್ನು ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಬಗೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಗೌರವ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಪಸ್ ನಾವು ಆ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ನ ತಂದು ನೋಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಬಳಸಿರೋದು. ಮತ್ತು ಫೆಮಿನಿಸಮ್ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಾಲಿಸಮ್, ಆ್ಯಂಟಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರಾಲಿಸಮ್ ಇಂಥವುಗಳ ಬಗೆಗೂ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ನಾವು ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ನೋಡುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. 9ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಿಂದ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಯೋಗ ಆಗೇ ಇವೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಕಾಣಿಸಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕಾಣಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್ ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೇಜರ್. ಹೊಸ ಕಾಲದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಹಳೆಯ ಕಾಲದ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸ್ಕಾಲರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ.
That's beautiful. I mean, we have very little time, so I won't translate. I think it's self-explanatory. So, Prasad Suri's work, another, like he mentioned it in passing about writing about his own people, you know, right? The intention in taking up this form, because he has written 3 novels till now. Only My Ravana, the work he got award for, is written in the other 2 novels are slightly autobiographical in nature, whereas this one stands apart and unique in that he wants to tell the tale of his people. So through obviously one central character, but then his community's story in a mythical, magical, realist fashion that is his style. But his intention is to tell the story of his people in an exciting, engaging manner. So, can you talk about that, please? About how you went about telling the story of your people. That was the intention of the book itself, right? So how did you, basically why you wrote the book?
ఫస్ట్ నాకు ఈ అవార్డు వచ్చిన సందర్భంగా ఎందుకు మీ స్పందన ఏంటి అని చెప్పి నన్ను సాహిత్య అకాడమీ వాళ్ళు అడిగినప్పుడు నేను వాళ్ళకి చెప్పిందే ఇక్కడ నేను కూడా చెప్పదలుచుకున్నాను. అదేంటంటే, తెలుగు సాహిత్యంలో రికార్డు మాత్రంగానైనా సరే నా జాతి జనుల కథలు వెతలు మిగలాలని చెప్పి నేను రాసిన పుస్తకమే మై రావణ. అది గొప్ప సాహిత్యంగా పరిగణించబడకపోవచ్చు. దాన్ని ఎవరైతే సాహితీవేత్తలు ఉన్నారో దాన్ని పరిగణించకపోవచ్చు, ఎందుకంటే నేను పాపులర్ వేలో దాన్ని ప్రజెంట్ చేశాను కాబట్టి. కానీ నేను ఒక సబాల్టర్న్ హిస్టరీని రికార్డ్ చేస్తున్నానని నేను అనుకున్నాను. ఎందుకంటే మనకి గుజరాత్ తర్వాత లాంగెస్ట్ సీ కోస్ట్ ఉన్న స్టేట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. బట్ we don't have literature about fishing communities. There are a lot of fishing communities across the coastline, and inside the Andhra Pradesh rivers, చెరువులు, కుంటలు ఎక్కడెక్కడ ఉంటే అక్కడెక్కడ చేపలు పట్టుకుంటూ బతికే ఎన్నో కులాలు ఉన్నాయి, చేపలు పట్టుకునే కులాలు. వాటికి సంబంధించిన లిటరేచర్ మనకి దాదాపుగా లేదు, లేదా ఉంది కానీ అది ఫిషింగ్ కమ్యూనిటీ నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళ అనుభవపూర్వకమైన రైటింగ్ కాదు, ఎవరో చూసిన అబ్జర్వేటరీ ఫామ్లోనే వాళ్ళు రాశారు. సో ఇవన్నీ చూస్తూ సాహిత్యం చదువుకుంటూ పెరిగిన నాకు సాహిత్యంలో మన రిప్రజెంటేషన్ ఉండాలి. ఎందుకంటే మెల్లిమెల్లిగా ఏవైతే చదువుకు దూరంగా ఉన్న కమ్యూనిటీస్ 2-3 తరాల నుంచి చదువుకోవడం మొదలుపెట్టి మెల్లిమెల్లిగా సాహిత్యంలో కూడా వాళ్ళ ప్రాతినిధ్యాన్ని వాళ్ళు చూపిస్తూ వస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి నేను ఇది నా బాధ్యతగా భావించాను. నా కమ్యూనిటీ గురించి, నా ప్రాంతం గురించి, నా మనుషుల గురించి, నా కుటుంబం గురించి, లేదా ఒక చరిత్ర గురించి నేను ఒక కథగా చెప్పాలని నేను అనుకున్నాను. ఆ కథగా చెప్పాలనుకున్నప్పుడు దాన్ని ఐఎమ్ 21 years old when I am writing that, now 25. So I don't have any experience in writing such kind of stories, because my first novel, My Name is Chiranjeevi, is a semi-autobiography. That is like cakewalk for me. I can write it. Even third novel also, like I wrote it, Bachelor of Fine Arts. It is also kind of. So this is like I said, like as a subject, it is very ambitious. So yeah, for the sake of record, I wrote it.
So I know we are almost nearing the end of the session. I'll quickly ask one question to Akhil and one question to Lakshmiyar, and we'll roll up quickly to Akhil. So with every book you've been changing genres, right? So your first book was a horror thriller, and then the second one was a fantasy adventure, then third one was a love story, now it's a mystery. So can you quickly tell us how you went about handling all these different genres very quickly?
Okay. I love writing for the different genres. I love reading books in different genres. Then in the initial stage, I decided that I never stuck in same genre. If I travel in a same place in daily, there is boring. So I will try new places like that. I am also a traveler. So I am applying the method in my writing. I am applying different character and other situations. So first I wrote a horror thriller, second fantasy thriller, third one is romantic fiction, literary fiction, fourth one is mystery thriller. That's it. And I am taking just seconds for telling about him, the moderator Aditya, because he read my book in my native language, Malayalam. I don't know how can a person just read Malayalam easily. And also, our entire book he read in our entire native languages. He just put a picture in WhatsApp. I read in your language. That was very impressive. I am very amazed about that. You are done a great job, and not about this moderation, also about that thing. Okay. Again, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. So, thanks a lot. Slightly overwhelmed, but we have to finish this. So, Lakshmi, you almost stubbornly stuck to the short story form. All your 4 books are short story collections. In fact, and you work, and another layer to that is you actually work as a film editor also. So, for someone, so what is it that made you say that I will only write short stories and probably not say attempt a novel or something like that? So what is it that you want to do with the short story? Because you have taken it to some really strange places, some really exciting places. What made you stick to being a short story writer when there are other options?
ரொம்ப டைம் கம்மியாக இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். மைக்கை கூட ஆன் பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ என்னென்னா, இப்போ இருக்க நம்ம விஷுவல் மீடியமில் இருக்கோம், நம்ம விஷுவல் எராவில் இருக்கோம் நம்ம இப்போது. ஸோ நம்மளோட தாட்ஸையும் நம்மளோட பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவையும் நம்ம முன்னாடி வைக்கணும் அப்படின்னா, இங்கே ஒரு எஃபியில் வந்து ரீட் மோர் அப்படின்னு இருந்தால் படிக்க மாட்டாங்க. இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில், வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் ஏதாலும் 30 செகண்ட்ஸ்குள்ளே வந்துருச்சு எல்லாமே. இப்போ எனக்கும் 1.5 நிமிஷம் தான் வந்திருக்கு. ஸோ இதுக்குள்ளே தான் நான் பேசி ஆகணும், இதுக்குள்ளே தான் எழுதி ஆகணுங்கிறப்போ, இந்த ஸ்டேஜ்லேயும் ஒரு கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்டிவ் ஒரு ரெஸ்ட்ரெயின் இருக்குது. அது மட்டும்தான் வெளியவும் ஒரு ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் இருக்குது. டியூ டு நம்ம கையில் இல்லாத ஸோ மெனி ரீசன்ஸ். ஸோ அந்த ரீசன்ஸ்க்கு நம்ம அடாப்ட் ஆகிறோமா, இல்லை அடாப்ட் ஆகாமல் நமக்கானதை வெளிப்படுத்திக்கிட்டே இங்கே இருக்கிறோமா அப்படிங்கிறதுங்க ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ அங்கே தான் நம்ம வந்து திருப்பி நான் முன்னாடி சொன்னதை தான் சொல்லணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஃபார்ம்ஸ் டசன்ட் மேட்டர், ஸ்டோரிஸ். அந்த ஸ்டோரிஸ் தான் நமக்கான வாய்ஸ் எடுத்துக்கொண்டு வரும், நமக்கான மீடியமை கண்டுபிடிக்கும். நம்ம ஒரு லாங்குவேஜில் எழுதுறோன்னு நினைக்கிறப்போ, அந்த லாங்குவேஜில் நம்ம என்ன தான் வித்தை காட்டினாலும் நமக்கு முன்னாடி 1000 பேர் எழுதியிருக்காங்க, அவ்வளோ ஜாம்பவான்கள் இருக்காங்க. லாங்குவேஜில் அவ்வளோ ஈஸியாக வித்தை கட்டி தப்பிக்க முடியாதுங்க யாரும், ரைட்டா? அங்கே ஸ்டோரி வேணும். அந்த ஸ்டோரி தான் டிசைட் பண்ணுது நம்ம என்ன மீடியமில் எழுதுகிறோம், என்ன மீடியமாக இருக்கணும், எந்த மீடியமில் அது வெளிப்படுத்தணும். Writer doesn't choose.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
That's so beautiful. You know, one thing you observe about all of them is that how respectful or how humble they are, in the sense that ಎವಳವೋ ಜಾಂಬವಾನ್ಗಳು. So many giants have written before me. What is there for me to write? So in order to so that respect for the tradition that Lakshmi spoke about, or Dilip Kumar spoke about, that's what made them. Actually, it is from that place that they have become the kind of brilliant writers they have become, is what I feel from this conversation. So that is not to say you have to be reverential or you should genuflect before tradition or take it, but then to see that you have a great legacy before you, and in order to stand apart or become something, in order to stand apart, or you have to have a sense of that tradition is my takeaway, at least. And you see that as a common element in all of them. It was a delightful conversation. I don't know how much of it was clear to, because we were juggling between so many languages, right? So but I'm sure by the sheer beauty of their expression, something must have been communicated to you. So this was an experiment, because one doesn't usually conduct sessions like this, but then we thought, let's try this once. So it was great, and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And that was the session presented by SB Education Trust.
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshay Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, MSIL, KMF, Netkalapa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Wesco and Zenith Group.
My dear ladies and gentlemen, so we are left with two more events. So the coming event is, of course, which is very important. Then after which we have one more very interesting performance, which is going to perform by the great artist of theatre and as well as television, big screen of Kannada industry, that is B Jayashree and team. So please be seated and enjoy, and of course you're going to enjoy that as well. That is going to start by 6:30 p.m. onwards. And let's come to the point of next session, that is JSW Steel presents award ceremony, Book Brahma Annual Novel Competition. So for which I am requesting the jury members on stage, that is Dr. Basavaraj Kalgudi and Anupama Prasad on stage. So I'm requesting both Dr. Basavaraj Kalgudi and Anupama Prasad to have conversation with 5 finalists. They are all authors, but among 5 authors, right now we have only 4 authors. So I'm requesting all those 4 authors on stage and occupy the seats and to have a conversation with our jury members. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Energy down agidya? No, right? Please put your hands together and welcome the jury of Book Brahma Annual Novel Competition. Firstly, Dr. Basuraj Kalgudi and Anupama Prasad. Requesting both jury on stage. And also to have a short note on tomorrow's event. Definitely it is going to start with a music. I think flutist anta bandaga namma specially ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಫ್ಲೂಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಫ್ಲೂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ನೆನಪಾಗುವಂಥದ್ದೇ ದ ಒನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಗೋಡ್ಕಿಂಡಿ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್. Please mark it and note it, and please be on time. Yes, we will be on time, definitely. So without wasting the time, so let's move on. I think now the stage is set. Done? Okay. So I'm requesting the jury, Dr. Basuraj Kalgudi and Anupama Prasad on stage. My dear ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and welcome them. And requesting the finalist authors of the competition. So right now, among the 5, we have only 4 here. So I'm requesting Dr. Rajshekhar Halemane, Guru Prasad Kantalagire, Deepa Joshi, Tumbadi Ramaya, and actually supposed to be the other artist is, the last author is Sushila Donura, who is not here, but still I'm considering her as well. Yeah. So please, sir, Dr. Basuraj Kalgudi, sir, and Anupama Prasad, and they are the jury for this competition. Along with them, I'm requesting the authors, Dr. Rajshekhar Halemane. Sir, please, sir, requesting you on stage, please. Sir, please, you are requested on stage. Please, bani, sir, daimadi bani. Please, and next is Guru Prasad Kantalagire. The next author is Guru Prasad Kantalagire. Sir, requesting you on stage, please. And next author is Deepa Joshi. Madam, you are requesting on stage. And next is Tumbadi Ramaya. Please, sir. Yeah, ma'am, please. ಸೊ ಈಗ ಮಾತುಕತೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಕಲ್ಗುಡಿ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅನುಪಮಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು. ಸರ್, ಮೈಕ್ ಈಗ ನಿಮಗಾಗಿ. ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಹಳೆಮನೆ ಸರ್, ದಯಮಾಡಿ. Probably he may go join. Probably he'll join us soon. Basuraj sir, over to you. And madam, you too.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ವತಿಯಿಂದ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಪಮಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಸೇರಿ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ಓದಿ ಸುಮಾರು ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಈ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಇದ್ದ ಮಾನದಂಡಗಳು ಅನೇಕ ಇದ್ದವು. ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪರಂಪರೆಯಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ಬಂತು. ಕನ್ನಡದ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಮಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂಥವರು, ಕಾರಂತರಂಥವರು, ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅಂಥವರು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಘನವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ವಸ್ತು ವಿನ್ಯಾಸದ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ಅದು ಹಿಡಿಯುವ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ, ಕಾಲ ಮತ್ತು ದೇಶ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಳ್ಳುವ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ಆ ಕಾಲದ 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಹುಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರು ಹಾಕಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಈ ಮಾರ್ಗ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಮಾರ್ಗ ಏನಿದೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಅಗಾಧವಾದಂಥ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ತನ್ನ ಒಡಲಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕಾಟ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ದೀರ್ಘ ಪಯಣದ ಕಥನ ಅದು. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರಾದಂಥ ಕಾರಂತರು, ಕುವೆಂಪು, ಭೈರಪ್ಪ ಮುಂತಾದಂತಹ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಆದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ ನವ್ಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರು ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾದ ತಂತ್ರಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ನಡುವೆ ಇಟ್ಟರು. ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅಂಥವರು, ಚಿತ್ತಾಳರಂಥವರು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸದೊಂದು ಮಾರ್ಗವನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಓದ್ದವರಿಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಈ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟತೆಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ವಸ್ತುನಿಷ್ಠತೆಯನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಸಂಕೀರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಮೇಳವಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ತನ್ನ ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದ ಅನೇಕ ಜರೂರುಗಳನ್ನು ತನ್ನ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ತೆಕ್ಕೆಗೆ ಹಾಕಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರಿತಾ ಇರೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾನು, ಅನುಪಮಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಓದುವಾಗ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರು 21ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆದುರಿಗೆ ಇರುವ ಜರೂರುಗಳು ಯಾವುವು ಮತ್ತು ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆ ಹಿಡಿಯಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಬಗೆಗಳು, ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳು ಯಾವುವು ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ಅಂಶ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಬಹುಪಾಲು ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಈ ಶತಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ, ಈ ತಲೆಮಾರಿನ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಶುದ್ಧ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ವಲಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದವರಲ್ಲ. ಅನೇಕ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯೇತರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಭಿನ್ನ ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು. ಸೊ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡದ ಅನುಭವಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಸತೊಂದು ಆಯಾಮವನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಬರಹಗಾರರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕಥೆಗಾರರಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರಾಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ 5 ಭಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿವೆ. ಈ 5 ಭಿನ್ನ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಗಳು ಅದರ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಿತ್ರವಾದ ಆದರೆ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿಬೋದು ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ, ಆದರೆ ಹಿಡಿದ ಬಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ನಮಗೆ ಇವರಿಗಿದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದಂಥ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲತೆಯ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮಗಳು ಅರಿವಾದವು. ಅದು ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಜೋಶಿಯವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಡೋಣೂರವರ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಹೀಗೆ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ನಡುವೆ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವಿಂಗ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಟ ಆಫ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತೇನು ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಹಾಗೆ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಳಗೊಂಡು ಬರೆಯುವ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಯನ್ನು ಅವು ಸಾಧಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿವೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಳಗೊಂಡು ಬರೆಯುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವು ರೀತಿಯ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು, ಹಲವು ರೀತಿಯ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಗಳು, ಇವುಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವೆಂದು ಭಾವಿಸಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇರುವ ಈ 4 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರು, ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರವರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ 4 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಂಭಾಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್? ತಾವು
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಶುಭ ಸಂಜೆ. ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಂವಾದ. ಒಬ್ಬರು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ, ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯಿಂದ ಅವರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು 4 ಜನರನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಾರು ತಗೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭಿನ್ನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬರವಣಿಗೆಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೃತಿಕಾರರಿಗೆ ತನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದಾದ ಅನ್ಯ ಪ್ರಭಾವ, ಅನ್ಯ ಲೇಖಕರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ, ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೊಂದು ಸವಾಲು. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಭಾಷೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವರ ಶೈಲಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಕಥನದಲ್ಲಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ, ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಒಂದು ಬಗೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಿದ್ರಿ, ಹೇಗೆ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಶುರುವಿಗೆ ಅನುಭವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯರಾದ ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಸರ್ ಹತ್ರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ?
ಅಂದರೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನನಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕನ್ವೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅನ್ಯರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ, ಹಾಂ ಅನ್ಯರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ನನಗೆ ಅಂತೂ ಭಾಳ ಬೀರಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆಯಿಂದ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟವನು. ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಮಣೆಗಾರದ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾನು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದವನು. ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಜನದ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಕೂಡ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅನುಭವ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲಗೊಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಅದು ಕಥೆ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಕಾವ್ಯ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತೊಂದಾಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಓದಿದ್ರೆ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಯಾವುದು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ನೆನಪಿನ ದೋಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿ ನೀವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆ ನೆನಪಿನ ದೋಣಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಆ ಥರದ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರ ನೆನಪಿನ ದೋಣಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆನಂತರ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕೆಲವು ಪ್ರಭಾವಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೀಳಿದೆ. ಒಂದು, ಈ NY ಶಾರದಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಭಾಳ ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಕಚೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕುಟುಂಬದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಅವರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ಒಂದು ಅಜ್ಜಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಸ್ತಕ, ಅದು ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ಆ ಕತೆ ಅಂತ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಸ್ತಕ. ಅದು ಅವರು ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಆತ್ಮಕಥೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಅಜ್ಜಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ವರ್ತಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಆ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಅದು. ಆ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಇದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಆಗಿ ಬರೆದಿದ್ರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀಳ್ತು. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರದು, ಅವರು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರ್ವೇಯರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಬಂದ ನಂತರ ಕೂಡ ಸರ್ವೆ ಇಲಾಖೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು ರಾಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ನನಗೆ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ, ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು. ಅವರು ಅವರ ಕಚೇರಿಯ ಅನುಭವಗಳನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ತೋವನಕೆರೆ ರಾಮಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪ್ರಭಾವಿತನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ KB ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರೋದು. ಅವರು ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ KB ಸಿದ್ದಯ್ಯ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರೋದು. ಅವರ ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೀರಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಅವರ ಒಡನಾಡಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಅವರು ಬರೀಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೀಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಆ ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೀಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಆ ಗದ್ಯ ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಇದು ಪ್ರಭಾವನ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮೀರಿದ್ರಿ ಅಂತ, ಆ ಪ್ರಭಾವನ ಮೀರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಕುಸುಮ ಬಾಲೆನ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ಜುಮೆ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿತ್ತು. ಲಂಕೇಶ್ ಮತ್ತು ಚಂಪಾ ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ಜುಮೆ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಕಲೋಕಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರಿಂದ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆಡುಭಾಷೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಅದು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಪ್ಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆಡುಭಾಷೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ತಲುಪೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಒಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಭಾಷೆನ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಭಾಷೆನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಭಾಷೆನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ದಾರಿನ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ.
ರಮೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ದೇವನೂರವರ ಕುಸುಮ ಬಾಲೆಯ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವಸ್ತು ಅಥವಾ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಭಿನ್ನವಾದ ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ತುಳಿತದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ದೇವನೂರವರ ಕುಸುಂಬಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದಾಗ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ, ಭವಿಷ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕರಾಳವಾದಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಥೆಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಟೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕುಸುಂಬಾಲೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಥೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದು ಐತಿಹ್ಯಗಳ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೋತಾರೆ, ಚೆನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಓಡೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಅವನೊಬ್ಬ ಮುಂಬೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸಂಬಳ ತಗೋತಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದುಃಖವನ್ನು ನುಂಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪುರಾಣ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅದು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನನನ್ನು ಕೊಂದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚಿತ್ರ ರಕ್ತದ ಒಂದು ಬಿಂದುವಿನ ಚಿತ್ರ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ಸ್ನ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕತೆ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಕತೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗೋದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಹೌದಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಭವಿಷ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಾಗ. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮೀರ್ತಾ? ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಈ ಥರದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಕೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಗೊಂದಲ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಾನು ಏನೋ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅದನ್ನ ಲಾಜಿಕಲಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೆಲವರು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಥನ ವಸ್ತುವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವು ಬೇರೆ ಥರದ ದಾರಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ದಲಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ದೀರ್ಘ ಕಥನ, ಅದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಥನ ಇದೆ, 100 ವರ್ಷದ ಕಥನ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ. ಆಧುನಿಕತೆ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಶೋಷಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ಕಥನ ಇದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲದರ ನಡುವೆ ಬಡತನ, ಕಷ್ಟ, ಇವುಗಳೆಲ್ಲದರ ನಡುವೆ ಜಾತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೀರುವ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ನಡೆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಗಂಡ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಆದರೆ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಆ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಗಾದವಳನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಕಾಣುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಥನ ಕೂಡ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಥನದ ಶೈಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮೊಸಾಯಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೌದಪ್ಪ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಕಥನ ಇದೆ, ಬದುಕನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯ ಈಗ ರೂಪುಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಆಶಾಭಾವ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಒಪ್ತೀರಾ ಇದನ್ನ ಅಂತ, ಈ ಮಾತನ್ನು?
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಹಮತ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಥನ ಲೋಕ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಕಥನ ಲೋಕ ನನ್ನ ಕತೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೀರಿದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಹಳ್ಳಿ, ಆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಜನ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ. ಈಗ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಈಗ 40-30 ವರ್ಷದ ನಂತರ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಅವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಬೀರಿದ ಪ್ರಭಾವನ ಈ ಕೃತಿ ಬರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಪ್ರೇರೇಪಣೆ ನೀಡಿತು.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ಜೋಶಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೃತಿ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಒಂದು ಆ ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಇಟ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ? ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾತ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಹೂಜಿ. ಅದೇನೇ ಅಳ್ಳಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ನೀರು ಅಳಗಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳು ಬಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಳಗಿರುವಂಥ ದೃಢವಾದ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಹಾಗೆ ದೃಢವಾಗಿಯೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರದೊಂದು ರೂಪಕ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ರಾ ನೀವು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸರ್, ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ. ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿನ ಹೂಜಿ. ಖರೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ನಾನೇ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದವರು ನನಗೆ ಅದರದ್ದು ಫೋಟೋ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೆಸರು ನಮಗೂ ಭಾಳ ಸೂಕ್ತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಆನಂದ್ ಚುಂಜುರವಾಡ್ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ಸಜೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಆ ಕಥಾನಾಯಕ ಏನಿದ್ದ ಅವನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಾಗ 108 ಅಲ್ಲೋಲ ಕಲ್ಲೋಲ ತಳಮಳ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ್ರೂ ಅವ ಕಡಿಗೆ ತಂದ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಸ್ಥಿಮಿತ ಕಾಯ್ಕೊಂಡ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನೊಂದು ರೂಪಕವಾಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೆಸರು ಬಳಸಿದ್ವಿ ಸರ್. ಅದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ನಾನು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡೀನಿ.
ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಓದಿದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಒಂದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಭುಜಂಗಾಚಾರ್ಯರು ಅದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಗಂಡು ವಲಯದ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ನಾಯಕರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಆದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಅಂತ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಭುಜಂಗಾಚಾರ್ಯರು ಅತಿ ಧರ್ಮನಿಷ್ಠರು. ಸೊ ಧರ್ಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅತಿಯಾದ ನಂಬಿಕೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಆಚರಣೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಅವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಬದುಕು ಅವರು ಕಟ್ಕೊಡೋದು ಯಾವುದಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದ ವಾಚ್ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಅಂಗಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಮೈಕ್ಗಳೇನಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಮೈಕ್ಗಳು ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಸ್ಪೇರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಜನರನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸ್ತವೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ ಶುರುವಾದಂಥ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ನಾಟಕ ಗೀಟಕ ಬಂದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರ ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಭುಜಂಗಾಚಾರ್ಯ ಜೀವನ ನಡೀತಿರೋ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ, ವಾಚ್ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮೇಲೆ. ಮುಂಬೈ ಹೋಗಿ ವಾಚ್ ರಿಪೇರಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕಲ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇವೆರಡರ ನಡುವೆ ಕಂದರ ಒಂದಿದೆ. ಇವರು ಧರ್ಮದಿಂದಲೇ ನಾನು ಬದುಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಭುಜಂಗಾಚಾರ್ಯರು, ಅದು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಬದುಕ್ತಿರೋದು ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ. ಈ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕಂದರ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದಂಥ ಘನವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪಿಸ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು, ಈ ಭುಜಂಗಾಚಾರ್ಯ ತಾಯಿ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಒಬ್ಬಳು ವಿಧವೆ ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಆ ವಿಧವೆ ಪಡುವಂಥ ಶೋಷಣೆ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಕಾಲದ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಸ್ಥ ಮನೆತನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಪಡುವಂಥ ಪಡಿಪಾಟ್ಲನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಧ್ವನಿ ಭಾಳ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿತದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ನನಗೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಭಿನ್ನ ಭಿನ್ನ ವಲಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಎನ್ನುವ ಶೀರ್ಷಿಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ವಸ್ತುವಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲಿಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವೇನೋ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಅಫ್ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ನೀವು ಒಪ್ಬೋದು ಬಿಡ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ ಇದು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಬಗೆಗಿನ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ. ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಪಾತ್ರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು 4-5 ಮಾತನ್ನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ನೀವು?
ಖರೆ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು ನನ್ನ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ, ನನ್ನ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಂದೆ ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದಂತಹ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳೇ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲವು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆದರೆ ಅವು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬದುಕ್ತಿದ್ವು, ಹೆಂಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಸ್ವತಃ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಿದೇ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಗುಣ ನಾನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಪಿಸೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜಿನೇ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಬೈದರೂ ಸಹಿತ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಜ್ಜ ತಾನು ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ದ ಮಲಗಿದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮೊಸರು ಎತ್ತಿಡ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇದನ್ನು ತೆಗಿಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಂದರೆ ಸಹನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಇತ್ತೋ ಆ ಫೆಮಿನಿಸಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಫೆಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ಸರಿನೋ ತಪ್ಪೋ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ ವಿಷಯ. ಆ ಹೆಣ್ತನ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಅವರು ಘಾಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಸಂಸಾರಕ್ಕಾತು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕಾತು ಅಡ್ಡು ಬರೋ ಹಂಗೂ ಅವರು ನಡೆಸಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಜೀವನ. ಎಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಇವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇವ್ರ ಮಾತು ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಸುರಳಿತ ಜೀವನ ಏನು ಹೋಗ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅದು ನನ್ನ ಭಾಳ ಹಿಡಿದಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಯಾರು ಭಾಳ ಕಲಿತಾರ ಅವರು ಶಾಲೀನತಾ ಇರ್ತದ ವ್ಯವಹಾರದೊಳಗೆ, ಅಥವಾ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೌಢತೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಭ್ರಮ ಇತ್ತು ತೀರಾ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನವರೆಗೂ. ಆದರೆ ಆ ವಿದ್ಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಅಹಂಕಾರಿಗಳನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕೆಟ್ಟ ವಾತ್ಸವ. ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾದಂಥದ್ದು. ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಆಗಿನ ಕಾಲದ ಜನ ತಮ್ಮ ತನ ಬಿಡ್ಲಾರ್ದೆ, ಹೆಂಗಸರು ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ತಮ್ಮ ತನ ಬಿಡ್ಲಾರ್ದನ ಎಲ್ಲನೂ ಸಾಧಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಭಾರಿ ವಿಚಿತ್ರ. ಸೊ ಈ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಂಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ಮೀ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಈ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ನಾಗಿ ಒಪ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಶಿಕ್ಷಿತರಾಗೋ ಬದಲು ಸುಶಿಕ್ಷಿತರಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಾಳದ ಭಾವನೆ.
ಹಳೆಮನೆಯವರು ಮತ್ತು ಕುಂಟಲ್ಗೆರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಅವರು ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ. ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ವಿಪರೀತ ದಾಳಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈಗ. ಅಂಥ ವಾತಾವರಣದಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಬರಿಬೇಕು, ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಏಕಾಂತ ಮತ್ತು ಲೋಕಾಂತ ಅದು ಮನೆ ಒಳಗಿದೆ, ಹೊರಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಬರಹಗಾರರಾದವರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಎರಡನ್ನೂ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಎರಡರ ಜೊತೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ, ಅನುಸಂಧಾನ ಎರಡೂ ನಡಿಬೇಕು. ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಎದುರು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗಂತೂ ಹೇಗಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಲೈಂಗಿಕ ಪದ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿಯೇ ಜೋರು ಧ್ವನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಡಿದು ಬಾಯಿ ಮುಚ್ಚಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂಥ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಡೋಣೂರ ಅವರನ್ನು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ನಿಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ವಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಹಾವಳಿಯ ನಡುವೆ ಯಥಾಸ್ಥಿತಿವಾದವನ್ನು ಮೀರಿ ಸತ್ಯ ಶೋಧನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಬರಹ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ನಿಮ್ಮ 2 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ಅದನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಒಡಲುಗೊಂಡವರು ಇರಲಿ, ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಇರಲಿ, ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರು ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತೀರಿ?
ನನಗೆ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಮೊದಲು ಎತ್ತಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅನ್ಯರ ಲೇಖಕರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಅಂತ ಬಂದಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಥಾ ಸಂಕಲನಗಳ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಈ ಯಾವುದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ಯ ಲೇಖಕರ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಭಾವವೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನೇ ಅಂದ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಅದು ಮೊದಲ ಒಂದು ಕಥಾ ಸಂಕಲನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕತೆ ಬರೆದಾಗ ಆ ಥರದ್ದೇನೋ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿತ್ತು. ಆನಂತರ ನನಗೆ ಆ ಥರದ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಭಾವಗಳು ನಾನು ನಡೆದಂಗೆ ನಡೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಇದರೊಳಗಡೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ಥರದ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕದ ಒಂದಾಯಿತು, ಇದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಲ್ವೋ ಅಂತ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪುಟ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಅಗ್ನಿಶ್ರೀಧರ್ದು ಎದೆಗಾರಿಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪುಟ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನೋಡಿದೆ, 50, 60, 70 ಪುಟ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಕುಸುಮಬಲನೂ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಗಾತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಆಯ್ತನ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಆ ವಸ್ತು ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೂ ನಂಗೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಬೀರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಮೊದಲ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರತಿಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡೆ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ಎರಡನೇದು ಒಳಗೆ
ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಿತೀರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಇದನ್ನು, ಅದು ಆವಾಗ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ವಿರೋಧಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಹೇಗೆ ನಿಭಾಯಿಸ್ತೀರಿ?
ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೇನು ಹೆದರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬರಹಗಾರನಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಾನು ಬಿಂದಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಈ ಮುಂದೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಒಳಗೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಥರ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ನನ್ನೊಳಗೇನು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾನಿದು ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ
ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಇದ್ರಿ ಹಾಗಾದರೆ, ವಸ್ತುವನ್ನು ಆವಾಗ ಯೋಚಿಸಲಿಲ್ಲ ಬರಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ?
ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಳವಳ ಇತ್ತು ಈ ಥರ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಬಟ್ ನನಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಅದರ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಗುಣಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರೊಳಗಡೆ ನಾನು ಏನು ಈ ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ನಾನು ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನೋ, ನಾನು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಅನೇಕ ಕೃತಿಗಳೊಳಗಡೆ 2-3 ಕೃತಿಗಳೊಳಗಡೆ ಅದರ ಬೇರೆ ಗುಣಾತ್ಮಕ ಅಂಶ ಇದು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಅಂಗುಲಿಮಾಲ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ದಲಿತಾತ್ಮಕತನ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಸೊ ಅದು ಅದನ್ನು ಬರೆದಂಥ ನಾನೇ ಈ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸುಡು ವಾಸ್ತವನು ಕೂಡ ಅಟೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಬಂತು. ಸೊ ನನಗೇನು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂಜರಿಕೆ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
ಶೇಖರ್, ಈ 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಯ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೇಲುಜಾತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಳಜಾತಿ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶ ಸಂಬಂಧವನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣದ ವಸ್ತು ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಹಿರಿಯ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಮಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಭೀಮ. ಈ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ನಮಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಉದಾರವಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಇರ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ? ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇರಲಿಲ್ವೇ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಓದುವಾಗ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸದೇ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನೀವೊಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನು 1-1/4 ನಿಮಿಷದೊಳಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ.
ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ವಚನಕಾರರ ಒಂದು ತಾತ್ವಿಕತೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ವಚನಕಾರರ ಮಾಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಂಯೋಗ ಇತ್ತು, ಹಾಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಸಂಯೋಗವನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ಆದರ್ಶವನ್ನು ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು, ಒಂದು ಕನಸನ್ನು ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು, ಒಂದು ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಈ ಥರ ಅಂದರೆ ಮುಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಭವಿಷ್ಯ ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಜಗತ್ತು ರೂಪುಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯಿಂದ ನಾನು ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಬರೆದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಈ ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಉಂಟಾಗುವ ಒಡಕುಗಳ ಕಡೆ ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಗಮನ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಮರಸ್ಯನೇ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆದರ್ಶವಾಗಿ ಹೇಗೆ ರೂಪಿಸ್ಬೋದು ಮುಂದಿನ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಬರೆದೆ ಸರ್.
ಸಮಯ 7 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಆಯಿತು ಕೇಳುವವರಿಗೆ. ಇದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ. ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದೋ ಅದನ್ನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಂಗ್ರಹವಾಗಿ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಲೇಖಕರು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಈ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ.
ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸೂಚನೆ ಸರ್, ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಆಥರ್ಸ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಗ್ರೀನ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀವಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಗ್ರೀನ್ ರೂಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡೋದಾದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಆ್ಯನ್ಯಲ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಥವಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯದ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಆಯಾಮಗಳಿದೆ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗ್ರಹಿಸಿ ಒಂದು ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025. ಸೊ ಈ ಬಾರಿಯ ಆ್ಯನ್ಯಲ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್. ಸೊ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ನ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕುತೂಹಲ ನಮಗೂ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರನ್ನು ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಸರ್ ತಮಗೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರು. ಸರ್ ತಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ.
So now I request Dr. Basavaraj Kalgudi to explain the selection process and to announce the award for the prize-winning novel and publisher. Over to you, sir.
ಸುಮಾರು 25 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಓದಿಗೆ. ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾವು 11 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಪಮ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ಸೇರಿ ಓದಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಮಗೆ 3-4 ಹಂತಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳ ರಚನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಸ್ವರೂಪವನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು, ಅವುಗಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟತೆಯನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ವಿಭಾಗೀಕರಣ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಒಂದನೇದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ವಸ್ತು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ವಸ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವ ಕಥನ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮಾತಿದೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಲುಕಾಸ್ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಅವನ ನಾವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನ ಕುರಿತು ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಸಿದ್ಧವಾದ ಮಾತಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದ ಚರಿತ್ರೆಯ ಸ್ವರೂಪವನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ಹಿಡಿಯುವ ಒಂದು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಮಾದರಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಮಹಾಕಾವ್ಯದ ಮಾದರಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ವಿಸ್ತಾರವಾದಂತಹ ವೈಶಾಲ್ಯಪೂರಿತವಾದಂತಹ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲದೆ ಈ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾದಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿದವನಿಗೆ ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನ ಬರೀಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ವಿವರಣೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನ ಬರೆಯೋ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ಅದು ಒಂದು ಫಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ, ಅಂದರೆ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟಿವ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರ್ಣ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡಗಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ತೊಡಗಿಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕುವಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊನೆಗೆ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳು ನಿಂತು. 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಿನ್ನ ಭಿನ್ನವಾದಂಥ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಆಯ್ದುಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ನಾನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಹಳೆಮನೆಯವರ ಒಡಲುಗೊಂಡವರು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು, ಅದು ಬರಗಾಲದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಜಾತಿ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯನ್ನು ಅದು ತನ್ನ ವಸ್ತುವಿನ ಭಾಷೆಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಿರೂಪಣೆಯನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ. ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ವೇಸ್ನ ಅನುಸರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲವರು ಒಂದು ಮಾಂತ್ರಿಕ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾದದ ಸಿಂಬಾಲ್ಸ್ನ ತಂದು, ಹದ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮೋಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದಲ್ಲಿ, ಹದ್ದು ಹೇಗೆ ಇಡೀ ಸತ್ತಂತಹ ಜನರನ್ನು ತಿನ್ನುವಂಥ ರೂಪಕವಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಚಿತ್ರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಗಮನಿಸಬೇಕಾದ ಅಂಶ ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುವಂತಹ ನಾಯಕಿ ಒಬ್ಬ ಜಮೀನ್ದಾರಣಿ, ಅವಳು ತನ್ನ ಕಾಲದ ತನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕೂಲಿಕಾರರು, ಕೆಳಜಾತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರೇನಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಹೊಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಾರರು, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭೀಮಾ ರೆಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪಾತ್ರ ಅದು. ಆ ಪಾತ್ರವನ್ನು ಚಿತ್ರಿಸುವಾಗ ಮತ್ತು ತಳ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳನ್ನ ಚಿತ್ರಿಸುವಾಗ ಆ ಕಷ್ಟಗಳು ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘರ್ಷವೇ ಇಲ್ಲವೇನೋ ಅನ್ನೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯ ಭೂಮಾಲೀಕರು ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ, ಭೂಮಾಲೀಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಮಿಕರ ನಡುವೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡದೊಂದು ಸಮನ್ವಯವನ್ನು ಸಾಧಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಯಾಕೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಈ ನಿರೂಪಣೆ ಹೀಗಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತು ಅನುಪಮ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ಹಿಡಿಯದೇ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಒಂದು ಕಾರಣ ನನಗನ್ಸೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೆದಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರಿಗೆ ಇದೊಂದು ತೀವ್ರ ಸಂಘರ್ಷದ ಒಂದು ಕತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಚಳುವಳಿಯ ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ತೀವ್ರವಾಗಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಏನೋ ಕಂದರವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ವೋ ಏನೋ, ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ವೋ ಏನೋ ಅಂತನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದೇಹ ನಮ್ಮದು ಬಂತು. ಆದರೆ ಆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಒಂದು ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಯೂ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಎತ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಇದು ಅದರ ಲಕ್ಷಣವೂ ಹೌದು, ಮಿತಿಯೂ ಹೌದು. ಇನ್ನು ಎರಡನೇ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ, ರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಭಾಳ ಆಂಬಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು 100 ವರ್ಷದ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲ ವಸಾಹತುಶಾಹಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡಿದು ವರ್ತಮಾನ ಕಾಲದವರೆಗೆ ತಳ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಪಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಬವಣೆಯನ್ನು, ಸಂಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ನಿವಾರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತೊಡಗಿಕೊಂಡಂತಹ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಚಿತ್ರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತದೆ. ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ ಅದೊಂದು ಮರ, ಹೂವಿನ ಮರ. ಅದು ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸುಗಂಧವನ್ನು ಬೀರುವಂತಹ ಮರವಾಗಿರೋದರಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೇ ಕಷ್ಟವಾದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೆ ತಾನು ಸಹಿಸಬಲ್ಲೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ರೂಪಕ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ ಮರದ ಸುತ್ತ ಇದೆ. ಆ ಊರಿನ ಹೆಸರು ಕೂಡ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೇಂದ್ರವಾಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಲವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಕಥೆಯೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಹಲವು ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳ ಕಥೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಾದರಿಯು. ಸೊ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಮವಿಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಬೇಕಂತಲೇ ಮುರಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಥೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದು ಭಿನ್ನ ಭಿನ್ನ ಕಥೆಯಾಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಪಾತ್ರಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟುವ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಬಗೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಓದುವಾಗ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ನಾವು ಇಬ್ಬರು ಇಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ. ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ದಲಿತ ಕಥನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇದುವರೆಗಿನ ಕಥನಗಳು, 20ನೇ ಶತಮಾನದ ಕಥನಗಳು, ಒಂದು ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಶೋಷಣೆಯ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು, ಆಕ್ರಂದನದ ಕಥೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ, ಭೂಮಾಲೀಕರ ಮೇಲೆ, ಶೋಷಿತರ ಮೇಲೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ರೌರ್ಯ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಿಟ್ಟು, ಇವುಗಳು ಕಾವ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಕಥನಗಳ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಭಾಷೆಯಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಅದು ದೇವನೂರಿನ ಕಥೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಸಿದ್ಧಲಿಂಗಯ್ಯವ್ರ ಕಾವ್ಯ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಮತ್ತು ಹಾಗೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಅನುಸರಿಸಿ ಬರೆದಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ಕಥೆಗಾರರು ಮತ್ತು ಕವಿಗಳನ್ನು ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮೋಟಿವ್ ಅದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಟು ಬಿ ಅಗೇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಆಪ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್. ಯಾರು ಶೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಿಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಥನವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಗೋಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದರ ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಭಿನ್ನವಾದ ಕಥನವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಕತೆ. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ದಲಿತರನ್ನು ಅವಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ, ಹಾಗೆ ಅವಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಏನು ಬಂತು, ಆ ಕಾನೂನು ಅನೇಕ ಕಡೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಶೋಷಣೆಯ ನಿವಾರಣೆಗೆ, ಶೋಷಣೆಯನ್ನು ಆಗದಂತೆ ತಡೆಯಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅಸ್ತ್ರವೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಅಸ್ತ್ರದ ಬಳಕೆ ಅನೇಕ ಬಾರಿ ತಪ್ಪು ದಾರಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿಯುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭವೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಅದರ ಒಳಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇದರಿಂದ ವಿಮರ್ಶೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಓದುಗರಿಂದ, ದಲಿತ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಓದುಗರಿಂದ ಅವರು ಇದನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಕೂಡ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ. ಆದರೆ ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ಅನಿಸಿದ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇವರು ಕೇವಲ ಈ ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿಯ ಕಥನ ನಿಯಮವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆ ಬರೆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಲೇವಾದೇವಿಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಶೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಥನವೂ ಇದೆ. ಈ ದಲಿತರನ್ನು ಶೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಲೇವಾದೇವಿಯ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾಗಿ ಇವರನ್ನು ಶೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಅಮಾಯಕ ದಲಿತರ ಗೋಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳುವಂಥ ದಲಿತ ಮುಖಂಡರೇ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಅನ್ನುವ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲೊಬ್ಬ ನಾಯಕ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ. ಆ ನಾಯಕ ಶಂಕರ ಅಂತ ಅವನ ಹೆಸರು. ಆ ಶಂಕರ ಬುದ್ಧ, ಬಸವ, ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರ ಮೌಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ತನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಸ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಈ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು, ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮುಂದುವರಿಬೇಕಂತ ಅನ್ನೋನಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಹಾಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ವೇ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಉಳಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಈ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ನನಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ವಿಮರ್ಶಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ನೋಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಈ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಹಾಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೊಳಗನ್ನು ತಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಬದಲಾಗುವುದು ಹೇಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ, ಇದು ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಎತ್ತಿದ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಬೌದ್ಧ ಧರ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗುವಾಗ ಹಾಗೊಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದುಂಟು. ಏನಂತಂದರೆ, ಸಮುದಾಯಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆದಂಥ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಿಜವಾದ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಚುಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಅನ್ನುವ ಒಳಗಿನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಆತ್ಮ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪರಿಭಾಷೆ ಬಳಸಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಆದರೆ ಪರಮಾರ್ಥ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಸಾಧಿತವಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಾತೇನಿತ್ತು, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಧ್ವನ್ಯಾರ್ಥದಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕಥನ ಇದ್ದಿರ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನನಗೆ. ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. ಒಂದು ಆಂಬಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಆದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ, ಜೋಶಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೇ ಒಂದು ಘನವಾದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಈ ಹೆಣ್ಮಗಳು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ನನಗೆ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಓದಿದಾಗ ಕಾಸ್ನೀಸರ ತಬ್ಬಲಿಗಳು ಕತೆ ಓದಿದ ನೆನಪಾಯಿತು. ತಬ್ಬಲಿಗಳ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ಥರದ ಮಾದರಿ ಇದೆ. ಏನಂತಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ರಾಯರ ಭಕ್ತರು ಆ ಬಡ ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಕುಟುಂಬ, ಅಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅವರ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಿವಾರಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಗುರು ರಾಘವೇಂದ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೌರ್ಜನ್ಯ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಳುಗು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದರ ರೂಪಕ ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದೊಂದು ಕಥನದ ಒಂದು ಮುಖ. ಆದರೆ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಮುಖವನ್ನು ಎತ್ತಿ ಹಿಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೂಕ್ಷ್ಮವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಥನ ಏನೇನು ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಾವು ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕರು, ಧರ್ಮವನ್ನು ನಂಬಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಧರ್ಮವೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹಿಡಿತದೆ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಹಿಡಿತಾ ಇರೋದೇ ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು. ಧರ್ಮ ಹಿಡಿತದೆ ಅಂತ ನಂಬಿರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೊಳ್ಳು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರದ ಹಾಗೆ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಭಾಷೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರನ ಮೀರ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ತತ್ರಾಣಿ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ. ಜೋಶಿಯವರು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ನಿನ್ನಂತ ಬರೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎ ಕಾನ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವುಮನ್. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಆ ಮಹಿಳೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಆದ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಆ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ಜೋಶಿಯವರ ಕಾನ್ಷಿಯಸ್ ಆದಂಥ ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮೀರಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಭಾಳ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯಿತು ನನಗೆ. ಅವರು ಪಡುವ ಕಷ್ಟ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಇವರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಹಂ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಮಾಧ್ವ ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣರ ಮಂಥನದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಬನಾರಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ತಮ್ಮ ಮನೆತನದ ಒಂದು ಪಾಳಿಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಂಥನದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲಿಗಿರಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನೋಡುವಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವನು ಬ್ರಾಹ್ಮಣ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೋ ಮೋಹನ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ದ ಅಂತ. ಆವಾಗ ಇವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ದಿಗ್ಭ್ರಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕೃತಿ ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ PG ಅಂತ, ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರವ್ರು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಹೊಸ ಕಾಲದ ಹೊಸ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಒಂದು ಅನಾಥತೆಯನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೃತಿ ಇದು. ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ನಗರವನ್ನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೆ ಅನಾಥರನ್ನು ರಕ್ಷಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಮುಖವಿಲ್ಲದ ನಗರವೆಂದು ಚಿತ್ರಿಸುವಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಇದು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಹತ್ವ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನ ನಾವು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ವಿ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? ಈ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನಾವಿಬ್ಬರು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರವರ PG ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ.
ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಬಹುಶಃ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆ ಹೇಗಾಯಿತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾಹಿತಿನ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ ನಂತರ ಆಯಾ ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್, ಸೊ ಇಬ್ಬರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಬರಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಕಲ್ಗುಡಿಯವರು ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಹೆಸರು ಒಡಲುಗೊಂಡವರು, ಲೇಖಕರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಹಳೆಮನೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮನೆ. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಥರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್, ಸೊ ಇಬ್ಬರೂ ಕೂಡ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸರ್ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಆನ್ ದ ಟಾಪ್ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಫೈನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಹೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ವಿನ್ನರ್ನ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂತ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸರ್. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಒಡಲುಗೊಂಡವರು, ಆಥರ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಜಶೇಖರ್ ಹಳೆಮನೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಮನೆ. ಸೊ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಕಲ್ಗುಡಿಯವರು ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಅನುಪಮಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಒನ್ ಮೋರ್ ಜೂರಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹೆಸರು ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ, ಆಥರ್ ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕಂಟಲಗೆರೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಆದಿಜಂಬು ಪ್ರಕಾಶನ. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಆಥರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಆಥರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಎರಡೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರದ್ದೇ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಹೆಸರು ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ, ಲೇಖಕರು ಗುರುಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಕಂಟಲಗೆರೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಆದಿಜಂಬು ಪ್ರಕಾಶನ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮುಂದಿನ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಹೆಸರು ತತ್ರಾಣಿ, ಆಥರ್ ದೀಪಾ ಜೋಶಿ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಅಂಕಿತಾ ಪುಸ್ತಕ. ಇವರ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಕಂಬತ್ತಳ್ಳಿಯವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ದೀಪಾ ಜೋಶಿಯವರು ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಅಂಕಿತಾ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಪ್ರಭಾ ಕಂಬತ್ತಳ್ಳಿ. ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಂ, ಎಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ, ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಿಮಗೆ. ಸೊ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಹೆಸರು ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ, ಆಥರ್ ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಭವಿಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಕಾಶನ. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಲೇಖಕರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಲೇಖಕರು ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಎರಡು ಕಡೆಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ತುಂಬ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಸರ್ ತಮಗೆ. ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಜಾಲ್ಗಿರಿ, ಆಥರ್ ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರು ಬೋಧಿಶ್ರೀ ಪ್ರಕಾಶನ. ಸರ್ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಹಾಗೆ ಕೊನೆಯ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ವಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್. ಇದನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮತ್ತೋರ್ವ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರನ್ನು. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಹೆಸರು PG, ಆಥರ್ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಅಂಕಿತಾ ಪುಸ್ತಕ. ಸೊ ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಕಂಬತ್ತಳ್ಳಿಯವರಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕಾರಣಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಲೇಖಕಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಂದರೆ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಅವರ ಪತಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ದೀಪಕ್ ಅವರು. ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ತಾವು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಈ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು. Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 Annual Novel Competition. The winning novel and the publisher is, the name of the novel PG, name of the author Sushila Donura, and the publisher is Ankita Pustaka. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಲೇಖಕರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರು ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ. ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಯದಾದಂತಹ ಅಂದರೆ ವಿನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ನಾವೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವೇನೀಗ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ವಿ, ಆಥರ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರ ಇವರಿಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಪುರಸ್ಕಾರ ಸಂದಿದ ನಿಮಿತ್ತ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಅನಿಸಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮೂಲಕ. ಸೊ ಇದೀಗ ಆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ. ಸೊ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ವಿ?
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂತೋಷ, ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೊಂಚ ಬೇಸರದ ದಿನ ಕೂಡ ಹೌದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಸಂತೋಷ ಸಂಭ್ರಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನನ್ನ 2ನೇ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ PGಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂತಹ ದಿನ. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮದಂತಹ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಪುಸ್ತಕನ ಗುರುತಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಬೇಸರ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಂಥದ್ದೊಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಅದು ಯಾವುದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ, ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಗುಲ್ಬರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ನೇಹ ನನಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಈ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿನ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೂ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಬರವಣಿಗೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಈ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಇದು ನನ್ನೊಬ್ಬಳಿಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರ್ಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ ಇದೆ. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರು ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರ ರೀತಿ PDF ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸುವಂತಹ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರನೂ ಓದಿ, ತಿದ್ದಿ, ಸಲಹೆ ಸೂಚನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ, ಮಾರ್ಪಾಟು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರು ಪುಸ್ತಕನ ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಪ್ರಭಾ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಅವರಿಬ್ಬರ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡದು. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಸಲ್ಲಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನು ಈ PG ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೆಸರು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರೇ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು. ನಾನಿಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಹೆಸರು ಋಣಾನುಬಂಧ ರೂಪೇಣ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತು. ಋಣಾನುಬಂಧ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರು ಯಾವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಎದುರಾಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಆಗೋದು ಈ ಋಣದ ಮೇಲೇ ಅಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಋಣಾನುಬಂಧ ರೂಪೇಣ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸರು ಅದನ್ನು PG ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂದರು. ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು PG ಕಥೆನೇ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದೆ. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಕಾರಣೀಭೂತರಾದಂತಹ ನಾಗ್ತಿಹಳ್ಳಿ ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಅವರು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ನೀಡಿದರು. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ದೇವಪತ್ತಾರ್ ಸರ್, ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪ್ಪರ್ಕಿ ಸರ್, ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ತಂಡ, ಅವರ ಇಡೀ ಟೀಮ್, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ನೀಡಿದಂತಹ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ, ಇದು ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಂಬಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮುಂದೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ, ಬರೀಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂತಹ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿನ ಅದು ನನಗೆ ಹೊರಿಸಿದೆ. ನನ್ನೊಳಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಂಗತಿಗಳಿವೆ, ವಿಷಯಗಳಿವೆ, ಪಾತ್ರಗಳಿವೆ. ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೇ ಅವು ಕೂಡ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಈ ಸಮಯ ಅನ್ನೋದೇ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದ ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಸವಾಲು ಕೂಡ ಹೌದು. ನಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಮಯ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಸಮಯ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹವ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ಪೋಷಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಸಮಯ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಸಮಯ ಇಲ್ಲದೇ ಇರುವಂತಹ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಅಂಥದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಮಯ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬರವಣಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಚೈತನ್ಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ, ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಜೀವಂತವಾಗಿಡುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಯನ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲೇಬೇಕು, ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಕೈಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ತುಂಬ ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೀತಿ, ಸ್ನೇಹ, ಸಹಕಾರ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಂಬ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಸಿಟಾ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಬೆನ್ನೆಲುಬು ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಕಾರ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಬೆಂಗಾವಲು. ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಬಿಗ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟರ್ ವಿತ್ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಟು ಆರ್ಟ್, culture, literature, everything. Sir, requesting you to speak few words about the fest, please.
Good evening. Ellarku namaskara. Dear my good friend Satish of Book Brahma, the trustees Sweta, Vinay and Prakash, I think this is the first time I am seeing an event which is art, culture and literature. I have not seen an event in Bangalore. I have been in Bangalore for the last 40 years. I think I have not attended something like a Book Brahma, this scale of festival. I understand about 450 speakers in the 3 days and 10,000 footfall, I mean delegates come every day. I think I have not seen such a massive festival. Let me all give a thanks and we'll also all give a big clap to the team for organizing this event. Then one more thing is I'm so happy this is South Indian, all the four languages of South India, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu and Malayalam. I think 4 different languages coming united. I think the theme is we have South India is getting united. That itself is something which is so proud to hear here. 4 languages are getting united. And I understand that English is a common language, the 5. This year they have added Marathi. So every year I think they are going to add one language to this. So Marathi, maybe Bengali, maybe one more language is getting added every year. I think this is a wonderful thing which Book Brahma is doing in this festival. The only thing is that the reading interest of people is going down. After all the people have come in, people don't have patience to read. My only worry is reading book is a wonderful habit. I think so many people, but what happened over a period of time, the current generation are more into this WhatsApp, where they're reading, but they're not reading what we are supposed to read. I think that's where the problem is. I think I am so happy this many people still, been part of writing novels or writing short stories. So I think we as a community, we as a people have to promote. So why Elsita is coming forward when Satish came and met us to support. I think that we all have to support this initiative. We should not allow this to, India is not money. India is a great culture, art, literature. We all stand today because of all these things. So this has to remain forever. I think this is the big differentiation between us and the West. If you take, you take US or you take any other country, I think big difference of India is art, culture and literature. I think we should not give up this. I think more and more youngsters have to come in. I can see here, most of the people here all looks like 40, 50 plus and so on. We have to see a lot of young people coming into novel writing or short story writing. We have to generate. I think I request the Book Brahma Foundation next year to have session focus only towards young generation. I think 20 to 30 people or 15 to 30 people, we have to make them to write. We have to make them to write novels. We have to make them to write short stories. See, that's the good thing which we are doing back. At least 40, 50, 60 people, I think they have the different interests. Now we have to make sure that, see, I can see a lot of, people are into Bharatanatyam, or something like a painting, art, that's all happening. But I am seeing very less people are writing novels or writing short stories or or publishing a book. Very, very few young people publish books. I think my request to everybody is, your children or whoever are coming to this, let's all not give up our tradition, which is art, literature and culture. Let's all give full support to the younger generation. I think even future, we should be very, very clear that we should have more novels coming in. I see today I saw totally about in Karnataka about 300 novels is being written every year. Out of 100, I think came to 100 novels came for this thing, and we have selected 5 today, and 1 is getting the award. Out of the 4 is consolation award, the 1 is getting the cash award. So out of the 300 to 100, I think that number has to increase. We need more, because if population of Karnataka, how much, right? Even Bangalore, we are talking about so much. So we have to make sure at least more people start the habit of writing, and more of us start the habit of reading. I think one is writing, one is the reading. So I wishes, let's all pray God that, we should not give up this, and all of us have to start writing and reading, which we can never give up. So with this humble submission to all of you, I think my congratulations to all the winner, and my thanks to all the people who have participated for 3 days. I think still we value art, culture and literature, which is very, very satisfying for me. I wish Book Brahma all the very best, and this festival grow better and better. More people write and more people read. Thank you.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಬಲ್ ವರ್ಡ್ಸ್. ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕುರಿತು ಒಂದೆರಡು ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸರ್, ವೇದಿಕೆ ನಿಮಗಾಗಿ.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಸುಶೀಲಾ ಡೋಣೂರ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪ್ಪರಿಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇವು ಪತ್ತಾರವರು ಏನು ಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಸುಮಾರು 75,000 ಲೇಖಕರಿಗೆ 75,000 ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆ, ಇದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ಆಯಾಮ, ಹೊಸ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಭಿನಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಈಗ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಕಥಾ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆ, ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಧೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ತೆಲುಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಅಮೇರಿಕದಿಂದ ತೆಲುಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಪರೂಪದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಹುಮಾನ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ದಾನಿಗಳು ಹುಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂತ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರ, ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನ ಬರೆಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆದೆ. ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಐತಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ವಾಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಮೂನಿ ಚಿತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಬರಿಬೋದು. ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಓದಿದರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಕಥೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಭೌಗೋಳಿಕ ಚರಿತ್ರೆ, ಮನಃಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರಗಳ ಸಮಗ್ರ ಸಂಗ್ರಹ ರೂಪನೇ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಅನ್ಬೋದು. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಲಂಕೇಶ್, ಅನಂತಮೂರ್ತಿ, ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ರೈಟರ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಪುರುಷೋತ್ತಮ, ಶಿಕಾರಿ ಬರೆದಂಥ ಯಶವಂತ್ ಚಿತ್ತಾಲ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಓದ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಯಾವ ಕಾದಂಬರಿನೂ ಬರೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಕಲ್ಟಿವೇಷನ್, ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನೇಷನ್ 3 ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ನೀವು ಡಾಸ್ಟೋವ್ಸ್ಕಿ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಅವನು ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟು ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ತದೆ. ಅವನಿಗೆ 150ನೇ ವರ್ಷ ವರ್ಧಂತಿ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಬಹುತೇಕ ರೈಟರ್ಸು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಓದುಗರೆಲ್ಲ ಪೀಟರ್ಸ್ಬರ್ಗಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂದರೆ, ಆ ರೋಷ್ಕಾಲುಷ್ಕಾವ್ ಇದ್ದ ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದು, ಆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ದ ಮನೆ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಯಾವುದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಸ್ತ್ರೀ ಪಾತ್ರ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಮನೆ ಯಾವುದು, ಅವ್ರು ಅಡ್ಡಾಡಿ ಜಾಗಗಳು ಯಾವಂತ ಹುಡುಕ್ಯಂತ ಹೋದ್ರು ಅವರು ಪೀಟ್ಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಒಂದು ದೃಶ್ಯ ಕಾವ್ಯವನ್ನೇ ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರು. ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಾಸ್ಟರ್ನಾಕ್ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥವನು, ಅವನು ನೋಬೆಲ್ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಪಡೆದಾಗ ನೀನು ಭಾಳ ಮೆಚ್ಕೊಂಡಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಯಾವುದಂತಂದಾಗ ಅವನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಕ್ರೈಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪನಿಷ್ಮೆಂಟು, ಈಡಿಯಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಅವನು. ಆದ ಕಾರಣ ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ದಿಗ್ಭ್ರಮೆಗೊಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅಪರೂಪದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಕಾರರಲ್ಲಿ ಟಾಲ್ಸ್ಟಾಯ್ ಮತ್ತು ಡಾಸ್ಟೋವ್ಸ್ಕಿ ಅವರು ಉಳಿತಾರವ್ರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಏನಾದ್ರು ತೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಕ್ರಿಮಿನಾಲಜಿ ಇದೆ, ಸೈಕಾಲಜಿ ಇದೆ, ಆಂಥ್ರೋಪಾಲಜಿ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಶಿಸ್ತು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಸ ಲೇಖಕರು ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾನು ಭಾಳ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಗದ್ಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರ, ಕಥೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ. ಆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಯುವಜನಾಂಗ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ತುಂಬಾಡಿ ರಾಮಯ್ಯನ್ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಶೇಖರ ಹಳೆಮನೆ ಅಂತ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿರಿಯ ಲೇಖಕರು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಸಂತೋಷದ ವಿಷಯ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಕಟಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಬ್ಲಿಷರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಕಿತದರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಪ್ರಕಟ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಇಮ್ಮಿಡಿಯೇಟಾಗಿ ರಾಯಲ್ಟಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ಕವರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬೇರೆಯವರಾಗೆ ತಿಂಗಳುಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಅಥವಾ ವರ್ಷಗಟ್ಟಲೆ ಏನು ಮುಂದೂಡಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಸಾರಸ್ವತ ಲೋಕವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಹೊಸ ಲೇಖಕರು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ 5 ಜನರನ್ನು ಆಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ, ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಕಂಟಲಗೆರೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಕಲ್ಗುಡಿಯವರು ಅದನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯ ಪರಿಚಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ 5 ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಓದೋ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ವಾರದಿಂದ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಈಗ ಕೇವಲ ಏನು 75,000 ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಲೇಖಕರಿಗೆ, ಅದು 1 ಲಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಏರಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಬರೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಕೊಡೋರಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಕಪ್ಪು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೆದಾಗ ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇತ್ತು. ಪ್ರಕಾಶಕರೇ ನಮಗೇನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಾಳ ಕಾಡಿ ಬೇಡಿ ಅವರಿಂದ ವಸೂಲು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ಈಗೇನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದದ ಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮೊದಲಿನಿಂದ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು 10% ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರೋ, ನನ್ನ 28ನೇ ಕಾದಂಬರಿಗೆ ಅದೇ 10% ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಈ ಲೇಖಕರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ, ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಲೇಖಕರು ಯಾರು ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು FD ಇಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಮತ್ತೆ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಅನ್ವೇಷಣೆಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅರಮನೆ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 15 ವರ್ಷದ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 80,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ನಾನು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಥಾಮಸ್ ಮನ್ರೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ, ಅವನಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು, ಅವನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಗೆಜೆಟಿಯರ್ನ ನಾನು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಮೂಲಗಳಿಂದ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಬರೀಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಪೂರ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧತೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಬೇಕಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, SL ಭೈರಪ್ಪನವರು ಬರೆಯುವಾಗ ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಕನ್ನಡ, ದಕ್ಷಿಣ ಅಮೇರಿಕಾ ಕಡೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಲೇಖಕನ ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರವಾಸಕ್ಕೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಚಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಎಡನೋ ಬಲನೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ. ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಲೇಖಕರನ್ನು ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಓದುಗರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ, ಈಗ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದಾಗ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಜನಪ್ರಿಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎರಡನೇದಾಗಿ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೊಯಿಟ್ರಿ ಇತ್ಯಾದಿ ಯಾರೂ ಅದನ್ನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅಂಥ ಕಾದಂಬರಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ತಂಡ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಲೇಖಕರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಂಥ ಅಪೂರ್ವ ಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಬಹುಶಃ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟ್ 2025ಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕರು, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಸರ್. ಸೊ ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಾವೊಂದು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು, ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ನೆರವೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಕುಂ ವೀರಭದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅವರನ್ನು. ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇಡೀ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಪರವಾಗಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಮಯ, ಒಂದು ನೆನಪಿನ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡೋದ್ರ ಮೂಲಕ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ವಿ ವೀರಪ್ಪನ್ ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಕಾಣಿಕೆ ಇದೆ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಅನುಪಮಾ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ ಅವರು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್, ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಾತುಕತೆ, ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಧಾರೆಗಳೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ತೂಕವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ. ಸೊ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಮುಂದಿನ ಹಂತ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ದಿನದ ಕೊನೆಯ ಭಾಗ ನಾನು ಆಗಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ದಾಗೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಿ ಕೂಡ ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಜಾನಪದ, ಆ ಗತ್ತು ಗಮ್ಮತ್ತು ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಸೊಗಡು ಇದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ಮೇಳೈಸುವಂತಹ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಬಿ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡದವರಿಂದ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾಗಿರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಹೈಲೈಟ್ಸ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ. ನಾಳೆ ದಿನ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 8:30 ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ 8:30 ಅಂದರೆ 8:30 ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಒಂದು ಬದ್ಧತೆ. ಸೊ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದು ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಖ್ಯಾತ ಕೊಳಲು ವಾದಕರು, ದ ಫೇಮಸ್ ಫ್ಲೂಟಿಸ್ಟ್, ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್ ಗೋಡ್ಕಿಂಡಿ ಅವರು. ಸೊ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೂಲಕ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ನಾಳೆಯ ದಿನ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆರಂಭ ಅಂತಲೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮತ್ತು ತಂಡ ಬಹುಶಃ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ನಿಂತರೆ ಅವರ ಧ್ವನಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಆರ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಥವಾ ವೈಬ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾರು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮೇರು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ, ಪ್ರತಿಭೆ ಅವರದ್ದು. ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ. ಎಸ್ ಸಂಚನಾ.
The Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe, presents second edition of the Book Brahma Literature Festival 2025 and is proudly supported by our partners JSW, KSDL, Elsia and Elsita, Akshay Kalpa Organic, BLDE, Happiest Health, Minera, MSIL, KMF, Netkallappa Sports Foundation, Pali Institute, Ramki Foundation, Sheshadripuram Education Trust, Siri, SKME, Vesco and Zenith Group.
ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಇನ್ನೇನು ಕೆಲವೇ ಕ್ಷಣಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆರಂಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ಸಿ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅಟ್ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ 10 we started the day. Yes, of course you were there and your patience and your time, everything really made a feel, and that means a lot to all of us. And yes, to end with the day, that is what the next event is all about from the team B Jayashree. Yes, that is going to happen within a few minutes. Before that, we have a things to set on the stage. So please be patient, and yeah, we need that support and involve. So ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ, ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವಾಲಂಟಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಡೆಲಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಸೊ ಲೆಟ್ ದೆಮ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಎಂಜಾಯ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಇದೆ ಕೂಡ. ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ ಶೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಈವನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದ ಬಿ ಜಯಶ್ರೀ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್ ಆಸ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಹರ್ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಒಂದು 5 minutes ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ವಾಪಸ್ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಆ ಮೀನ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ರೆಡಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗಬೇಡಿ, ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರಿ. ಈ ದಿನನ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದ್ಧೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವೋ ಅದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅದ್ಧೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ವಿರಾಮ ಇಡೋಣ, ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾಳೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಸೊ ಆ್ಯಡ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ. ತಪ್ಪು ಹಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ತೃಪ್ತಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆನ್ನು ತಟ್ಟಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಮೊದಲಿಗೆ ಜಾನಪದ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ, ಇದು ರಂಗಭೂಮಿಯವರಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಬೇರು. ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಲಕ್ಷಾಪತಿ ರಾಜನ ಕಥೆ, ಇದರ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಮೊದಲು ನಾನು ಹಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಮೊದಲು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಮ್ಮತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿಯ ದಿಗ್ಗಜ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಡ್ರಾಮಾ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಈಸ್ಟ್ನ ರತನ್ ಥಿಯಂ, ಬಹಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾದಂಥ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ಅವರದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಶೈಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತುಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಹೇಳೋರು, ಆತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆರ್ಟಿಸ್ಟು. ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ನಾಟಕಗಳನ್ನು ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ. ಬ್ರಷು ಬಣ್ಣದಿಂದ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಹಾಗೂ ಬೆಳಕಿನ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ದೃಶ್ಯದ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಪೇಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ನೆನಪಿದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಒಂದು ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆಯಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಜಾನಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಗಣಪತಿನ ಸ್ತುತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ಹಾಗೇನೆ. ಆದರೆ ಕೆಲವು ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಕಂಪನಿಯಲ್ಲಾಗಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಲಿ ಜಾನಪದ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿಯ ಗಣಪತಿನ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲಕ್ಷಾಪತಿ ರಾಜನ ಕಥೆ ಕಿಂದರ ಜೋಗಿಯರ ಶೈಲಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಾಟಕ. ಅದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ, ಅದರ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಗಣಪತಿಯ ಸ್ತುತಿಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ. ಇನ್ನು ವೃತ್ತಿರಂಗಭೂಮಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 4ರಿಂದ 5 ಪರದೆಗಳಿರ್ತವೆ. ಒಂದೊಂದು ಪರದೆಗಳು ಒಂದೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ ವೈಶಿಷ್ಟ್ಯ, ಅದರದ್ದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಇರ್ತವೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂಕದ ಪರದೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದದ್ದು. ಅದು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರೆದು ನಾಟಕ ಮುಗಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಪ್ಪಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಪಶಕನ ಅಂತಲೇ ಅರ್ಥ. ಸೊ ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಅದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಅದನ್ನು ಜೋಪಾನದಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಮೊದಲು ಅದನ್ನು ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪರದೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ತಾ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪರದೆ ಮುಗಿಸಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಬಿಡೋದು ನಾಟಕ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ಆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೀರ್ತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿ ಕೀರ್ತನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಬರೆದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪರದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಂತು ಆ ಅಂಕದ ಪರದೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದು ಆ ಮಾಲೀಕನ ಮನೆ ದೇವರು ಅಥವಾ ಒಕ್ಕಲು ಬಿದ್ದ ದೇವಿಯ ಪರದೆ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ದೇವರು ಅಂದರೆ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ವೀರಣ್ಣನವರ ಮನೆ ದೇವರು ಶಿವ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಕದ ಪರದೆ ಗಂಗಾವತರಣ ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಆ ಪರದೆಯ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಂತು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಕಲಾವಿದನು ಆ ಪರದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನಿಂತು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ದೀಕ್ಷಿತರ ಕೀರ್ತನೆ ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ.
ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ ಕಾಮಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ ಕಾಮಾಕ್ಷಿ, ಕಮಲ ಮನೋಹರಿ ತ್ರಿಪುರ ಸುಂದರಿ ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ. ಕುಂಜರ ಕಮಲೆ ಮಣಿಮಂಡಿತ ಮಂಜುಳ ಚರಣೆ, ಕುಂಜರ ಕಮಲೆ ಮಣಿಮಂಡಿತ ಮಂಜುಳ ಚರಣೆ, ಮಾಮವ ಶಿವ ಪಂಜರಿ ಶ್ರುತಿ ಪಂಕಜ ಮುಖಿ ಗುರು ಗುಹರಂಜನಿ ದುರಿತ ಭಂಜನಿ ನಿರಂಜನಿ, ಪಂಜರ ಶ್ರುತಿ ಪಂಕಜ ಮುಖಿ ಗುರು ಗುಹರಂಜನಿ ದುರಿತ ಭಂಜನಿ ನಿರಂಜನಿ, ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ. ರಾಕಾಶ ಶಿವಧನೆ ಸುರಸನೆ, ರಾಕಾಶ ಶಿವಧನೆ ಸುರಸನೆ, ರಚಿತ ವರನೆ ರತ್ನ ಸದನೆ, ರಚಿತ ವರನೆ ರತ್ನ ಸದನೆ, ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂಚನ ವಸನೆ ಸುರಸನೆ, ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂಚನ ವಸನೆ ಸುರಸನೆ, ಶೃಂಗಾರಾಶ್ರಯ ಮಂದಹಸನೆ, ಶೃಂಗಾರಾಶ್ರಯ ಮಂದಹಸನೆ, ಏಕಾಕ್ಷರಿ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿ ಏಕಾನಂದಾಮೃತ ಜನ್ಮಾಸ್ವರಿ, ಏಕಾಕ್ಷರಿ ಭುವನೇಶ್ವರಿ ಏಕಾನಂದಾಮೃತ ಜನ್ಮಾಸ್ವರಿ, ಏಕಾಗ್ರಮನೋಲಯಕರಿ ಶ್ರೀಕರಿ ಏಕಾಂಬರೇಶ ಗುಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ಶಂಕರಿ, ಏಕಾಗ್ರಮನೋಲಯಕರಿ ಶ್ರೀಕರಿ ಏಕಾಂಬರೇಶ ಗುಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ಶಂಕರಿ, ಸಾ ಸರಿ ದ ಮಮ ಗಮ ಬನಿ ದ ಮಮ ಗ ಸಾ ಸರಿ ದ ಮನಿ ಸ ಸ ಗ ಸ ಗ ಮ ಬನಿ ಸ ಸರಿ ಸ ಗ ಸ ಮ ಗ ಸರಿ ದ ಮನಿ ನಿ ಸ ಸರಿ ದ ಮಮ ಗ ಸರಿ ಸ ಗ ಮ ಬನಿ ಕಂಜದಳಾಯ ತಾಜಿ.
ಇದು ಕಂಪನಿಯಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಕೀರ್ತನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಬರಿತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಹಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕಂಪನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ತಾ ಗುನುಗುನಿಸ್ತಾ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಹೋದದ್ದು ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ ಸೀಸು ಪದ್ಯ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿರೋದು ಅದನ್ನು. ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸರ್ತಿ ಒಂದೇ ರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರೋದು, 4 ಸಾಲುಗಳು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಉಪಮೇಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ 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 ಆ 4 ಸಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸರ್ತಿ ರಾಗಮಾಲಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡೋರು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದೇ ರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡೋರು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉತ್ತರನೂ ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಒಂದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಕುರುಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ನಾಟಕದ್ದು. ಅಭಿಮನ್ಯು ಚಕ್ರವ್ಯೂಹ ಭೇದಿಸೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಅವನಿಗೆ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಭದ್ರೆ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ, ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. 4 ಪದ್ಯಗಳು ಉಪಮೇಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ, ಮಗನೇ ಈ ಥರ ತನ್ನ ತಾಯಿನ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಮಕ್ಕಳು, ನೀನು ಅರ್ಜುನನ ಮಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ 3 ಪದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಹಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ. ಇದನ್ನು ಹರಿಕತಮ್ಮನವರು ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹರಿಕತಮ್ಮನವರು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಆಕೆಯ ಹೆಸರು ವೆಂಕಟಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ಆಕೆ ಹರಿಕತೆನ ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಂತೆ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತ ಊರಿಂದ ಊರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋದಾಗ ಇವರ ಹರಿಕತೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಂತೆ. ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗಾಡಿನ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಬಾಮ್ಮ ನೀನು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋರಂತೆ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಾನು ಒಬ್ಬಳೇ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗಂಡ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, 3 ಜನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಚೀಲ ತುಂಬಿಸೋದು ಈ ಹರಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ. ಏನೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ನೀವು ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಜನ ನನ್ನ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಬನ್ನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ರಂತೆ. ಆಕೆ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ ಇನ್ನೂ ನನ್ನ ಕಿವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗುನುಗುನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನೇ ನಾನು ಈಗ ಹಾಡೋದು. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇದು ನನ್ನದು ಓರಲ್ ಟ್ರೆಡಿಷನ್. ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ, ಬಾಯಿಂದ ಕಿವಿಗೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ನನ್ನದು. ಜನನಿಯ ದಾಸ್ಯವನ್ನು ಹರಿಸೆ ಸೂರ್ಯರು ಗೆಲ್ದು ಅಮೃತವನೆ ತರಲಣೆಸಿ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ನಮಿಸಿ ವೀರ ಗರುಷ್ಮಂತನು ವಿನತಿಂ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಅಮಿತ ಶುಭವಿರಲಿ ನಿನಗೆ. ಜನಕ ಜಯ ಕೂಡಿ ಕಾನನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವೆನೆಂದು ರಾಮನು ಜನಕ ಜಯ ಕೂಡಿ ಕಾನನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವೆನೆಂದು ರಾಮನತಿ ಭಕ್ತಿಯಂ ನಮಿಸಲಾಗ ಕೌಸಲ್ಯಯೊಲಿದಿದ್ದ ಶುಭವಿರಲಿ ನಿನಗೆ. ವ್ಯೂಹವನ್ನು ಭೇದಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಕಡು ಶೌರ್ಯದಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಿತನಿಗೆ ಸಾಟಿ ಧೀರನಾಗು. ಶತ್ರು ನಿಖರವ ಹರಿಸಿ ಲೋಕೈಕ ವೀರ ನೆನೆಸಿ ವಿಜಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆ ಕೀರ್ತಿಶಾಲಿಯಾಗು. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉತ್ತರ. ರಾಮ, ಆಂಜನೇಯ. ಇದು ಯುಗಳ ಗೀತೆಯ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ. ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಡುಯೆಟ್ ಸಾಂಗ್, ಆಂಜನೇಯ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಮನ ಡುಯೆಟ್ ಸಾಂಗ್. ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳಿರಿ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ರಾಮಾಯಣದ ನಾಟಕದ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ. ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದವರು ಸುಬ್ಬಯ್ಯ ನಾಯ್ಡುಗಳು, ಆಂಜನೇಯ, ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು, ರಾಮ. ಸುಬ್ಬಯ್ಯ ನಾಯ್ಡುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠಮೂರ್ತಿಯವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪಂಚಲಿಂಗನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಪುರುಷಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಇವರು ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನಿದೆ ಇಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗೋಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಅದನ್ನು, ಮೊದಲು ಗೀತೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಈ ಗೀತೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮಾತು ಹಾಡಾಗಬೇಕು, ಹಾಡು ಮಾತಾಗಬೇಕು.
ರವಿ ಶಶಿಗಳಂತಿರುವ ರಮ್ಯ ಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಾರೋ ರಮಣೀಯ ನಾಮಧೇಯವನು ಪೇಳಿ ರವಿ ಕುಲದೆ ಶ್ರೀ ದಶರಥಾಂಕಿತನ ಪುತ್ರರೈ ರಾಮ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣರೆಂದು ಕರೆವರಮ್ಮ ಸಾರ್ವಭೌಮರೇ ಸಾರ್ವಭೌಮರೇ ಶಿರದೆ ಚಿರವಲ್ ಕಲಗಳೇಗೆ ಶ್ರಮದೊಳಿ ಬರದೆ ಸಂಚರಿಸಲೇಗೆ ಈರೇಳು ವರ್ಷವೀ ವನವಾಸವನು ಅನುಭವಿಸೆ ಈ ರೂಪದಿರಲಮ್ಮ ಜನಕನಾಗ್ನಿ ಪೋಪಿರಲ್ಲಿಗೆ 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 ಮುಂದೆ ಪಾವನಾತ್ಮರೇ ಪೇಣಿ ಪರಮಾರ್ಥ ಸಂಗತಿಯ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥಿಸುವೆನು ಪಾಪಿ ರಾವಣನೆನ್ನ ಪತ್ನಿಯನೇ ಕತ್ತೊಯ್ದ ಪಥವರೆಯಲಿ ರೀತಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತಿಹೆವೋ ಅನಿತಾದೊಡಾಭರಣ ಬಾರದಿವು ನೋಡಿರಿ ಆರ್ತ ದನಿಯೊಳೋರ್ವಳೆಸೆದಳಿಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಟ ಅಕಟಕಟ ಕಂಡೆವಿ ಸೀತೆಯ ಆಭರಣಗಳಿವು ಆಕಾರವೇ ಮುಂದೆ ಬಂದಂತೆ ನಿಂತು ಆರಾದೊಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನೀನು ಬೇರಲ್ಲ ವಾಯುನಂದನನು ನಾನು ರಾರಾಜಿಸೈ ಪರಮ ಭಕ್ತ ನೀನು ಶ್ರೀರಾಮದೂತ ಹನುಮಂತ ನಾನು
ಹೌದು, ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂದರೆ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಜನಗಳು ಹೀಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರಂತೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡಿ ಅಂತಲೂ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅವರು ರಾಗನ ಬದಲಾಯಿಸಿ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ಉಂಟು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದಿದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಗಿಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದು ರಾಮ. ಇದು ಸುಬ್ಬಯ್ಯ ನಾಡುಗಳಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇರುಸು ಮುರುಸಾಯ್ತಂತೆ. ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಂದು ಒಂದು ಕಣ್ಣು ಹೋದ್ರೂ ಚಿಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿದ್ದು ಎರಡು ಕಣ್ಣು ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಆದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ರಾಮನೇ ಗಿಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ, ಮೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ. ನಾನು ಗಿಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಏನು ಮಾಡಲಿ ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಯೋಚನೆ, ಆ ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗ್ತಾ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಶಪಥ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾದರೂ ಆಗಲಿ ನಾನು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಗಿಟ್ಟಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂತೆ.
ರಾರಾಜಿಸೈ ಪರಮ ಭಕ್ತ ನೀನು,
ಬೇರಲ್ಲ ವಾಯು ಪುತ್ರನು ನಾನು, ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಹನುಮಂತ ನಾನು. ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ನೀವು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಗಿಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಏನಂತಾರೆ, ಬಹಳ ಹೆಲ್ದಿ ವಾತಾವರಣ ಇದ್ದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಗಳು. ಹೀಗೆ ನಾನು ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕಂಪನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ತಾತ ಕಲಾವಿದರೆಲ್ಲ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಬರೀ ಕೀರ್ತನೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಕಂದ ಪದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡೋದು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಬೇಕು, ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ನಾವು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮರಾಠಿ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿದ್ರಂತೆ, ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಕಡೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಚೀಸ್ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದು ಹೇಗಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಸದಾರಮೇನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆನ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೀಗೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಮುತ್ತಿನದ ಘನಹಾರ ನೀಡೈ, ಮುತ್ತಿನದ ಘನಹಾರ ನೀಡೈ, ಮುತ್ತಿನದ ಘನಹಾರ ನೀಡೈ, ಮತ್ತೆದು ಕೂಲ ಮರಕದ ಜಾಲ, ಮತ್ತೆದು ಕೂಲ ಮರಕದ ಜಾಲ, ಇತರೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಒಂದುವೆ ವಿಮಲ, ಇತರೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಒಂದುವೆ ವಿಮಲ, ಸತ್ಯವು ಈ ನುಡಿ ಸರಸ ಗುಣಗಳ, ಸತ್ಯವು ಈ ನುಡಿ
ಸರಸ ಗುಣಾಲ, ಸತ್ಯವು ಈ ನುಡಿ
ಸರಸ ಗುಣಗಳ.
ಸದಾರಮೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳ್ಳ ಹಾಗೂ ಸದಾರಮೆ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ, ಕಳ್ಳನಿಗೆ ಸದಾರಮೆ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚೀಸ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು. ಇನ್ನು ನಾಟಕ ಶುರುವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೆ ವೃತ್ತಿ ಕಂಪನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮಾರು 10:10 10:30 ದಾಟಿತು, 11:30, 12 ದಾಟ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಂಥವ್ರಿಗಾದರೂ ತೂಗುಡಿಸೋಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಿದ್ರಾದೇವಿ ಬಂದೇ ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೆಂಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೊಡೆದು ಎಬ್ಬಿಸ್ಬೇಕಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಚೀಸ್ನಿಂದ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಎಬ್ಬಿಸೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೆಂಗಾಲಿ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿದ್ರು, ಬೆಂಗಾಲ್ ಕಡೆ. ಜ್ಯುತಿಕರಾಯ್ ಆಕೆಯ ಒಂದು ಖಾಸಗಿ ಗೀತೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಹಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅಕ್ಕ ಮಹಾದೇವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಆ ಥರ ಹಾಡುಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸಿಗ್ತವೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಹಾಡು ಶುರುವಾಗೋದು ನಟನ ಕಳಾಧವ ದೇವಾ ಹೀಗೆ ಶುರುವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಮಲಗಿದ್ದವ್ರನ್ನ ಎಬ್ಬರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರ ಹುಡುಗ, ಅದು ಚರಣದಿಂದ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಚರಣದಿಂದ ಅದು ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಪಟು ಸಲಿಲ ತರಂಗಭರ, ಪಟು ಸಲಿಲ ತರಂಗಭರ, ಸುರತಟಿನಿ ತುಂಗಶಿರ, ಪಟು ಸಲಿಲ ತರಂಗಭರ, ಸುರತಟಿನಿ ತುಂಗಶಿರ, ನಿಖಿಲ ನಯನ ಹರಚಂದ್ರಧರ, ನಿಖಿಲ ನಯನ ಹರಚಂದ್ರಧರ, ಸುರಪೂಜಿತ ಶ್ರೀಚರಣ ಮಹೇಶ, ಪೂಜಿತ ಶ್ರೀಚರಣ ಮಹೇಶ, ನಟನ ಕಳಾಧವ ದೇವಾ, ಪ್ರಳಯೋದಯ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಮಲಕಾರಿ, ನಟನ ಕಳಾಧವ ದೇವಾ, ಸಾರವಿಹೀನ ಸಂಸಾರ ಮಹಾ ಘೋರಧವಾಲ ನಲಕನುಹಿ, ಸಾರವಿಹೀನ ಸಂಸಾರ ಮಹಾ ಘೋರಧವಾಲ ನಲಕನುಹಿ, ಸೇರಿದೆನ್ನೈ ತವ ಚರಣ ಪಾಲಿಸುವುದೋ ದೇವಾ, ಸೇರಿದೆನ್ನೈ ತವ ಚರಣ ಪಾಲಿಸುವುದೋ ದೇವಾ, ದುರಿತ ಹರಣ ಭವ ಶಾಂಬ ಶಿವ, ದುರಿತ ಹರಣ ಭವ ಶಾಂಬ ಶಿವ, ಕಿರಿತನಯ ಪ್ರಿಯ ದೇವ ಪಾಹಿ, ಕಿರಿತನಯ ಪ್ರಿಯ ದೇವ ಪಾಹಿ, ನಟನ ಕಳಾಧವ ದೇವಾ, ಪ್ರಳಯೋದಯ ಪ್ರಭಾವ ಮಲಕಾರಿ, ನಟನ ಕಳಾಧವ ದೇವಾ. ಮರಾಠಿಯ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗೀತೆ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಲೀಲೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮರಾಠಿ ಹಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊತಾ ಹೋದ್ವಿ. ಬಹಳ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಆದರೆ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿರ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡವರಿದ್ದರು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ, ಈಗ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಬರಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರು ವಿರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಪುಕ್ಷಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಕ್ಕಮಹಾದೇವಿಗೆ ಬರೀತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಆದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಸೇರಿ 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 ಒಂದೊಂದೊಂದೊಂದು ಪದಗಳನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸ್ತಾ ವಾಕ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿರೋಂಥ ಗೀತೆಗಳು. ಕೇಳಿ. ಮೋಹದ 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 ಸಂಗೀತ ಮಂಜುಳ, ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಮೋಹದ 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 ಸಂಗೀತ ಮಂಜುಳ, ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಹೃದಯ ನೈನ ಮೀಟಿನಲಿವ ಮಧುರ ಮಂಜುಳಗ, ಹೃದಯ ವೀಣಾ ಮೀಟಿನಲಿವ ಮಧುರ ಮಂಜುಳಗ, ಮೋಹದ ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ ಮಂಜುಳ, ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ.
बाजी पशौरी श्रीकर माता बाजी पशौरी श्रीकर माता मंगल मुरळीना मोहन मोहदा संगीत मंजुಳ मोहदा संगीत विशाल ख्याता भूसुरप्रीता मंजुळकार महिमे अपार विशाल ख्याता भूसुरप्रीता मंजुळकार महिमे अपार मोहक माला महानिनाद मोहक माला महानिनाद हृदयದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾನಾದ ಹೃದಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾನಾದ ಮೋಹದ ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ ಮಂಜುಳ ಮೋಹದ ಸಂಗೀತ
ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಬಹಳ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಗಾನನೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹಾಂ, ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಗೋಪಿಕಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯರು ಕೃಷ್ಣಲೀಲೆ, ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೋಪಿಕಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯರು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮೊಸರು ಹಾಲು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದ ಬೆಂಗಾಲಿಯ ಗೀತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೆಕ್ಕಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ವನಸುಮದ ಮಂದಾರ ಯಮುನಾ ಜಲದಿ ಸಾಧನದ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಸುರದೇನುಗಳ ಸಾಧನದ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಸುರದೇನುಗಳ ಆನಂದ ಗೋಮಾತೆ ಸೇವಾ ಆನಂದ ಗೋಮಾತೆ ಸೇವಾ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಭೂಪಾಲ ಸಮವಾಂತಿಹ ಸುಮನದಿ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಭೂಪಾಲ ಸಮವಾಂತಿಹ ಸುಮನದಿ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ಮಂದರಗಿರಿಯ ಸುಂದರ ಬನ ಬನ ಸಿರಿಯ ಮಂದರಗಿರಿಯ ಸುಂದರ ಬನ ಬನ ಸಿರಿಯ ಇಳಿ ಜಗತಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಹಬಾನ ಇಂಚರದ ಗಿಳಿಗೋಗಿಲೆ ಗಾನ ಒಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂಬೋಧಿಸುವ ಒಲುಮೆಯನ್ನು ಸಂಬೋಧಿಸುವ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ತಾನೊಲಿದೊಡೆ ಜಗವು ಒಲಿಯುವುದೇ ಪ್ರೇಮ ತಾನೊಲಿದೊಡೆ ಜಗವು ಒಲಿಯುವುದೇ ಪ್ರೇಮ ಒಲಿಯುವರೇ ಪಶು ಸಮರು ನಲುಮಾತಿಗೆ ನರುಳೆ ಒಲಿಯುವರೇ ಪಶು ಸಮರು ನಲುಮಾತಿಗೆ ಮರುಳೆ ತುಗುಡವನು ಬಿಡು ಚಪಲೆ ತುಗುಡವನು ಬಿಡು ಚಪಲೆ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗವರಿಯ ತುಗುಡವನು ಬಿಡು ಚಪಲೆ ಕರುಣಾಮಯ ಜಗವರಿಯ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುದೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ
ನವಚೇತನಕ್ಕಿದು ಆಲಯವು ಸುರಲೋಕ ಬೃಂದಾವನ ನವಚೇತನಕ್ಕಿದು ಆಲಯವು ಸುರಲೋಕ ಬೃಂದಾವನ ವನಮಾಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾಧವ ವನಮಾಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾಧವ ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ನುಡಿಸು
ನುಡಿಸುವ ತಕ್ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ನುಡಿಸುವ ವನಮಾಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಾಧವ. ತಕ್ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ನುಡಿಸುವ ತಕ್ಕೊಳಲನ್ನು ನುಡಿಸುವ ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಪ್ರೇಮಾಂಕುರವ. ಬೆಳಗಿಸುವ ಪ್ರೇಮಾಂಕುರವ. ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುಧೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ. ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ಸುಧೆಯೋ ನಿಧಿಯೋ.
ಬಸುಲಗಳ ಎಳೆ ನಗುವು ಗೋಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮನೆನಿಸುವುದೇ.
ಸುಳೆಗಳ ಎಳೆ ನಗುವು ಗೋಕುಲಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮನೆನಿಸುವುದೇ. ಆನಂದವಾ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ ಆನಂದವಾ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ ಸುರಲೋಕವಿ ಗೋಕುಲ. ಆನಂದವಾ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ ಸುರಲೋಕವಿ ಗೋಕುಲ. ಆನಂದವಾ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ ಆನಂದವಾ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ ಗೋಕುಲ ಸುಖ ಸಂತೋಷ ತಾನಾಂತಿಹ.
ಕೃಷ್ಣಲೀಲೆ ಇದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಮರಾಠಿ. ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೋಪಿಕಾ ಸ್ತ್ರೀಯರು ಬಂದು ಯಶೋದೆ ಬಳಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ತನ್ನ ಸಖಿಗೆ ಯಶೋದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹೇಳೋ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟ್ಸನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮರೆತು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಅಳವಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಗೀತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಇದೆ.
ಕಮಲನಯನ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೀ ಪರಿ ಕಾಡುವ ಗೋಪಿಯರ. ಕಮಲನಯನ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೀ ಪರಿ ಕಾಡುವ ಗೋಪಿಯರ. ಕಮಲನಯನ ಮನೆ ಮನೆಯೋಳ ತನಕು ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಯೋ ಘನಮದಾಗಿದೆ. ಮನೆ ಮನೆಯೋಳ ಮನೆ ಮನೆಯೋಳ ತನಕು ಚೇಷ್ಟೆಯೋ ಘನಮದಾಗಿದೆ. ನೋಡೆನು ವನಿತೆಯರು ತಾಯನಗೆ ಬೇಳ್ವರು. ವನಿತೆಯರು ತಾಯನಗೆ ಬೇಳ್ವರು.
ಎನಗೆ ಬೇಳ್ವರು.
ವನಿತೆಯರು ತಾಯನಗೆ ಬೇಳ್ವರು.
ವನಿತೆಯರು ಎನಗೆ ಬೇಳ್ವರು. ಇನ್ನೀತು ದೂರರು ಈ ಬರಿ. ಕಮಲನಯನ ಕೃಷ್ಣನೇ ಬರಿ ಕಾಡುವ ಗೋಪಿಯರ. ಕಮಲನಯನ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದ ಸಮಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತ ಎದ್ದು ಹೊರಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ವೃತ್ತಿ ಕಂಪನಿಯವರಿಗೆ, ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಕಂಪನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹೇಗಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೀಗೆ ಸ್ವಾತಂತ್ರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲಾವಣಿಯನ್ನು ತಾವೇ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೈಬೇಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಬೈದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಅದ್ರ ನಾಟಕ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ನವರು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ ತರ್ಜುಮೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೊಬ್ಬರು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಇವರು ಬೈದಿದ್ದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತರ್ಜುಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಆಗಲೇ ಆ ಸ್ಪಾಟಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಲಾವಣಿ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಇನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಗೆ, ಜನಪದದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಕ್ಷಸರು ರಂಗದ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ, ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಅವರೇನಿದ್ರು ಹೊರಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರವೇಶ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ರಂಗಕ್ಕೆ. ಈ ತಂತ್ರ ನೆನಪಾಯಿತು. ತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಅವರ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಟ್ಯೂನಿಗೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸಿ ಕಂಸ, ರಾವಣ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಹಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜನ ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ರಾವಣನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆ, ಕಂಸನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಶಂಸೆ ಹೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆದು ಹಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಗೀತೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
संदूत कोकारी सेवित राकेश मुख संरक्षण रावण देवादिदेवा रावण लोकैक वीरा लंकाधिपालन देवा रावण लोकैक वीरा. ಒಡಲೊಡಲಿಗೆ ಸೊಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು ಕಡುಬುದಲೊಳಗಾರಿತ್ತು ತಡೆಯ ಕುಮಾರ ಕರುಣಿ ಕಡು 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 ಕಡೆ 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 ಲಂಕಾಧಿಪಾಲನ ದೇವಾ ರಾವಣ ಲೋಕೈಕ ವೀರ ಲಂಕಾಧಿಪಾಲನ ದೇವಾ ರಾವಣ ಲೋಕೈಕ ವೀರ.
ಹೀಗೆ ಹಾಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂತೆ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ಶೂರ್ಪನಖಿ ಕಿರುಚುತ್ತಾ ಅಬ್ಬರಿಸುತ್ತಾ ಓಡಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾಳೆ. ಅಣ್ಣ 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 ಉರಿವುದು ಮೂಗು ಸುರಿವುದು ರಕ್ತ ಉರಿವುದು ಮೂಗು ಸುರಿವುದು ರಕ್ತ ಅದರಿಂಬದುಕೆ ಬಂದಾಟ ಉರಿವುದು ಮೂಗು ಸುರಿವುದು ರಕ್ತ ಅದರಿಂಬದುಕೆ ಬಂದಾಟ. ಮದುವೆಯಾಗು ಅಂದೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಕೈದೇರಿತೋ ಮಗುವಿನ ಮದುವೆಯಾಗು ಅಂದೆ ಅವನ್ನ ಕೊಯ್ದೇರಿತ ನನ್ನೂನ ಅವನ ಮನೆ ಹಾಳಾಗ ಅವನ್ನೇ ಹೋಗ ಅವನ ಮನೆ ಹಾಳಾಗ ಅವನ್ನೇ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನೋಡಿ, ಇದು ಸುಬ್ಬಯ್ಯ ನಾಡುಗಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೇರಿ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಗೀತೆ. ಕಂಸ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಧನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಮುರಿದಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಗೀತೆ.
ಮುರಿದನೆ ಪರಿನೀಚನು ನಿರುಪಮಾನ ಸುರಾರಿ ಸರಾಸನವ ಮುರಿದನೆ ಪರಿನೀಚನು ಮುರಿದನೆ ಪರಿನೀಚನು ನಿರುಪಮಾನ ಸುರಾರಿ ಸರಾಸನವ ಮುರಿದನೆ ಪರಿನೀಚನು ವೀರಭಟರೆಲ ಶರಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆರಿರಲು ವೀರಭಟರೆಲ ಶರಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆರಿರಲು ಸರಿಗಳ ದುರಿತಿಯ ವಿರಚಿತನು ಮುರಿದನೆ ಮುರಿದನೆ ಪರಿನೀಚನು ನಿರುಪಮಾನ ಸುರಾರಿ ಸರಾಸನವ ಮುರಿದನೆ 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 ಪರಿನೀಚನು. ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಹಾಡು. ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಅಭಿನಯ ಅಷ್ಟು ಜೋರಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು, ಸೀದಾ ಓಡೋಗೋರ್ಗು ವಾಪಸ್ಸು ವಿಂಗ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೀನ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋದು. ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದದ್ದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಪರಿಪಾಟಲು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಆಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಗೀತ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾಗಲಿ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜಕರಾಗಲಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದಲೇ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪರಿಪಾಟಲು ನಾಟಕ ಹೀಗೆ ಕಂಪನಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಪರಿಪಾಟಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮಾರು 75 ವರ್ಷ ದಾಟ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತನಿಗೂ ಇದು ಯಾಕೋ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡೋರನ್ನ ಹಿಡಿಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬಹುದು, ಆಗ ರೋಡಿನ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲೇನೇ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ಗಳು ಹಾಕಿ ಹಾಡುಗಳನ್ನ ಹಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಥರ ಕಾಳಿಂಗರಾಯರು ರನ್ನನ ಪದಗಳು, ಕುವೆಂಪು ಅವರ ಪದಗಳು, ಹೀಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಪದಗಳಿಗೆ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಪ್ರತಿ ಮೂಲೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು, ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಫೇಮಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು. ಅವರು ಆ ಹಾಡು ನನ್ನ ತಾತನ ಕಿವಿಗೆ ಬಿತ್ತು. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಟಕಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆಗ ಕಾಳಿಂಗರಾಯರ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಕಂಪನಿಗೆ ಆಯಿತು. ದಶಾವತಾರ ನಾಟಕ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಪರಿಣಿತಿ ಪಡೆದಂಥವ್ರು. ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಜಾನಪದ ಸಂಗೀತ, ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವೆಸ್ಟರ್ನ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್, ಇದಿಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಅವರು ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅವರ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಹಾಡುಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಿ ಜಿ ಎಮ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ ಎಂದಿತ್ತು. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡು, ಸರ್ ಇದು ಬಿ ಜಿ ಎಮ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು? ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಆಗ ನಟ ಆದವನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಚ್ಚೆತ್ಕೊಂಡ. ನಾನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ವಾದ್ಯಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ನುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸ್ವರಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಗ ನಟ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡ್ದ. ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡಿನ ಮೂಲಕನೂ ಪಾತ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಪಿ ಕಾಳಿಂಗರಾಯರು. ನಾನು ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹಾಡೋದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸರ್, ಭಾಳ ಈಸಿ ಕಣವ, ಏನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಶ್ರುತಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಲಯಜ್ಞಾನ ಹೇಳಿದಾಗ ಕೇಳೋ ಗಂಟು ಇಷ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಂದರು. ಅದೇ ನಮಗಿರಲ್ಲ, ತಾಪತ್ರಯ ಅಂದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರೋದು. ನಾರದನ ಪಾತ್ರ, ನಾರದ ಸಂಗೀತಗಾರ, ಪಂಡಿತ. ಆತನಿಗೆ ದಶಾವತಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿತ್ತು.
ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠಾಚಾರ್ಯರು, ಶ್ರೀಕಂಠಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋರು. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಗುರುಗಳು. ಸಿಂಗಿ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಗಳೆಂಬ ಸಂಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳೆದು ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯಗಳೆಂಬ ಸಂಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳೆದು ಗಗನಕ್ಕೇರಿದೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯೋ ವಿಶ್ವದ ದೇವಸಾರಿ ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದನ ಸಚ್ಚಿದ ನೆಲೆಯ ನರಸುತ್ತಿದೆ ನೆಲೆಯ ನರಸುತ್ತಿದೆ ಯೋಗಾನುಸಂಧಾನ ಅಳವಡಿಸೆ ಮಾನವನೇ ಅಳವಡಿಸೆ ಮಾನವನೇ ಯೋಗಾನುಸಂಧಾನ ಅಳವಡಿಸೆ ಮಾನವನೇ ಅನುಭವಿ ಚಿತ್ತನೋ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಇರಲಿ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ಮತ್ತೆ ದಶಾವತಾರ ನಾಟಕ. ಪ್ರಹ್ಲಾದನ್ನ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬೆಂಕಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಹಾವಿನಿಂದ ಕಚ್ಚಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೇಲಿಂದ ನೂಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಮಗ ವಾಪಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನಿಗೆ, ಯಾವುದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಅವ್ನು ಸಾಯಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಷಯ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಬರಲಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ಆ ತಾಯಿ ಕರುಳು ಹೇಗಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಕಾಳಿಂಗರಾಯರು. ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಕಾಂಪೋಸಿಷನ್, ಒಂದು 4 ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೇಳಿ ವೆರೈಟಿಗಳು.
ಬೇಯುತ್ತಿದೆ ಸಂಧ್ಯೆ ದೂರಿ ಕಡೆ ಹಾರಿಸೈ ಕರುಣಾಧನ ತಾಯ ಕರುಣಿನ ಕರೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಸಿಡಿವ ಬೆಂಕಿಯೊಳಿಟ್ಟರೋ ಫಣಿದಂಶ್ರದ ಕಿಡಿಕಾಟರೋ ಸಿಡಿವ ಬೆಂಕಿಯೊಳಿಟ್ಟರೋ ಫಣಿದಂಶ್ರದ ಕಿಡಿಕಾಟರೋ ಕಡಲಿಗೆ ಸೇದರೋ ಕಾಡಿಗೊಯ್ದರೋ ಕಾಡಿನವರೇ ಬೈದರೋ ಬೇಯುತ್ತಿದೆ ಸಂಧ್ಯೆ ದೂರಿ ಕಡೆ ಹಾರಿಸೈ ಕರುಣಾಧನ ತಾಯ ಕರುಣಿನ ಕರೆ ಕೇಳಿ. ಕಾವುದೆನ್ನಯ ಕಂದನ ತಾಯ ಕರುಣಿನ ಕರೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಲವಕುಶ ನಾಟಕ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಂಪ್ನಿನಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಟ್ರಾಲಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿದ್ವಿ. ಬಲದಿಂದ ರಂಗದ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಧ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಎಡದಿಂದ ಬರೋದು ಹಾಗೂ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಕೆಳಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬರುವಂಥ 3 ಟ್ರಾಲಿಗಳು. ನಟರು ಹಾಗೂ ಸೆಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು 3 ಕಡೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸತನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಹೇಗೆ ಹುಡುಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕಂತೆ ನಟರು ಅಭಿನಯಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಬಲಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮೊದಲು ರಂಗದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು ಸೆಟ್ ನಿಂತಿರೋದು ಟ್ರಾಲಿ. 10 ಜನ ಆ ಟ್ರಾಲಿನ ಒಳಗಡೆಯಿಂದ ಎಳೆಯೋರು. ಅದು ಹೀಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದ ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ಮೇಲ್ಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸೆಟ್ ರೆಡಿಯಾಗಿ ಆರ್ಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ನಿಂತಿರೋರು ಅದು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದು. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಥರ ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ, ವೈಪ್ ಔಟ್, ವೈಪ್ ಇನ್, ಝೂಮ್ ಇನ್, ಝೂಮ್ ಔಟ್, ಆ ಥರದ ಒಂದು ದೃಶ್ಯನ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಹೀಗೆ ಲವಕುಶ ನಾಟಕ ಎಲ್ಲ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಅಂದರೆ ಬೋಟುಗಳು, ವಾಲ್ಮೀಕಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಡಿ ಲವಕುಶರಿಗೆ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೀತೆ ತೊಟ್ಲು ತೂಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ. ಹಿಂಭಾಗದಿಂದ ಕೆಳಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರಾಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವಳೊಬ್ಬಳ ಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಳಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕೃತವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಟೌನಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಗಂಟ್ಲು ಚೋಕಾದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಪ್ಪು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. ಇದೇ ನಾಟಕದ ಸೀತೆ ಮಹರ್ಷಿಗಳ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡು ರಾಮನ್ನ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಾಡಿಗೊಂದು ಸರ್ತಿ ಕಳಿಸು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾಳೆ. ಅದೇ ಸಮಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅಗಸ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಹಾಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ಸೊ ರಾಮ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋದು ಅಂತ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣನ ಜೊತೆಲೇ ಅವಳನ್ನು ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ. ಈಗ ಯಾವ ವಿಷಯನೂ ಸೀತೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲ್ಲ. ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆಕೆಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅವಳು ಮೂರ್ಛೆ ಬೀಳ್ತಾಳೆ. ಮೂರ್ಛೆ ಬಿದ್ದ ಮೇಲೆ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ ಹೊರಟೋಗ್ತಾಳೆ. ಎದ್ದು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಯಾರೂ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಆಗ ಈ ಹಾಡು ಹಾಡ್ತಾಳೆ. ಪತಿ ನಿರ್ದಯದೇ
ಶಕ್ತಿಯೇ ಬಯಲೇ ಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲುಕದ ಶೂನ್ಯವೇ ಬಯಲೇ ಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲುಕದ ಶೂನ್ಯವೇ ತಳೆಯರೆಲ್ಲನು ನಿನ್ನು ತೊರೆದ ನಿನ್ನ ಪತಿ ನಿರ್ದಯರೇ ರಾಮ ರಾಮ ಜಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ. ಇದು ಎರಡು ಘಟನೆ ಘಟಿಸ್ತು. ಹಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಸೀತೆ ಕೊನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಹಾಡಿದಾಗ ಆಡಿಟೋರಿಯಂನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ 4 ಆಣಿ 8 ಆಣಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ಚಾಪೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮಣ್ಣು, 8 ಆಣಿ ಚಾಪೆ ಆದರೆ 4 ಆಣಿ ಮಣ್ಣು, ಹಾಗೆ ಜನ ಕೂತ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಆ 8 ಆಣಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ನಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಗಿಟಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಹೆಂಗಸು ಕೂಗ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸುತ್ತುವರೆದು ನೀರು ತಗೊಂಬನ್ನಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲವಕುಶರು ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಆಕೆಗೆ ಹೆರಿಗೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವಳಿ ಜವಳಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೀತೆ ಖುಷಿ ಪಡಬೇಕೋ ಅಳಬೇಕೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ನೋವಾದಂಥ, ನನಗೆ ನೋವಾದಂಥದ್ದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿಗೆ ನೋವಾದಂಥದ್ದು, ಇದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ತಾತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಕಲಾವಿದನ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವು ಆದ್ರೂ ನಾಟಕ ನಿಲ್ಲಬಾರ್ದು. ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕರು ಬಹಳ ದೂರದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ನಾವು ನಿರಾಶೆ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ, ರಂಗದ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಬೇರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಇದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ ತಾಯಿ ಸೀತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ಲು. ಈ ಹಾಡು ಹೇಳಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೇ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ರಂಗಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸಿಟ್ ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅವರು ಕಿರ್ಚಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಕಿರ್ಚೋದು ನಿಲ್ತಾನೇ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ಕಿರ್ಚ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಹಳ ಆ ಕಾತ್ರದಿಂದ ನೋಡಿದೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಸೋದರ ಮಾವ ಮೇನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಕಿರ್ಚ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರು. ಓಡೋಗಿ ಕಂಬದ ನೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇನ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಧಡಾರಂತ ಬಿದ್ದರು. ಆಕೆಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು, ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ವೈರು ಸ್ಕಿನ್ ಔಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಲಿಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆಕೆಗೆ ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಆ ವೈರು ಸುತ್ತಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದಳು. ಅವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ಆಕೆಯ 2 ಕಾಲು ಮುರಿತು. ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕರು ಏನಾಯಿತು ಸೀತೆಗೆ, ನಾಟಕ ಮುಂದುವರಿಯುತ್ತಾ, ಏನಾಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದಾಗ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಸೀತೆ ಏನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಸೀತೆ ನಾಟಕನ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸ್ತಾಳೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸಹಕರಿಸಿ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾಟಕ ಶುರುವಾಗೋವರೆಗೂ ಕಾದಿದ್ದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸೀತೆಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹೋದರು. ಇದು ಹಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ನೋವಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಚೋಕ್ ಆದರೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ಅಂದಿದ್ದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಪತ್ತಾರವರೇ ಆಯಿತಾ, ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ದಶಾವತಾರ ಜಯದೇವನ ಅಷ್ಟಪದಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಳಿಂಗರಾಯರು ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ, ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣರ ನೃತ್ಯ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಗೀತೆ.
ಕುಂಜ ಕುಟೀರೆ
ಪೂಜಿತ ಕುಂಜ ಕುಟೀರೆ
ಪೂಜಿತ ಕುಂಜ ಕುಟೀರೆ
ವಿಹರ ವಿಹರಿ ವಿಹ ಸರಸ ವಸಂತೆ ವಿಹರ ವಿಹರಿ ವಿಹ ಸರಸ ವಸಂತೆ ನೃತ್ಯತಿ ಯುವತಿ ಜನೇ ರಸಮಂ ನೃತ್ಯತಿ ಯುವತಿ ಜನೇ ರಸಮಂ
ನೃತ್ಯತಿ ಯುವತಿ ಜನೇನ ಸಮಂ
ನೃತ್ಯತಿ ಯುವತಿ ಜನೇನ ಸಮಂ ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ ಮಾಧವಿಕಾ ಪರಿಮಳಲಲಿತೆ ಮಾಧವಿಕಾ ಪರಿಮಳಲಲಿತೆ ನವಮಾಲಿಕೆಯಾದಿ ಸುಗಂಧೆ ವೃಂದಾವನ ವಿಪಿನೆ ಪರಿಸರ ಪರಿಕಲ್ತ ಯಮುನಾ ಜಲತೂಜೆ ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ ಪರಿಶೀಲನ ಕೋಮಲ ಮಲಯ ಸಮೀರೆ ಪರಿಶೀಲನ ಕೋಮಲ ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ 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 ಲಲಿತಲವಂಗಲತಾ
ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಕಂಬಾರರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಕ್ಷಮಿಸಿ ಇದು ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಅಂತ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ. ಆಗ ಸದಾರಮೆನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಥರದೊಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಮುಂಚೆನೇ ನಾವು ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಹಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ.
ಆಚ ತೋರ್ಸುತ್ತೈತೆ ತಮಾಷೆ ತೋರ್ಸುತ್ತೈತೆ ಆಚ ತೋರ್ಸುತ್ತೈತೆ ತಮಾಷೆ ತೋರ್ಸುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಸೈತೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಗಂಡಸ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಹುಡುಗಿರ್ ಮೀಸೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೂರ ಹುಡುಗರು ಮೀಸ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಟರೆ ಸೈತೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಬಲಾರ ಬಲ ಹೆಂಡಿರಲು ಒಲಿಸುವ ದಂಡದಲ ಕಲಿಸುವ ಬಲು ದಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗುವ ಆ ದಂಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಡದಲ್ಲ ಕಲಿಸುವ ಕಾಸೆ ಗಂಟು ಕಾಸೆ ನಂಟು ಕಾಸೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಖವು ಕಾಸೆ ಗಂಟು ಕಾಸೆ ನಂಟು ಕಾಸೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಖವು ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಜಬಲ್ ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಾಣತೈತೆ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಕಾಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ತೋರಿಸ
ಇನ್ನು ಚಂದ್ರಶೇಖರ ಕಂಬಾರ ಅವರು ಜನಪದನ ಹೆಕ್ಕಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಜೋಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿಗಳು ಬಳಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೂಳೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಗೌಡ್ತಿ ಬರ್ತಾಳೆ, ಜೋಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ಕೊಡುವಂತ ಆ ಹಾಡು ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸೊಗಸಾಗಿದೆ. ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಹೊರಗ ಬಂದ ನೋಡವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿಂತೇನ ಬರೀ ಉಡಿಯೊಟ್ಟಿ, ಹೊರಗ ಬಂದ ನೋಡವ ತಾಯಿ ನಿಂತೇನ ಬರೀ ಉಡಿಯೊಟ್ಟಿ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಸಿರಿ ಚರಕಿನಿಂದ ಗುಡಿಸೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಅಂಗಳ, ಪುಟ್ಟ ಸಿರಿ ಸೆರಗಿನಿಂದ ಗುಡಿಸೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಅಂಗಳ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಬಂಜಿ ಬಂದ ಕರಿಯದೇನ ಕರುಣ ಇಲ್ಲೇನ ನೀನಗ, ಬಂಜಿ ಬಂದ ಕರಿಯದೇನ ಕರುಣ ಇಲ್ಲೇನ ನೀನಗ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ, ಅವ್ವ ಸುಳೆವ ತಾಯಿ ಸುಳೆವ ಅದೇನ ಮನಿಯಾಗ. ಅವ್ವಯ್ಯ ಯಾರವ್ವ ನೀನು ಸುಳಿ ಮನೆ ಅಂಗ್ಳ ಗುಡಿಸ್ತಿ, ಯಾರವ್ವ ನೀನು ಯಾಕವ್ವ ಬಂದಿ ಅಂಗಾಳ ಗುಡಿಸುತ್ತಿ, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮನೆತನದಾಕಿ ಹೇ ಗುಣವಂತಿ ಕಾಣಂತಿ ಮಹಾಕರ್ತಿ, ಕೀಳು ಸುಳಿಯ ಮನೆಗೆ ಯಾಕವ್ವ ಬಂದಿ ಅಂಗಾಳ ಗುಡಿಸುತ್ತಿ, ಅವ್ವ ಕೀಳು ಸುಳಿಗೆ ನಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯೋದು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಾಯಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾಳ, ಹೇಳಿ
ನಿನ್ನ ಮನೆಯಾಗಿನ ಜೋಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ಕೊಟ್ಟು
ಯಾವ ಸೌತಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಜೊಕ್ಕಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಸೌತಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಜೊಕ್ಕಿನ ನೀನು, ನನಗೆ ಸಾಯಂದೇನ ಕೋರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗದೇನ, ಒಂದ ಕೂಡಿಲ್ದೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ದೆ ಕುಂತೇನ, ಅಂಗಳ ಹುಡುಗ ನೆವ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಯಾವ ಸೌತಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಜೊಕ್ಕಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಸೌತಿನ ನೀನು ಯಾವ ಜೊಕ್ಕಿನ ನೀನು,
ಉಡಿಯೊಡ್ಡಿ ಬೇಡನ ಉಡಿಯೊಡ್ಡಿ ಬೇಡನ, ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣ ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣ, ತೋರಿಸದಯ
ಉಡಿಯೋಟಿ ಬೇಡೇನ ಉಡಿಯೋಟಿ ಬೇಡೇನ, ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣ ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣ, ತೋರಿಸದ ಕರುಣ. ಏನ ಹುಚ್ಚಿ ಇದೆಯೇನ, ಕೈಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ಜೋಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ಯಾವ ಹೊಂಡ್ ಕಟ್ಟಾಳ, ತೆಗಿ ಕೊಡಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಟ್ಟಿ ನೆತ್ತಿ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನನ್ನ ಹಂಗ ನಿನ್ನ ಹಂಗ ಯಾರು ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಲ್ಲ, ನಡಿ ನಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾರನ್ನ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಬರೋ ಮಿಂಡ್ರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಬರೋ ಜೋಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕ ತೆಗಿಯ ಅದಿಲ್ಲ
ಅನವ್ಯಾಡ ಇಲ್ಲಂತ ಉಡಿ ತುಂಬ ಮಗಳಂತ,
ಅನ್ನಬ್ಯಾಡ ಇಲ್ಲಂತ ಉಡಿ ತುಂಬ ಮಗಳಂತ, ಉಡಿಯೋಟಿ ಬೇಡೇನ ಉಡಿಯೋಟಿ ಬೇಡೇನ, ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣ ಹಿಡಿದೇನ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಗಳು ಕರ್ಗೋ ಕರಳ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರ ಸುಳಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದೇನ. ಹೋಗ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ, ಯಾರಂತ ಈ ಹೆಸರು ಹೇಳ ಹೋಗ. ಊರಗೌಡನ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಇರ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ. ಚಂದನ ಹಸುರಂಗಿ ಧೋತರ ತರತರಿ ಮಾರಿರು ಬಲ ಚೆಲುವ ಸುಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡ ಗೆಳತವ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಡಿಯೇ. ಸುಕುಮಾರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿನ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡ ಗೆಳತವ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ ನಡಿಯೇ. ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆಪ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ತಾಪಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೂಪಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ? ಇದಕ್ಕಿನ್ನ ಸೊಗಸಾದಂಥ ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಮಾತು ಹಾಡಾಗಬೇಕು, ಹಾಡು ಮಾತಾಗಬೇಕು. ಹೀಗಂತ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ಕಂಪನಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರಂತರಿಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ವಯಸ್ಸಾದವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಂತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಹಾಡು ಮಾತಾಗಬೇಕು, ಮಾತು ಹಾಡಾಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ಅದರ ಉದಾಹರಣೆಗೆ ಕೇಳಿ.
ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ, ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ, ಪರಮ ಶುಭಾಕರ ನೆನಿಪ ಸುರಚಿರ ಭಾಮಿನಿ ನೆರೆ ರಚಿಸಿದ ಘನ ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ, ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ. ಹಣಿಗಳ ಬಳಗವು ಕೂಡಿ ಗಿಳಿಗಳ ಬಳಸುತ್ತಲಾಡಿ, ಹಣಿಗಳ ಬಳಗವು ಕೂಡಿ ಗಿಳಿಗಳ ಬಳಸುತ್ತಲಾಡಿ, ಪಲ್ಲವ ಜಲ್ಲರಿಗೆಲ್ಲೆಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಸುಲಲಿತ ವಿಕಸಿತವಾಗಿ ಹುದಿದು ಘನ ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ, ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ನರವರ ಮತಿಯುತ ಕೃತವಾಹ ನೋಡಿ, ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು ಕರವಸ್ತ್ರವು.
ಇದು ತಾಳದ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿಂತಿರುವಂಥ ಗೀತೆ, ಬರೀ ತಾಳ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯನ ಟಪಕ್ ಟಪಕ್ ಅಂತ. ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ ಎಳೆಯುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರ, ಇದೊಂಥರ ಜನಪದ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಎಳೆದಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅರ್ಥ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗಲ್ರಿ ಅದು ಹಂಗೆ. ಸೊ ಇದು ಅವರ ಈ ಥರದ್ದದು. ಈಗ ಹಯವದನ ನಾಟಕ, ಗಿರೀಶ್ ಕಾರ್ನಾಡರ ಹಯವದನ ನಾಟಕ, ಮತ್ತು ಹಾಡು ಮಾತಾಗಬೇಕು, ಮಾತು ಹಾಡಾಗಬೇಕು. ಬಿ ವಿ ಕಾರಂತರ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ. ನೀರಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರ ಕೆತ್ತಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕತ್ತಿಯ
ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ
ನದಿಗೆ ಬರೇ ಜಲಪಾತದ್ದೇ ಸೆಳವು,
ನದಿಗೆ ಬರೀ ಜಲಪಾತದ್ದೇ ಸೆಳೆವು,
ಕಿಲ್ಕಿಲ್ಲಂತ ನಕ್ಕು ಹುಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕಚಗುಳಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಸೆಳವು ಮುರಿದು ಮಡುವಿನ ಹೊಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ತಿರುಗಳ ತಿರುವಿ ತರಗೆಲೆವು ಗುಡಿಯಾಡಿಸಿ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿಯ ಬಲೆಗಳು ನೀರ ಹಾವನೆ,
ಬೆಳ್ಳಿಯ ಬಲೆಯೊಳು ನೀರ ಹಾವನೇನು,
ಬಿದಿರು ಎಲೆಗಳ ಪಾತಿ ಚಾಚಿದ ರತ್ನಗಂಬಳಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ,
ಬಿದಿರು ಎಲೆಗಳ ಪಾಚಿ ಚಾಚಿದ ರತ್ನ ಕಂಬಳಿಯ ಮೇಲೆ,
ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಹಾರಿಸಿ ಕುಣಿದು ಕುಪ್ಪಳಿಸಿ,
ಕಪ್ಪೆ ಹಾರಿಸಿ ಕುಣಿದು ಕುಪ್ಪಳಿಸಿ,
ಓರಿಟ್ಟು ಮೆರಿತಾಳೆ ನದಿ,
ನದಿ ಓರಿಟ್ಟು ಮೆರಿತಾಳೆ ನದಿ, ನದಿ ನದಿ
ದಂಡೆಯ ಬೆದರು ಕೊಂಬೆಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ತಲೆಯ ಗಡಿಗೆಯ ತುಂಬ, ದಂಡೆಯ ಬೆದರು ಕೊಂಬೆಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ತಲೆಯ ಗಡಿಗೆಯ ತುಂಬ,
ಗಡಿಗೆಯ ತುಂಬ
ವಾಸಿದ ಮುಖ ಮೈ ತುಂಬ
ನೆನಪಿನ ಗಾಯ, ನೆನಪಿನ ಗಾಯ, ನೆನಪಿನ ಗಾಯ,
ನೀರಿನ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ತಲಿಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ,
ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಗಾಯ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಹೊರಗೆ ನದಿಗೆ ನೆನಪಿನ ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ 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 ಹಂಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಅಂಜನಾಪುರಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ ಚಿತ್ರಪಟ, ಹೌದಾ? ಚಿತ್ರಪಟ ರಾಮಾಯಣ, ಚಿತ್ರಪಟ ರಾಮಾಯಣ. ಯಾರಕ್ಕ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ
ಶೂರ್ಪನಖಿ
ಕೊರವಂಜಿ
ಮತ್ತ ಚಂದ್ರನಖಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ,
ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ, ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ, ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ, ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ. ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಾಗೈತೆ ಇಲ್ಲೆ, ಕಾಮನ ಬಿಲ್ಲೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣಾಗೈತೆ ಇಲ್ಲೆ.
ಈಯಮ್ಮ ಬಿಳಿ ಕೂದ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ,
ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ, ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಭಂಗಿ.
ಹೆಂಗೈತವ್ವ ಸಖಿ ಹೆಸರು ಚಂದ್ರನಕ್ಕಿ ಹೆಂಗೈತವ್ವ ಸಖಿ
ಕೂಡೋ ಅಂತ ಗಂಡು ಅವನೇ ಪರಮ ಸುಖಿ ಕೂಡೋ ಅಂತ ಗಂಡು ಅವನೇ ಪರಮ ಸುಖಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ಯಾರಕ್ಕ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ರಾವಣನ ತಂಗಿ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ ಈಯಮ್ಮ ನೋಡೆ ನಿಂತ ಬಂಗಿ.
ಅದು ಆಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸರ್. ಅದು ಸಿಗ್ನೇಚರ್ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಕೊನೆಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಗಜವದನ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್. ನಾನು ಹೆಂಗ ಸರ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕುಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಮಂಥರ ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಸುಮತಿ ರಾಗ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ. ಈಗ ರೂಮಿ ಹರೀಶ್ ಈಗ ಆಕೆ ಮಾಡಿರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸೊಗಸಾದ ಸಂಯೋಜನೆ, ಎಚ್.ಎಸ್. ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್ ಮೂರ್ತಿಯವರ ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ. ಮೂಡವಡಿದೆ ಮಳಿ ಹೆಂಗ ಬಂದವು
ಬಂದಾವು ಬಂದಾವು
ಮುಟ್ಟೆ ಒಡಿದೆ ಮರಿ ಹೆಂಗ ಬಂದವು
ಬಂದಾವು ಬಂದಾವು
ಮೂಡ ಒಡಿದ ಮಳಿ ಹೆಂಗ ಬಂದವು
ಬಂದಾವು ಬಂದಾವು
ಮುಟ್ಟೆ ಒಡಿದ ಮರಿ ಹೆಂಗ ಬಂದವು
ಬಂದಾವು ಬಂದಾವು
ಎದಿ ಹರಿದ ನದಿ ಹೆಂಗ ಹರಿದವು
ಹರಿದಾವು ಹರಿದಾವು
ತಾವಸಿಯದ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗ ಮುರಿದವು ಉಳಿ ಹೊಡೆದ ತಿನ್ನದೆ ಕಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಕುಸಿರು ಬಂದಿತು ತಾಯಿ ರಕ್ತ ಬಸದೆ ಕೂಸಿಗೆ ಉಸಿರು ಬಂದಿತು
ಬಂದಿತ ಬಂದಿತ
ಬಂದಿತ ಬಂದಿತ ನೀರಿನ ಕೊಡಪಾನ ಮೋಡ ಮಿಂಚಿನ ಖಡ್ಗ
ಒಳಗ ಮಿಂಚಿನ ಖಡ್ಗ
ತಿಂಕಣ ಗಾಳಿಯೊಳಗ ಝಂझಾವಾತ
ಒಳಗ ಝಂझಾವಾತ
ತಿಳಕ ಒಳಗಿನ ಮಾತ ಒಳಗಿನೊಳಗಿನ ಮಾತ ದೀಪಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿಯ ಕಾಯಿಂದ ನೆರಳಿನ ಸೆರಗು ಅದ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆರಗು
ದೀಪಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಿಯ ಕೋವಿಂದ ನೆಡಲಿನ ಸೆರಗು ಅದಾ ಲೋಕಕ್ಕೆ ಸೆರಗು
ಜೀವನದಿ ಹೊಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿನ ಸುಳಿಯು ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಕಣ್ಣನೆ ಹೊಳೆಯು
ಜೀವನದಿ ಹೊಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾವಿನ ಸುಳಿಯು ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಕಣ್ಣನೆ ಹೊಳೆಯು ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಕಣ್ಣನೆ ಹೊಳೆಯು ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ
ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ತಣ್ಣನೆ ಹೊಳೆಯೋ
ಕೊನೆ ಹಾಡು ಕರಿಮಾಯಿ, ಕೊನೆ ಹಾಡು ತಾಯಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಡುಗಳನ್ನು ಸಹೃದಯದಿಂದ ಸಹಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಿ. ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂತ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಮೇಡಮ್, ಶರಣಾರ್ಥಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಹೀಗೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೂ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು, ನಮ್ಮ ತಂಡನ ಹರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರಿ. ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಜೀವ, ಆಯಸ್ಸು, ಆರೋಗ್ಯ.
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಅನಂತ ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೊ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಂಡದವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಗೇ ಇರಿ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕು. ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಹಾಗೇ ಇರಿ. ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನಾವು ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೆಸ್ಚರ್ ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಯಾವುದೊಂದು ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಹಾಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅಹಹ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಾನು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರಯಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದ್ಸರಿ. ಕಮಾನ್ ವಿತ್ ಗೆಸ್ಚರ್. ಈಗ ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ ಹಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೈನ್, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ, ಎಂತ ಚಂದ ಹಾಡಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳುವಂಥ ವಿಧಾನ. ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಸಭಿಕರು ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಅದನ್ನು. ಸೊ ಸತತವಾಗಿ 2 ಗಂಟೆಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಂಗೀತದ ರಸದೌತಣ ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ನಡೆದು ಬಂದ ಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ರಂಗಗೀತೆಗಳು ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎಂಥ ಸಾರವನ್ನು ಸಾರತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಂತದಲ್ಲೂ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ತುಂಬ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸೊ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬುಕ್ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಚರ್ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ 2025 ಪರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪುಟ್ಟ ಕಾಣಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಲಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಸತೀಶ್ ಚಪ್ಪರಕೆ ಅವರು, ದ ಫೆಸ್ಟಿವಲ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್. ಹಾಗೆಯೇ ನಂದಕುಮಾರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಇದರೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ದೇವ್ ಪತ್ತರ್ ಅವರು. ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್, ನಂದಕುಮಾರಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ. ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಹಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಕುಣಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮತನ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೊಗಡು ಜಾನಪದ ಬಂತು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕಿವಿ ನಿಮರಿಸಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಪವರ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಾನಪದ ಅಂಡ್ ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೈನ್ ಹ್ಯೂಜ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಪ್ಲಾಸ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ದ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್. ತುಂಬಾ ತುಂಬಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋಗೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಸೊ ಈ ನಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊನೆಯ 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಯ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾಳಿನ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳೇನಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಸ್ವೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ನೀವು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಸ್ ದ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಅವರ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್